Welcome back, everyone. Today we are starting a new journey where a loser found a mysterious egg and hatched a waifu dragon. Today's like goal is 500 likes, and I know you guys will reach it in no time. So smash that like button and let's dive into the story. It was a world where elements of virtual gaming have merged with reality, various new professions have evolved, and people can change their professions to gain more powerful abilities. There are countless ruins and dungeons along with numerous mysterious realms, and most importantly, the world is now overrun with dangerous monsters who can kill anyone before they can even think of escape. Individuals can also obtain experience points, materials, and even equipment to strengthen themselves by hunting monsters. However, no matter how fearsome the monsters were, they are pale when compared to the awe-inspiring existence of the almighty dragons. Mysterious yet rare, they were powerful like deities. We come to the third school of the Dragon Kingdom, where the teacher was slapping the board with all his might, on which it was written that the Junior Year Section 25 Professions Awakening orientation was happening. The teacher told the students that the Professional Awakening ceremony will not only affect their ability to pass the university entrance exam, but it will also relate to their future success. Some students were busy by themselves, while some were listening to the teacher, while he said that in theory, the result of Profession Awakening is randomly determined, but still everyone must have confidence in themselves. According to the teacher, as long as the students had strong determination, each one of them can awaken a combative profession. Among the students, there was someone with long hair and hidden eyes who looked at his desk onto a paper on which it was written that they were giving the profession Awakening Aptitude Test. The boy smiled as he knew that his day has finally come. He was none other than Lu Fan, a person who was transmigrated to that world from a place called Blue Planet 3 years ago. During these 3 years, he had gained a fairly clear understanding of that world. There were many kinds of professions which can be roughly categorized into 3 types. At the top of them were the combative professionals, which included warriors, mages, archers, and so on. They had powerful abilities which they used to explore unknown realms, obtain equipment, and receive generous rewards. Due to this, the combat professionals were the most coveted ones. The next category was the reinforcing professionals, such as enchanters, alchemists, and so on. They can create special items with powerful effects. However, since purchasing materials incurred significant expenses, they cannot nurture their talent without the support of a large family. The bottom of the pyramid were subsistence professions such as chefs, herbalists, miners, etc. Mysterious yet rare, they were powerful like deities. Those professions are the future for the majority of people who were ordinary individuals and worked hard and strived to make a living. Lu's Aunt Han Ki is a chef. She toils hard daily, supporting Lu's education with her small steamed bun shop. Even when she was only 8 years older than him, she still supported him selflessly. Lu decided that in order to survive in the world and to provide better life for his aunt, he must awaken as a combative professional. Suddenly the teacher's phone rang, and he was now in a hurry, telling the students that he just received news that the awakening platform has been built. That meant that the awakening ceremony was about to begin. A cheer ran through the class as they finally knew that it was time for them to shine. Everyone was hurrying towards the awakening platform, but Lu was still sitting in the corner. The teacher came towards him and asked him if something was wrong. According to the teacher, as Lu was the top student of their section, there was no need to be anxious. But the reason was completely different. Lu has suddenly awakened a system which congratulated him and told him that he has got the Super Treasure Map system, which was finally activated. Lu was not able to understand what was happening, but suddenly the teacher slammed on the desk, surprising Lu and making the system disappear. Seeing that the teacher was worried, Lu ran towards the awakening platform while telling his teacher to not worry for him. While jumping down the stairs, he knew that it was about time for a transmigrator to get a system. But due to the disturbance of the teacher, he was not able to understand about the use his system had. He thought to think about it later, because right now, he had the carrier ceremony, which was more important for him. As the students reached the awakening platform, they were awestruck by looking at the crystal in the middle, which was used in the awakening ceremony. They were all nervous, but the teacher told them to maintain silence. As Lu entered the hustle and bustle of the students, he heard someone who was saying that it would be great if he would awaken a hidden combative profession, because then he will become a powerful person, admired by millions. But another one of his friends told him to wake up from his dream because hidden combative professions were rare in the entire school. Instead of that, he was just happy if he could end up with a subsistence profession by praying to his ancestors. The Grand Master stood onto the podium while telling the students that the awakening ceremony was about to begin. He signaled towards a priest who was there to host that year's awakening ceremony. The students were baffled by the domineering aura of the priest wishing to get to that power level as well. Lu was surprised by the aura of the combative professional, because it was truly on another level. Suddenly, the system popped up, telling Lu that he has acquired a new skill, the Eye of Appraisal. As he clicked into the icon which showed the priest, he knew that the priest was a level 29 professional with the skill of professional awakening, and he had a net worth of 5 million dragon coins. Seeing the net worth of the priest, Lu was shook to the core. But suddenly the headmaster screamed at the students to be quiet, as the awakening ceremony has already started. He told the students to come up to the stage as soon as their names were called. Meanwhile, Lu was still thinking that even if his aunt sold buns for their entire life, she would not be able to earn that much money. The headmaster started calling out the names of the students one by one. The first was Zhang Tao, who was the top student of their section. Lu wondered if Tao will awaken as a combative professional. The students started talking that, as his attributes were so freaking high, he would definitely awaken as a combative professional. Even when the awakenings were completely random, it was seen that the higher the attributes of the individual, the more chances he will have to awaken as a combative professional. All the girls were dying for Zhang Tao, telling him that they loved him. As Zhang got up to the stage, the priest started enchanting the spells, and as the orb started glowing, a fireball emerged from it, signifying that Zhang Tao has awakened as a pyromancer. The students were now baffled, knowing that they had a wonderful pyromancer among them. They got so envious of him because he has now got a bright future ahead. Zhang Tao smirked as he materialized a fireball into his hands, while the girls somehow found him more attractive, screaming at him and asking him to go on a date with them. Following this, Lu understood that once he awakened as a combative professional, he can say goodbye to his distressed life. The headmaster was annoyed by all this chatter and screamed at the students once again to be silent while ordering the next student to come fast at the stage. As the professional awakening ceremony continued, students awakened professions like the herbalists, tailor, miner, and so on. Lu was experiencing firsthand that the combative professions were indeed a minority, and the majority of students still would end up with subsistence professions. Awakening as a combative profession signifies unlimited possibilities for the future of the students. While most people awaken as subsistence professionals and the movement they do so, they are destined to live an ordinary life. A student ahead of Lu told him that even if the students awakened the subsistence profession, it was still considered a good outcome. They looked at Li Ping from Section 3, whose family was already struggling, and now she had awakened as a reinforcing professional who would need a lot of money to practice. For her, it would have been better to awaken as a subsistence professional so that she could have at least gained some specialized skills. As Lu looked at the girl, he became nervous because his family was also struggling, and if he ended up with a reinforcing profession, he is done for. But as Lu turned around, he saw that the headmaster was calling his name, asking him to get to the platform fast. As Lu walked towards the pedestal, all the girls were noticing his looks, thinking that our boy was indeed handsome. They wondered about what profession he will awaken. As Lu reached the crystal, he knew that at that point, being nervous was useless. As he put his hands onto the crystal, the priest started enchanting his spells once again. Suddenly, Lu got a vision of a red dragon, glaring at him with his burning yellow eyes. Meanwhile, all the students were now in shock because the land has suddenly started shaking. They were not able to comprehend about what was going on as golden light gleamed from the awakening crystal, which surrounded Lu from all the sides. The students witnessed a dragon materializing and coming out of the light. The student and teachers knew that this phenomenon only occurred when a hidden profession appeared. The students and teachers were not able to believe that Lu has awakened a hidden profession, and a female teacher congratulated teacher Lai because his suction produced the first hidden professional in their school. Even the teacher knew that if Lu awakens as the strongest hidden professional like Dragon Blood Warrior or David Invok Mai, he can become a new powerhouse in the Dragon Kingdom and can make his own history. We see a magnificent red dragon onto the screens engulfed in red fierce flames, while Teacher Lai told the lady that it had been 10 years since someone awakened as a dragon blood warrior, and he even became a top-tier expert in the Dragon Kingdom. The teacher was happy, thinking that Lu can awaken as a dragon blood warrior as well. Meanwhile, the dragon looked at Lu and roared at him. Due to the impact of its voice, the students covered themselves not to get harmed, and as the dragon flew away and dematerialized, the headmaster came running towards Lu, instantly asking him if he had awakened the dragon blood warrior or Dovidin Vokmai. But to everyone's surprise, Lu sighed and told the headmaster that he was now a dragon tamer. Everyone was shocked to the core, and the headmaster was not able to comprehend about how the outcome of such a grand spectacle be awakening as a dragon tamer. He screamed at Lu, along with other students, telling them that the dragon tamer was the most worthless profession ever in history. After the awakening ceremony was finished, Lu was walking in the old town of Zhonghai City, along with his system popped up onto the side. He was now a dragon tamer of level 10 with a skill which contained dragons and dragon-like creatures. He looked at his net worth, which was just 239. Lu was getting the flashbacks, where the students and the teacher were not able to believe that he had awakened as a dragon tamer. They thought that Lu was destined to be a mediocre because there was no way that the humans can possibly tame powerful creatures such as dragons. Even when Lu awakened a hidden profession, it was the weakest when it came to practical applicability. Some students didn't know about why the teachers were saying so and asked other students about why the dragon tamer profession was the weakest, even when it was one of the 3 major hidden professions alongside the dragon blood warrior and Dovidin Bok mage. Another student told him that most people would not even find dragons, and even when they could, there was no way that they could tame them because of their dangerous behavior. The headmaster was also disappointed and patted onto the shoulders of Lu, telling him that it was all right, and even when it was the weakest, a dragon tamer was still a hidden profession with boundless potential. The headmaster guessed that maybe Lu would be able to tame some sub-dragon species and become stronger. It was no use because Lu also knew that without a dragon tamer cannot have boundless potential. Sub-dragon species were also nothing but mere ferocious beasts, nothing compared to the actual dragons. We come to know that in the 800-year history of the Dragon Kingdom, dragons have indeed appeared, but a dragon tamer who has actually tamed dragons has never existed. No matter how powerful the humans were, they were like mere ants in front of the dragon's ferocious fire. Lu knew that wanting to tame a giant dragon was nothing but an unrealistic dream. He looked at his system where his skills were locked up because he hadn't tamed a dragon yet. Lu was disappointed because his aunt was working so hard to support his education, but he cannot even provide her with a better life now. As he looked in front of him, Lu was already in front of his house, without even realizing it. He fixed his mood and got a fake smile onto his face as he entered the house telling his aunt that he was back. Man, this one looks a little more all-rounder. And you guys know what I'm talking about. The moment she looked at Lu, she immediately leaped onto him while hugging him happily, telling Lu that he was finally back. She asked Lu about how his day has went because that day was supposed to be the most fantastic day of his life. She wanted to know about the profession that Lu awakened. Hearing this, Lu was disappointed on himself, but seeing that, his aunt immediately told him that it was okay if Lu didn't awaken a combat profession, because then it would have worried his aunt when she would knew that her precious Lu was outside, fighting every day. Lu interrupted her loudly by saying that he indeed awakened a combat profession and become a dragon tamer, but the catch was that he could not do anything without taming the dragons. Hearing this, Lu's aunt was delighted, telling him that it does not matter if he was a dragon tamer without a dragon, because it still showed that Lu was really strong. She stood up from her seat and hugged Lu once again, telling him that if he can get into the college in the future, his aunt will still continue to support him. She even gave Lu the option that if he didn't want to join a college, he can still join her in running the steamed bun shop instead. Hearing that, Lu was delighted and looked at his aunt in tears, but she told him to not fret too much about it as dinner was getting cold. Lu finally looked at all the things his aunt prepared, knowing that he can't finish all of it alone. After finishing the dinner, Lu slammed down onto his bed, while thinking that even when his aunt was only 26 years old, She was working in a livelihood profession for so many years. Lu remembered her aunt's hand full of cuts and bruises, regretting that he was not even able to change her ordinary life. He wanted to live a better life with his aunt, but there was no way that it can possibly happen if Lu did not do anything as the dragon tamer. He slammed his fists onto the bed multiple times, while thinking that just with a dragon tamer would really be a hidden profession. But he didn't know where to find a dragon now, did he? In the next moment, a notification popped up, congratulating Lu for receiving the first day's treasure map. As Lu looked at the screen, he was shocked to know that he has got a divine-level treasure map on the first day. But then something stuck into his mind, and he remembered that his system was called the Super Treasure Map System when it activated. Even at the awakening ceremony, Lu had only tried his appraisal function, but not the treasure map feature. As he clicked onto the treasure map icon, the system started telling him that a treasure map can be classified into 4 categories: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and divine level. The system can even be used to combine 3 identical low-level treasure maps into one high-level treasure map. A notification popped up, telling Lu that every day he will receive a randomly graded and randomly located treasure map. It even added that as long as Lu got to the location, he can find the treasure related to his corresponding profession. Something stuck into Lu's mind instantly as he read those words. Treasures related to corresponding profession meant that Lu can become a dragon tamer with a dragon. He understood that as long as he can make good use of his system, there was a chance for him to bridge the gap between the weakest and the strongest. In other words, the divine-level treasure map was Lu's last hope to turn the tide into his favor. He knew that if he gave up now, he will live at the bottom of the society for the rest of his life. He was determined and clicked onto the divine treasure map, deciding that he must go wherever the map takes him. A big regional map popped up, telling Lu that the treasure was in Mount Shibaisen. He knew that Shibaisen was not too far from Shanghai City, and if he caught the last suburban bus at night, he can arrive there early in the morning. As time passed and early morning arrived, Lu's aunt woke up while yawning into her nightdress. She turned on the light just to look at a note which was placed onto the dining table. She looked at Lu's room, but he was not present there. As the scene shifts, we see that there was a bus traveling in between the large mountains. The aunt started reading the letter, which told her that Lu was going to Mount Shibaisen for doing something that might be the only chance to change the fate of a dragon tamer. He told his aunt to not worry, as he will return soon. As the bus arrived at the train station and Lu climbed down from the bus, few suspicious individuals got behind him. Not knowing about those suspicious individuals, Lu was determined that he will live a good life no matter what. He looked at the outskirts of Mount Shibaisen, which looked like a barren land. Suddenly, someone slammed onto the travel backpack of Lu, and as he turned around, he saw a muscular guy along with a small girl who was looking at Lu with suspicious eyes. Lu jumped back and immediately put his hand onto the weapon he has got. But someone caught his shoulder from behind, asking him if he wanted to go together with them. As Lu looked behind him, he saw an old-looking man with an eye patch on his right eye. He shook off the man's hand immediately. While telling them that he will not go with them, Lu knew that these guys could be dungeon robbers. The girl took out a knife from her pocket while asking Lu to think about it once again. The eye patch man told him that it was dangerous to be alone in the wilderness at the night. Looking at them, Lu realized that those guys must be stealing and robbing materials from quite a while. He knew that dealing with someone as powerless as Lu should be a piece of cake for the robber group. The muscular guy clenched his fists, and the girl licked her knife, while the eye patch man asked Lu once again if he had made up his mind or not. Lu immediately took a defensive stance, knowing that the robbers has figured it out, that he was powerless. Lu calmed down and answered that he did not need them to travel along. The group was still trying to convince Lu, telling him that he did not understand the rules of the wilderness and the dangers in a night are far greater than he can imagine. Even Lu understood that he did not have any skills at his disposal right now, so he must avoid fighting at all costs. Thinking that, Lu lied to the group, telling them that he was a summoner and did not need any companions, because if there would be a dangerous situation, summoning elemental creatures can solve it. The men of the group were surprised by this answer, and the eye patch man said that if Lu was a summoner, then the concerns of their group towards his safety was unnecessary. He turned around and told the other two to also come with him. The girl ran towards Lu, whispering into his ears that she hoped that they will meet again, sometime addressing Lu as a handsome boy. She told her goodbyes to Lu while giving him a flying kiss, but the chart of nervousness was of the roof for Lu, as he thought that even when it was dangerous in the wilderness, it was still much safer and better than being stabbed in the back by dungeon robbers. That day, he understood that a life without strength was a fleeting shadow, easily overtaken by the winds of fate. He looked at the map onto his system and decided to set off quickly. As he walked into the wild, he looked at a group of powerhorn horses. They were horse-like creatures of level 8 with immense strength who are grazing onto an open field. Lu knew that even when the powerhorn horses don't actively attack humans, if somehow they will get disturbed, Lu would not be a match for them. He decided to not disturb the powerhorn horses and to take a detour instead. Even when Lu was taking a longer route for safety reasons, he was not feeling safe at all because he had encountered a group of giant horn antelopes. He was walking slowly and cautiously, but as he did not look below his feet, he mistakenly put his leg onto a frog who croaked in pain with all its might. Hearing that, all the antelopes were suddenly looking at Lu as they screamed in anger for getting disturbed. Lu was eventually getting chased by the giant horn antelopes as he ran and ran in the hopes of getting away from them. He noticed a plain ground on the side of him. He immediately jumped to his sides, crashing down onto the ground, somehow able to save himself. As he looked the frog he put his leg on, he saw that the creature was the prey of the running stampede of the antelopes. He was disappointed as he thought that he cannot even handle a timid giant horn antelope in his current state. Lu knew that if he missed the opportunity he caught that day, his fate will be like of that same frog. Finally, a notification popped up telling Lu that he has arrived at the designated treasure map location. As Lu looked ahead, there were 2 giant rocks and a faint red glow was coming out from the other side of them. He understood that the rocks were indeed the indication of the location provided by the treasure map. As he walked into a cave formation of the rocks, he looked at a pitch-black egg, which was huge in size. He knew that this treasure can change the fate of the dragon Tamer because it was none other than a dragon egg, which was cracking slowly. The system popped up telling Lu that it was a black dragon egg with an unidentified level. As he heard the cracking sound, Lu understood that the dragon was about to be born. But in the next moment, Lu heard some noise coming from the long grass behind him. He immediately took his cleaver out onto his hands, knowing that everything has gone smoothly along the way, but he cannot escape the nose of a wild beast. He immediately turned around and slashed the beast, who was none other than a bloodthirsty gray fox. The creature was able to stop Lu's attack by grabbing his cleaver onto its giant canines. The creature howled and attacked Lu with all his might, but somehow Lu was able to deflect and throw him onto the ground. Lu took some deep breaths, recovering his stamina. As he looked onto the appraisal window, he saw that the bloodthirsty gray fox had got a triple claw strike and bloodthirst recovery. The creature can use a triple hit combo to make the target bleed and recover its health through bloodthirst recovery. Lu looked behind him at the dragon egg, which was going to hatch at any moment now. Lu knew that he didn't have much time or skills to deal with the creature. He thought that maybe he can stall the fox until the dragon hatches and then use his dragon taming ability. But the fox has already lived onto Lu and was into the air ready to attack him. Lu instinctively took out his hand to defend himself from the attack. He realized that the fox was too fast and he can't wait for the dragon to hatch. Due to his hand onto the front, Lu was injured by the huge and sharp claws of the fox and decided that he cannot let the fox use the bloodthirst recovery. Lu had to deal with it when it prepares for the triple claw strike. Lu had already got 1 strike and 2 were still left. Lu blocked the second one with his cleaver and somehow dodged the third one by moving to the side. Now it was finally Lu's chance. He slammed his cleaver straight onto the head of the bloodthirst gray fox. As blood splattered all around the monster, Lu took out his cleaver from the creature's head. A notification popped up telling him that he had defeated a bloodthirsty gray fox and was rewarded 120 experience points for it. Lu was out of breath but was now calm because he got rid of the monster. But suddenly, 3 shadows appeared behind of him, laughing loudly and complimenting Lu for taking the beast down. They were none other than the group of robbers telling Lu that he was impressive. Lu took a defensive stance again, telling the group to stop following him since he had already said that he will not join them. The girl started laughing while telling Lu that there was no need to be so nervous. The girl knew that Lu deceived their group. The eye patch man made Lu remember that he told them that he was a summoner, but he didn't even use any summoning skills and got injured by a monster like this. Lu was now in a fix knowing that he was figured out from top to bottom by the robbers group. He immediately kicked the body of the fox monster towards the group, telling them that if they wanted the fox fur, they can take it and stop bothering Lu. But as the lifeless monster crashed at their feet, the eye patch man laughed while telling Lu that he was interesting. He picked up the fox fur, telling Lu that this was only worth 80 dragon coins, but they did not come here for just that small amount. They were actually after the divine treasure too. Lu immediately understood that the group had saw him looking for the dragon egg, but as he looked around, the muscular man and the woman were already running towards him with an intention to harm him. The muscular guy punched Lu with all his might, and he was slammed down with his cleaver thrown into the air. Lu crashed intensely a few meters away from the robbers, but as he opened his eyes, he saw that the lady was laying down on him with her knife onto Lu's throat. She told him to not move, or he will get scratched by her knife. The eye patch man told Lu that he underestimated the dungeon robber's sense of smell for treasures. The muscular man ran towards the dragon egg and asked the other members to have a look at what he found. Lu saw his plan failing in front of his eyes, and as the eye patch man was happy for getting the treasure, he ordered the girl to kill Lu instantly. The man ran towards the egg, while the girl told Lu that he was indeed handsome, but she would still have to bid farewell to him. Lu was still not ready to lose his hope. He saw that the dragon egg was almost hatched, and knew that he can't let the robbers take away the dragon from him. Suddenly, the dragon hatching was complete, and something flew out of the egg in an instant, surprising the group to the core. As they looked above their head, they saw a silhouette of a giant dragon, not able to understand about the kind of monster it was who came from the egg. The dragon came raging down at the robbers, and the eye patch guy threw a bottle of some kind of potion at the creature for his defense. The dragon was able to swiftly dodge the bottle and continued with his attack. The muscular guy readied his fists to punch the dragon, but as the creature opened his jaw, it decimated the muscular guy with his ferocious attacks and flames. The eye patch guy was deeply struck into horror as he saw the lifeless head of his muscular companion. He saw that the dragon was looking at him, knowing that his was finally the time for the guy to go to where his muscular companion was. He screamed and screamed for the girl to help him, but she was experiencing fear to her core by seeing the mysterious but dangerous creature. She lowered the knife which was put onto Lu's throat, and as Lu relaxed, he looked at the dragon. He never imagined that even a newly hatched dragon can be so powerful. It was now understandable to him about why people can't tame the mysterious dragons at once. Hearing Lu mentioning a dragon, the girl looked at him in fear, finally knowing that the monster was none other than one of the fabled dragons of the legend. As the girl turned around, she saw the creature who ate both of his companions in one go and was now looking at her in confusion. The girl immediately removed her knife from Lu and put it in front of her in a try to defend herself. But she did not realize that Lu was now free. He slammed the robber onto the side, telling her that the dungeon robber's sense of smell was too dull. He screamed at the girl for attempting to steal the dragon which was rightfully his. Lu immediately ran towards the dragon, even confusing the creature. As he screamed, dragon taming technique. Yellow light started emanating out of his hands. Even the dragon was surprised by what Lu was doing. But as he touched the dragon, the girl behind him asked Lu in fear about who he was. Lu smiled as he asked the girl in surprise if she finally wanted to know who Lu was. He finally told the girl that he was not just a summoner, but instead he was a dragon tamer. A notification popped up telling Lu that the Black Dragon Covenant was now tamed by Lu. The mysterious Black Dragon had the skills named Dragon Claw Dragon Fang Strike and Dragon's Inspiration, As the creature leaped towards the girl, she started apologizing for her behavior to Lu, telling him that she really didn't know that the treasure was actually a dragon egg. But all she saw was a red and black silhouette of Lu and his newly acquired dragon. Lu was furious at the girl for scheming against multiple innocent people. He told the girl that the only thing that she gets was a chance to go join her comrades in the other world. He ordered the dragon to finish her once and for all, and after everything was finished, Lu was finally sitting onto a cliff of the mountain bandaging the hand, which was injured by the fox monster, while the dragon was searching for something into his new master's bag. Finally, Lu picked the dragon up, not able to believe that he finally crossed the gap between the weakest and the strongest of the races. He raised the dragon onto his hand like a kid, telling the creature that it was way too lively. Lu was awestruck by knowing that the dragon was so powerful right after hatching, so it will get stronger and stronger as much as it levels up. Lu tightly hugged his newly acquired dragon, telling the creature that the title of Dragon Tamer will no longer be called the weakest class. But now an important question arose in the mind of Lu. What would he call his newly tamed dragon? He thought of names like Little Coal Ball and Black Diamond, but they were too lame. Finally, Lu noticed that the dragon was licking at his wounds. As the dragon drank, its master's blood-red aura started emanating from the creature. As the dragon opened up his elegant wings, it started transforming into a magnificent girl and was now standing in front of his master. The black dragon has now transformed into a human with a long tail and 2 elegant wings. All right, guys, the waifu is here finally. All hail the waifu Tamer. Lu Fan was shocked by seeing her into this form and understood that the dragon can also transform into a human. As the dragon did not understand human language, she just shook her head to agree with what Lu Fan was saying. The dragon lady was still behaving like a child and was flying here and there. While Lu Fan read about his new unlocked skills, they included dragon taming, which was the ability to tame dragon-like creatures, along with Dragon Claw, which transforms the player's arm into a dragon claw, and its strength depended on the current dragon pet. Another skill was the Dragon Fang Strike, which mobilizes dragon energy to deliver a powerful blow, and last but not the least, the Dragon Inspiration, which inspires the user and the dragon pet and increased all attributes and attack power by 30%. We come to know that the black dragon was a legendary creature. For Lu Fan, it was just as he thought. As soon as he had successfully tamed a dragon, all his skills were unlocked. Lu Fan immediately knew that even if he were to personally act for it, he could easily crush other combat professionals of the same level. Lu Fan clicked onto the black dragon's profile, and her stats were now in front of him. The dragon had the strength of 342 with agility of 267. She had a spirit of 359 with an endurance of 373 and was a legendary creature. She had multiple attacks, including the mighty jaw assault, which swiftly charges forward and tears into the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. She had lava flame, which continuously spurts flames, dealing damage while healing her. She had the Black Dragon Heritage, which reduced all damage taken by 50% and gave immunity to all debuffs, along with 500% increase in self-recovery ability. She had a special skill, which needed a blood pact. It was the Bloodline Connection, which provided a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer. Lu Fan was shocked to the core by knowing that there was this much power inside a mere dragon hatchling. Even when he contracted just with a level 1 dragon hatchling, it had these powerful skills and nearly 400 points in various attributes. Even a skilled human expert, who is 20 levels higher than Lu Fan, would not stand a chance against him now, and he would never have to think about the ordinary humans at all. What was more was the Bloodline Connection, which directly doubled all of Lu Fan's attributes. He understood that the Bloodline Connection was the reason. He felt significantly stronger after successfully taming the Black Legendary Dragon. Lu Fan was now very happy, and with her smile onto his face, he thought that it was as expected from one of the 3 strongest hidden professions. No matter how strong a hidden profession may be, it had no chance of winning against the dragon race. And without a doubt, the Dragon Tamer was indeed the strongest hidden profession and not the worst. Just then, he saw the Dragon Lady, who was eating the eggshells from which she hatched from. Lu Fan guessed that although the hatchling can transform into a human, it still behaves like a dragon, and a newborn one at that. But the question was still remaining where it was. What should Lu Fan call the dragon? Suddenly his mind was struck by something, and he remembered that a little black dragon born during the night before dawn should be named Xiao Yi. Even the dragon was delighted when she heard the name and smiled cutely. Lu Fan understood that the dragon was liking her new name. He was happy that even when the treasure hunting was dangerous, it was all worth it. He patted the dragon's head and asked her if she was hungry. Xiao looked towards Lu Fan and nodded with a cute smile. As she finished the remaining eggshells, Lu Fan told her that it was time to go and hunt some monsters to fill her belly, while he was thinking that they cannot just go back home with an empty stomach. Lu Fan stood up and smiled, while thinking that the trial that determines whether he can enter the university is coming soon, and many students must be trying to hone their qualifications by seeking opportunities outside. The prestigious Southern Province's Top Scholar Award and qualification for the highest educational institution in the Dragon Kingdom that Lu Fan wanted to enter into was now within his reach. But he knew that even after what had happened, he could not take the entrance lightly, and leveling up and mastering skills should be the top priority for him and his dragon. Lu Fan started running with a smile, and Xiao was following him with a smile on her face. Lu Fan told Xiao that they were going to set off and head deep into the Mount Shi Basin, as there were monsters there that are even tastier than eggshells for the dragon. As they were advancing, Lu Fan and Xiao suddenly heard some noises. They saw that a group of creatures was running towards them with insane speeds. Lu Fan immediately popped up the system, which told him that they were the plains hyena, and they had the attack of Rending Bite, which inflicted continuous bleeding damage on the target, along with Putrefaction, which inflicted a disease debuff on the target. Once killed, they will drop the canine teeth, which was worth 95 dragon coins. Lu Fan knew that these bastards were more dangerous and tougher than the bloodthirsty gray fox. She also knew that even when he defeated the wild level 10 bloodthirsty gray fox, he also suffered a lot of injuries in the process. Remembering that Lu Fan was hesitant to attack, but the dragon lady was already in the air with a devilish smile on her face as she knew that she is going to get more food. Even Lu Fan understood that the lady wanted to take the lead. His eyes glittered with confidence as he thought that Mount Shibasin was holding no danger at all for the strongest dragon tamer and his dragon. Both Lu Fan and Xiao were smiling and advancing towards the plains hyena, ready to send them inside the dragon's stomach as her meal. The dragon flew high, and as the plains hyena roared, she took a deep breath and her stomach started glowing and giving off a flame aura. Finally, she attacked the hyenas with her lava flame attack, and as the creatures were burning, Lu Fan and the black dragon were earning experience points. As Xiao kept using her lava flame attack, Lu Fan was constantly watching the system, witnessing the increase in their levels. Lu Fan was finally at level 11, and the black dragon was now at level 3. He smiled while ordering Xiao to not waste her time on the small fries. Both of them looked towards a den inside the mountain, and Lu Fan told Xiao that a big guy has been waiting for them for a long time. 3 sets of eyes were giving off a piercing glaze to Lu Fan and her dragon, and finally, the creature came out of hiding. It had 3 heads, and they were clearly showing the killing intent of the monster. It was none other than the 3-headed blood lion, who was a level 25 lion-like creature with multiple attacks, including Roar, which increased defense and attack, Trample, which dealt significant damage within target range, and Triple Flame, which inflicts 3 instances of fire area damage. Upon defeat, the creature will give 23,790 experience points to the player, and will drop materials like Blood Lion's Tooth and Blood Lion's Skin. Lu Fan knew that for a level 25 elite boss typically, it would require a strong team of monster hunters just to approach. But he was a dragon teamer now, and he can do anything. He ordered Xiao to go towards the 3-headed lion to engage with him in a battle. As Lu Fan and Xiao were advancing, the lion used Roar and increased his defense and attack power for a certain period of time. Then he started charging a heavy attack, which was the Triple Flame. Lu Fan knew that this attack required some time to charge, and as he was running, he ordered Xiao to coordinate with him to interrupt the lion's skill. Xiao's body was engulfed in flame, and Lu Fan was now ready with his cleaver in his hand. Both of them jump towards the three-headed lion, and we see that the dragon was transformed into his original form while using the mighty jaw assault. The black dragon immediately closed the gap between the creature and herself and finally bit the creature onto his face while clenching the other two heads with her sharp claws. The system finally told Lu Fan that the triple flame attack was interrupted successfully. He complimented his dragon for the good work she did and finally attacked with his cleaver while using the Dragon Fang strike, which mobilized Dragon Aura to unveil a powerful strike with the current weapon. With this final blow, the creature was dropped dead onto the ground, and both Lu Fan and the dragon jumped back at their place. The dragon was now again transformed into her human form, while Lu Fan was surprised by knowing that the elite monsters really helped him level up quickly. Lu Fan was now at level 14, and the dragon was now at level 9. Suddenly, the system notification popped up telling Lu Fan that the treasure map system was triggered, and a new treasure map for the day has been sent to him. Seeing that, a faint smile appeared onto Lu Fan's face as he wondered about what exclusive item for dragon tamers will this treasure lead to. He ordered Zio to come with him for the treasure hunting, and the dragon lady immediately agreed to her master's command with a smile. Hit that like button as today's like aim is 500 likes.
Also subscribe for more with the notification bell on.
As the scene shifts, we come deep within the Mount Shibaisen. A group of 3 people was standing in that area, while the blue-haired girl asked the uncle if they should really let such a rare opportunity slide away from them. But the uncle told the girl that they did not have a choice. We come to know that the uncle was named Sanji, who was a warrior. He told the lady that the fortuitous realm required at least 5 people to activate, and they did not have enough people to open it. He suggested sending Miss Kai back to Zhanghai City to bring more people. But he was interrupted by another lady who was the Miss Kai the uncle was talking about. She was a rogue and told the uncle that whatever he was planning would not work because even with her agility, a round trip would take a day. We come to know that the blue-haired girl was Kin Q, and her profession was not yet known to us. She told everyone that the fortuitous realms appear randomly, and the rewards were higher than the regular dungeons. But the problem was that they only existed for 24 hours, and the uncle's plan was not able to be completed on time before the closing of the dungeon. Sanji consoled Kin that she did not have to worry about gains and losses like the secret realms, because depending on her strength as long as she enters the top 10 universities, they themselves will provide the girl with secret realms. But Kin was still sad and told the uncle that it was such a pity that they were near the secret realm but have 1 member less. Suddenly Sanji heard something along with the rogue girl and immediately turned around ready to attack. But they were surprised to see Lu Fan, who told them to not be nervous because he was just passing by the mountain. The uncle was shocked to the core by seeing such a young boy deep into Mount Shibaisen. He told Lu Fan that the place was not meant for material hunting and that he should go back. But Kin immediately stopped the uncle between his talk and told Lu Fan that the group was the part of the Kin family in Zhanghai City and her name is Kin Q. Even when she knew that it might be a bit abrupt, she asked Lu Fan if he wanted to team up her group temporarily. The girl even tried to tempt Lu Fan by telling him that he did not have to do anything and just enter the secret realm of chance with the group, and when it would be done, Lu Fan will be paid a reward of 100,000 dragon coins. Hearing the prize, Lu Fan immediately stopped on his tracks and started considering the offer. He knew that if even the Kin family, who was the family of the richest man in Zhanghai City, was after the secret realm of chance, then the final reward must be very rare. The girl was still talking and told Lu Fan that they just needed help to gather the number of people required by the secret realm, and he did not have to do anything, and just get his 100,000 dragon coins. As the scene shifts, we see that the group of the lady had 3 people before, but they have already gathered a paladin with themselves, but they were still 1 member short. The uncle was walking towards a huge purplish portal, which goes towards the secret realm, while he told Lu Fan to follow him quickly if he wanted the reward. He even told Lu Fan that it was such a rare chance that he could not encounter it casually like this again. Lu Fan smiled at the offer and told everyone that he did not have much interest in money, but he was ready to help if the group can cooperate and follow the rules of distribution. The uncle along with the 2 ladies were shocked to hear those words coming out from a young boy. The Rouge Lady immediately understood that Lu Fan was trying to say that he wanted to distribute the rewards in the secret realm based on their strength, and hearing that even Lu Fan confirmed that this was what he wanted. Hearing that, Qin was deep in thoughts, while she thought that the whole group's average level was around level 20, and Lu Fan was even looking weaker than all of them. But still, he was so confident. The lady was not able to comprehend if the guy was just really confident on his skills, or was just an arrogant brat. But the group desperately needed one more guy for them to enter the secret realm of chance. So Qin smiled while she put her hand forward and told Lu Fan that since he wanted to cooperate, then they should form a team in a cooperative way. She even told Lu Fan that the 100,000 dragon coins, which were promised previously, were still going to be his prize, because the group just to show sincerity to him. Lu Fan smiled while he shook the lady's hand and agreed to this deal. Finally, after the deal, Qin was happy and excited now, as she told everyone to get moving as fast as they can. But Lu Fan was having something else in his mind. He thought that exposing his legendary dragon Zio's identity in front of strangers in the wilderness will only bring trouble to them. So he decided to summon the dragon lady out after he got the reward from the secret realm of chance. He even felt sorry for the dragon, but was not having any choice. Finally, Lu Fan got inside the portal behind everyone and arrived at the secret realm of chance. As soon as he set his foot inside the secret realm, he saw a dark and desolated place with lifeless trees and a dense fog of purple color, which was spread all around them. A system notification popped up telling Lu Fan that he was in the secret realm of chance and was standing in the Morning Village, which was a level 20 realm with solid difficulty and had a restriction that only people at least in a group of 5 can enter inside. Watching the eerie atmosphere all around them, Qin told everyone that this village was so quiet that they can hear only their own voices. The assassin lady analyzed the environment and told everyone that the air was so heavy and there was no sign of life in the fog which surrounded them. Meanwhile, Sun Ji was worried for Lu Fan, asking him to stay careful as he was empty-handed and did not have any equipment. But the uncle wasn't ready for a surprise. Lu Fan smiled while raising his hand up, and a kind of flaming aura started surrounding him. Suddenly, a big black machete with dragon scales materialized into his hands, and the system notification popped up telling us that it was an epic quality weapon with no level requirement for using it. It can only be used by dragon tamers and dragon blood warriors, and it even had the skill to give the user the dragon blood armor, which partially transforms the user into a dragon, increasing the power of dragon transformation. It even increased the strength by 65 and stamina by 30. Lu Fan thanked the advanced treasure map that happened to be triggered after defeating the 3-headed bloodlion, as it gave him the opportunity to replace his novice machete into this legendary weapon. Everyone was shocked to see this sudden revelation, and Sun Ji asked Lu Fan if he was a newly transferred student rather than a material hunter, because his weapon looked extraordinary. But the assassin lady was getting pissed off and asked the uncle about why did he care so much about a stranger. Everything was clear in her mind, and if Lu Fan had any evil intentions, she was confident that she will subdue him immediately. Suddenly, Sun Ji was surprised as a hand came out from the ground all of a sudden and startled him. They were none other than the corrupt zombies of level 15, which would give 620 experience points along with corruption poison sac and 256 dragon coins upon killing. They had some dangerous attacks, which included hug and bite, which entangles and scratches the target, and continue to bite along with corpse poison, which was the poison into each and every attack of the zombie, which can cause the target to continue losing life points. Even the targets who die under the effect of corpse poison will become corrupt zombies themselves. Qin told the uncle to be careful as a horde of corrupt zombies came out from the ground beneath them and were ready to attack and infect the group with their corpse poison. But the paladin immediately put forward his shield and blocked the incoming attack of each and every corrupt zombie. A status window pops up and we see that he was Jia, who had a fighting profession and was a level 20 knight. The uncle backed down and stood along with the assassin lady, while he complimented Jia for his instant help and counterattack. He himself had the combat profession and was a level 28 warrior. He hacked and slashed all the corrupt zombies coming in his way, along with the rogue lady, who was also a level 28 rogue. Newfan was watching the whole fight as everything was pop up into his system window, while he thought that the warrior, the rogue, and the knight who were guarding the portal was a very reasonable configuration and strategy, especially for the uncle. Because he was a level 28 warrior who was about to change his profession for the second time. Suddenly, Kin raised her staff in the air, and yellow aura started surrounding her all over, Lighty raising her up from the ground as she was chanting some spells and charging her attack. Finally, she attacked with her Holy Light Star Rain attack, which gathered energy and sent out a starlight rain towards the enemies, which caused holy damage to them within the range, and also healed the allied targets by the amount of damage received by the zombies. Everyone witnessed multiple meteorite-styled attacks, and Sanji, along with the rogue lady, immediately dodged the incoming attack, while all the zombies were now preyed to Kin's huge area of effect attack, which decimated them and left no trace. She smiled while she told Lu Fan that this was his profession. We come to know that Kin also had the hidden profession of the Holy Light Mage, which can combine attack and healing together. Even when the attack damage was lower than that of a mage, and the treatment was not as good as of a priest. It can do both of them at once, which was helpful for the team in many ways. The notification popped up telling Lu Fan that Kin was a white-level hidden professional, the Holy Light Mage. Even Lu Fan was surprised by realizing that he just met another hidden professional in such a short span of time. He even complimented the holy damage of the girl, which was very effective against the zombies. But the silence was short-lived as everyone felt an earthquake below their feet and somehow balanced themselves. Lu Fan realized that due to all the commotion, some elite monsters were alarmed and were now coming towards the whole group. Listening to the sounds of their steps, Lu Fan knew that they were quite a few in number. Suddenly, a blood-red hand came out of the ground, and the system notification told Lu Fan that they were blood zombies of level 20, which can give 840 experience points, along with blood corpse poison sac and 90 dragon coins upon killing. These zombies had blood-sucking bite, which entangles, scratches, and bites the target, causing damage to them and healing the zombies at the same time. They also had corpse poison, which was inside their each and every attack, along with a new attack of blood fury, which allowed them to enter a violent state and increase their strength and agility by 40%. Even these zombies started to slowly come out from the ground because they wanted to kill the whole group of living beings present in front of them. Sunji was alarmed when he looked at the elite monsters coming at him and told the rogue lady to protect Kin and Lu Fan while he ordered Jia to come with him because they can't let these pieces of rotten meats break through the front row. Even Jia stopped the fight he was taking on and immediately followed the leader's command. Both of them were ready with their heavy attacks, and Sunji used his full moon onto a blood zombie, splitting his hand from his undead body. Meanwhile, Jia also used his sword to thrust it where the zombie's heart should be, giving them lethal damage. Or at least they thought so. Sunji screamed at Jia, asking him if he can draw his weapon out or not, but both of them were now in shock as they saw that the zombies were smiling and were not even showing a hint of damage that they took. Suddenly, Jia saw that the blood zombies started to absorb both of their weapons inside them. They smiled and laughed frantically while growing big in size as they activated the corpse poison, which started infecting the group with the poison and healed the zombies in the process. Jia was not able to comprehend about how this was possible, and even Kin was in shock, telling everyone that the cop's poison requires the priest's clarity to remove it from the body, and she can't do so, thus meaning that she was unable to help anyone. Meanwhile, the zombie's growth was not stopping, and was now engulfing the knight's hand inside of them, also inflicting him with the corpse poison damage, which was increasing by every second. Jia was now desperate and screamed in pain while asking all of them to come and help him. He told Sunji to release his weapon quickly, otherwise he will get infected too. And after doing just that, Sunji ran towards the knight in the hope of saving him. He ordered the rogue lady to come to the front row and defend him from the blood zombies, while he pulled out the knight from the grasp of the muscular blood zombie. But she was not able to help them because she was busy fending off zombies, which were trying to make her like them too. Suddenly, they heard Lu Fan's voice, who told Sunji and the knight to chill out and let the lady continue to fight. We see that one of Lu Fan's eyes was glowing with a crimson red color as he had the epic machete in his hand, ready to slay all the monsters. Sunji wanted Lu Fan to get out of the way of the red blood zombies, thinking that he will be brutally damaged if he did not do so. But Lu Fan has an intense determination in his eyes as he used his legendary ink dragon machete and immediately attacked the blood zombie's throat with yellow flaming aura surrounding him all over, along with his legendary weapon. Everyone was shocked to the core by seeing this phenomenon unfold, and the most shocked among them was Sunji, who was not able to believe that. Lu Fan was able to defeat the zombie. On the other hand, he was returning Sunji his sword while telling him to not back down and keep moving forward with a smile on his face. But the uncle ignored that and immediately asked Lu Fan about how high his level was exactly because it was impossible for a newly transferred student to have such high attack power. But there were more important things in hand. The paladin, Little Gia, was gravely wounded, and Qin immediately came towards him while telling him to hang in there as he's going to get healed. Lu Fan and smiled with the dragon aura emanating from one of his eyes. While he told Sunji that he was a normal level 14 student, and there was no need for him to lie to anyone about that. He told everyone that he just came to Mount Shibaisan for doing some practice for the great exam. Qin was healing Little Gia while he heard these words coming out from the stranger, and realized that Lu Fan was a student from the same year as her. She was not able to comprehend about how a level 14 student actually had higher attack power than the uncle who was level 28. But suddenly, a red blood zombie attacked the lady from behind with a gruesome smile on its face. The rogue lady jumped in between their way with her crossbow while telling Qin to watch out. But to her surprise, the one he threatened to subdue was even faster than her and immediately got to the zombie, pinning it down to the wall with and lethally wounding the creature with his legendary machete. As he took out his weapon from the blood zombie, Lu Fan told everyone that the level of zombies in the village will only get higher and higher. He proposed an offer to them that he will fill the gap in the front row and ask them if they were okay with this decision. Sunji was thinking about this offer, while the ladies remembered a rumor about a person in the Jiangai city and wondered if that person was none other than Lu Fan. Qin smiled while telling him that they will count on him from this point on, and if he and the uncle lead the team in the front, the lady can take care of Little Gia and the rogue lady will cover the rear. She even informed Lu Fan that the secret realm guardian should be in the village. Hearing that Lu Fan told the group his name and started getting ahead of everyone while signaling them to come fast and go deeper into the realm. But hearing the name was a great shock to the whole group, as what they thought was indeed true, and Lu Fan was the rumored hidden class dragon tamer that recently awakened. But Qin was still not able to comprehend about how the dragon tamer was so strong when it was the weakest class. As the scene shifts, we see that Lu Fan and the others were now at the center of the village and were killing each and every blood zombie coming to their way. Lu Fan was fighting while he thought that Qin's profession cannot remove the corpse poison, and the teleportation gate only appears after defeating the secret realm guardian. Lu Fan realized that they have to hurry, or Little Gia will die in the secret realm as the corpse poison spreads, and then he might even turn into a zombie. But the rogue lady wondered about why there was no trace of the secret realm guardian even in the center of the village. Little Gia noticed that some zombies were circling Sunji from behind, and there was a rustling sound coming from the debris behind him. He mustered up all the strength he had and yelled at the uncle to watch out as he dropped down onto the ground and fainted. Seeing this, Qin ran towards him while yelling at him to hang in there. But then a red beam of light started shining above the group from the debris. As they turned around, they saw a huge iron-skinned zombie with multiple heads and one main red eye which was coming towards them with insane speeds. We come to know that the iron-skinned zombie was a level 20 monster, which gave 40 dragon coins upon defeat, along with 13,720 experience. It had the corpse poison attack, along with assimilation absorption, which absorbs the poison target and merges with itself, increasing the zombie's maximum HP. It even had steel skin, which made the iron zombie enter into an iron skin state, which increased its defense and endurance by 40%. The purple-head lady gasped as she knew that the secret realm guardian has appeared in front of them. Seeing the iron-skinned zombie, Lu Fan understood that Little Gia's corpse poison has worsened to the point where it can attract iron-skinned zombies towards him. He screamed at the group to quickly defeat the zombie before it tries to assimilate and absorb the paladin. Hearing that, Sunji immediately ran towards the zombie and attacked him with Moonlight Slash. But to no avail, his slash was not even able to give even a single scratch to the iron-skinned zombie. Even Lu Fan jumped into the fight once again while awakening his dragon aura, because he knew that there was no time left to him for letting the zombies attack slowly because the corpse poison was spreading very fast. He immediately took his black machete and pierced it through the iron-skinned zombie's main red one eye, but to no avail. Nothing happened to the creature because he was now into the steel skin state, which was increasing his defense and endurance by 40%. Lu Fan looked at his ink dragon scale machete while he thought that he needed 2 more hits, but they must be faster because they had no time, and the zombie can come and absorb little Gia at any time now. Suddenly he looked at the status window and saw the Dragon Blood Armor skill, which transformed the user partly into the dragon. Meanwhile, the iron-skinned zombie finally ran towards the paladin while it was charging its assimilation absorption skill, ready to absorb the poor guy. But at that crucial moment, Lu Fan yelled at Qin to use her holy spells in coordination with him while he began transforming his hand by using the blood dragon armor. He told the uncle to protect little Gia with the help of the purple-head lady. We see that as Lu Fan's transformation was complete, one of his hand was now converted into a dragon hand. And listening to his commands, even Qin was ready and started chanting her holy spells with her staff up in the air. Lu Fan and Qin ran towards the iron-skinned zombie, and our boy jumped at the creature with all his might. While the Holy Light Mage also used her Holy Starlight Rain attack onto the undead creature in the hope to defeat it once and for all by giving it massive damage. The iron-skinned zombie boss was running towards Lu Fan and the group with insane speeds, while it screamed that it wanted fresh blood and flesh. Our boy Lu Fan jumped into the air, ready to attack the unshakable creature right during its movement. And we see that suddenly the monstrous iron-skinned zombie started disintegrating, and its skin started falling bit by bit. Looking at that, everyone was surprised, while the purple-head lady realized that the zombie was disintegrating as it increases its speed. Hearing that the uncle understood that the iron-skinned zombie always relied on constant fusion and absorption technique to become huge and to maintain its body. Lu Fan instantly realized that if the iron body was not the original iron-skinned zombie, then the original body must have been wrapped inside all the iron. Sunji Gave was too impressed with our boy's thinking capabilities and instant action. Over many years serving the Qin family, he had already seen all kind of masters, but had never seen someone like Lu Fan because he was definitely a hidden profession. Suddenly we see that the iron-skinned zombie's skin disintegrating too much, and finally the original head of the zombie creature was now in front of everyone. Noticing that Qin told Lu Fan about it, and he started running towards the body once again with insane speeds as he transformed his hands into the dragon hand like before. Our boy jumped with all its might and punched the red-crimson eye of the iron-skinned zombie with his dragon hand while clenching its red eye into his hands and decimating it with the firepower. The zombie started screaming in pain and agony as fire burned his original body down to smithereens. Finally, the zombie was completely destroyed, and our boy Lu Fan landed onto the ground while undoing his hand transformation and getting his legendary black machete back into his hands. Seeing this, everyone was shocked to the core, not able to understand about how a freshman was able to defeat the guard of the secret realm of chance. Even Qin was a little tense, as she had never seen a powerful skill which can easily make a level 20 boss drop dead before. She just wanted to know about who Lu Fan exactly was. As the smoke clears, we see a silver chest which was the iron-skinned zombie's treasure box of level 20. Seeing that, Qin sighed as she told Lu Fan that her group will abide by the agreement and distribute the rewards according to the rules. She even apologized to Lu Fan because they were not familiar with each other before, and the whole group looked down on him without realizing his true power, and it was them who were rude to the boy, even when he was not. Hearing that, even Sun Ji complimented Lu Fan, telling him that he was definitely capable of passing through the secret realm all alone. And now it seemed that the whole group was there to make up for the number instead of Lu Fan himself. With a smile, Lu Fan thanked the uncle while telling Qin that she should be the one to distribute the rewards to the group. Hearing that, Kin opened the chest, but everyone was shocked by seeing the rewards. As the chest opened, it had multiple bottles of strength potion, which was the normal quality consumable, and increased strength by 2 points when consumed. The chest also had multiple antidote potions of rare quality, which eliminate core poison when they are consumed. But seeing that the purple-head lady doubted that the rewards from the secret realm of chance were too underwhelming. The chest also had the morning bracelet of excellent quality, which required level 10 to wear and increased strength points to 16 and endurance to 17. Looking at the bracelet, even Sunji was now in doubt, thinking that all the rewards were very shabby, and it was not quite right considering that the iron-skinned zombie was the secret realm's boss. Hearing everyone, even Lu Fan, started thinking about what the real matter could be. Meanwhile, the girl wanted the uncle to make little Jihad drink the antidote potion so that he can be cured as soon as possible from the deadly poison inside his body. After distributing all the rewards to everyone, Kin smiled as she gave the morning bracelet to our boy Lu Fan while telling him that he deserved it along with the strength potions and antidote potions. He smiled while thinking that the Kin family was really a very disciplined one. Sunji made Jihad drink the potion so that he could recover from the deadly poison which was infecting him. After giving all the equipment, Kin started wondering about how strange it was that she defeated the boss, but can't see the portal to get out of the secret realm of chance yet. Lu Fan was equipping the morning bracelet as he noticed something ominous coming towards their way, while the purple-head lady suggested everyone that they should start looking around for the portal. But hearing that, our boy screamed at the ladies to not move an inch. Lu Fan was able to see at his system that even when they defeated the blood zombies and the iron-skinned zombies, they were not the final boss of the morning village, and someone was still left. Hearing that, Sunji exclaimed, asking Lu Fan about the basis of his surety that someone was still left. But before Lu Fan can even answer, Kin told the uncle that as a holy light mage, even she can sense a very dark existence not too far away from them. We come near the lakeside of the morning village and see that it was all dark and gloomy, with the water giving off a stench not bearable by anyone at all. Even the group instantly agreed that if the lady says that someone is nearby, then something must have happened. And for that matter, the secret realm of chance was not that big either. So maybe they have missed to check a place when they first entered inside the morning village. We see that inside the water there was a big tentacle monster with multiple gruesome eyes and red crimson pupils, which are seething in anger due to the whole group defeating many of its minions. Lu Fan was sensing everything and knew that the imminent danger was coming sooner than anyone could think. Suddenly, we see that multiple tentacles with a large number of eyes come out of the ground, and everyone was shocked to the core while they maintained the space between them and the monster. Even the status window was not able to tell about what the monster was and what its level was. Realizing that Lu Fan was right all along, Sunji understood that this tentacle monster must be the final boss. Everyone got away from the gruesome tentacle hands, while Sunji tried to defend them with his red crimson sword. But as multiple tentacles attack him, he got thrown several meters from where he was standing due to the sheer force and power of the monster tentacles. Seeing that everyone was surprised that their highest level member of the group was now knocked onto the ground. Suddenly, Kin sensed that the tentacles were looking at her from all around, and the next moment they tried to grab the lady with insane speeds. In the midst of chaos, the lady was not able to comprehend about what was happening and can only scream and not do something. But our boy Lu Fan comes like a blazing fast turret and instantly catches the lady before the monster can get a hold of her. Even the lady can't stop blushing after seeing this heroic act of our boy. But we see that tentacles still attacked Lu Fan and threw him onto the ground along with the lady. The other group members immediately ran towards the couple, while the purple-head lady asked Kin if she was okay. Again, no one cares about the real hero in this story. But anyways. Suddenly we see a dark purple aura coming out of the river water in an instant, while the purple-head lady was stunned in deep fear. Everyone turns around and starts running towards the monster, and we see that the whole monster finally came out of the pond. While in the middle of the tentacle body, a lady with long hair and chained hands were looking at the whole group in anger and disgust. Let's call her Mommy Boss from now. I think it suits it more. The lady was the morning corpse of level 25, who was really the boss of the secret realm with a strength of 27 and agility of 183, along with spirit of 150 and stamina of 266. The lady was entangled with corpse aura and spreads it all the time, which decreased all attributes of all creatures in the secret realm by 20%. She also had the chain whip, which caused a lot of damage when it reached the target. She had resentment explosion, which exploded the accumulated resentment and drives back all approaching enemies and inflict corpse poison. We see that the grieving mommy boss with chains shackling her hand was now standing with the help of her tentacles, looking at Sunji along with the others, while the purple-head lady was surprised by looking at the real boss of the secret realm. As little Gia was now conscious, he wanted to fight the boss too, but Sunji calmed the paladin down, telling him that he can still fight and he will protect everyone including Gia until he fully recovers. But as Gia still wanted to fight, Sunji turned towards him, telling him to not force himself as soon as his body was just gaining some energy. But the uncle didn't notice that the tentacles of the mommy boss were going to slam him from above. Suddenly, the uncle looked at it and was somehow able to block the tentacle with his word. And Lu Fan ran towards the real monster with his big black legendary machete into his hand. He knew that the uncle and little Gia were barely holding on against the boss and that they can only rely on him to really defeat the boss. Lu Fan immediately realized that as long as the boss was still a zombie, there was only one way to defeat it. Lu Fan looked at the original body of the mommy boss, who was actually controlling the tentacles, and immediately jumped towards her. But seeing that, the mommy boss made a distorted face, and her mouth opened weirdly as she started screaming at our boy Lu Fan. The creature activated the Corpse Kai envelopment, which emitted Corpse Kai constantly, reducing all the attributes of creatures in the secret realm by 20%. Everyone was now affected by this attack, including our boy Lu Fan, but somehow he was able to still go on and reached one of the tentacle of the mommy boss while it attacked our boy ferociously. Lu Fan jumped onto the chain which was shackling the mommy boss and started running on it to reach the main body as soon as he can. Even the main body was shocked by this behavior of her boy, but Kin immediately warned Lu Fan to watch out from the iron shackles of the mommy boss. The main body immediately started using the chain lash attack, which whipped the chains from the sunken lake towards its targets, causing massive damage. Just after this attack, Lu Fan was not able to maintain its balance onto the chain and started falling off with the machete still into his hands. Now the main boss of the secret realm was so angry that it looked at the whole group in disgust and anger and started using its chain lash attack with an intention to kill all of them. Sunji immediately blocked the chain and told Kin to be careful while fighting the secret boss. The purple-head lady and little Gia were also defending from this attack, but the paladin's shield already broke from just one impact of the secret boss. Lu Fan was still on the offensive, trying to somehow reach the main body, but he immediately noticed that a tentacle hand swept through the air right beside him and straight away got to Sun Ji and the group, while the monster told Lu Fan that if he continued to resist its attack, the whole group is going to die. Knowing that, Lu Fan was not able to contain his anger and still continued going towards the main body of the monster, telling her to get out of the way and let them leave the dungeon. He even used his Dragon Strike attack once again, which mobilized the dragon energy to give a powerful blow to the enemy with the help of current weapon. The mommy boss was getting hurt and started doing desperate attacks of the chain lash, giving a continuous assault to the group and our boy Lu Fan. He finally used the Dragon Blood transformation and transformed its hand into a dragon glow, which helped him to break all the chains attacking him and the whole hunter group. After this attack, Lu Fan finally landed onto the ground after he broke all the chains of the lady which were attacking them. Sunji even told Lu Fan that the boss was not something that they can deal with right now, and he even advised Lu Fan that they should retreat first and strategize about dealing with this secret boss. Even Kin was worried about Lu Fan, and she told him that the whole group in bad shape and they were of no match of the secret boss. She even added that they will all be in great danger if they did not get out of the secret realm right now. But as the grieving lady was still looking at Lu Fan and was ready to attack once more, he told the whole group that they should retreat to the village first, where the zombies have already been eliminated. He gave the task to the uncle and the purple-head lady for them to make sure that the other two people of the group should be safe. Hearing that, even Kin was deeply worried, asking Lu Fan about what will he do by staying near the main mommy boss. Hearing that, Lu Fan dismissed the group with his hand while telling Kin that he will defeat the boss no matter what it took, and he once again told the whole group to retreat quickly. Hearing that, even the purple-head lady liked the idea of Lu Fan and asked Kin to retreat with them. The lady was deeply disappointed that they cannot help Lu Fan at all, and he had to deal with the monster alone. But on the other hand, Lu Fan raised his hand into the air, and a flaming aura surrounded the battlefield. While opening that portal, he thought that even without the debuff of 20% reduction in attributes, which was given to the group by the grieving mommy boss, the whole group would still not be able to help our boy Lu Fan that much. So instead of making them struggle, our boy wanted to have someone who can really cooperate with him and can really deal with the real boss of the secret realm. The mommy boss was still angry at Lu Fan and was looking at him with a killing intent, but even the creature was not able to comprehend about what was happening. Suddenly, Lu Fan told someone to come out of the portal and join our boy for some fun. Seeing that, the black legendary dragon came out of the portal and immediately grabbed the tentacles of the secret boss with her jaws. Everyone was shocked to the core by this sudden revelation of Lu Fan's secret. They were not able to believe that they were actually witnessing the presence of a mighty dragon in the secret realm. We see that even the dragon was way bigger than she was before. When Lu Fan got the dragon for the first time, the legendary dragon grabbed each and every tentacle coming at her with her sharp claws and huge hands. Meanwhile, the group was still in shock, seeing that the mysterious kid Lu Fan summoned a giant dragon into the secret realm. Even when Lu Fan had the plan to not reveal the dragon to the hunter group, there was no other way to defeat the secret boss without summoning her. Agreeing to every order of her master, the dragon immediately used the giant assault attack, which made the dragon rush at high speed and then bite the target, causing continuous bleeding damage. By doing this, the dragon broke multiple tentacles of the main body, causing the zombie mommy boss to scream in immense agony and pain, making her roar and to frantically attack. But even after all of this, the dragon was not ready to stop and gave a final attack to the secret boss of the secret realm, taking all the shackles of the mommy boss and making her submerge into the water once again. And with that, finally the secret boss of the realm of chance was defeated. Sun Ji was not able to understand about how Lu Fan was able to dismantle the whole enormous boss in just 2 blows. It was simply a terrifying thought to him. Even little Gio was not able to believe that he was witnessing the might of the dragon with his own eyes. Everyone in the group believed that seeing the dragon meant they are inevitable death. But that was not the case, and they were truly shaken and terrified while also being amused. Even Kin understood that the person in the recent rumors she heard about Zhanghai Sitam was really our boy, the one and only worthless dragon tamer Lu Fan. We see that Lu Fan was patting the dragon for the work she did, telling her that she did very good work. Lu Fan approached the chest and opened it. The chest began to glow, and as he looked inside, he started smiling. Little Kin held the magical staff with both hands and stood behind watching him, while the rest of the team simply stood silently watching. As Lu Fan opened the chest, it contained several objects. The first one was the Holy Light Staff. This object was of excellent quality, with 32 spirit points and 19 stamina points. The required level to use it was level 10. The staff had an ability called Holy Light Seal, which allowed the user to bind the target with light. The duration of the bind depended on the user's spiritual attributes. The second object was a robe called Twilight. This object was of excellent quality. It had 35 spirit points, 15 stamina points, and the required level to use it was level 10. This outfit had an ability called Light Flow, which allowed the user to use light to create a barrier to protect themselves from attacks. The amount of damage that the barrier could absorb depended on the user's spirit attributes. The third object was the Ring of Mourning. This object was of rare quality. It had 57 spirit points, 21 stamina, and 12 strength points. The required level to use it was 15. This ring had an ability called Mourning Aura that allowed the user to assign any target to obtain the Mourning Aura. Any attack launched by the person with the aura would be added with a resentment value. When the resentment value accumulated, the attacking target would be affected by negative effects such as poisoning, bleeding, and dizziness caused by corpses. The fourth and final object was the Job Transfer Scroll. This object was of rare quality, and it had no points as it was consumable. The effect of this object was to induce a low probability that a non-hidden profession would be transferred to the hidden profession of the current profession. Without thinking twice, Lu Fan chose the job transfer scroll. He stood up, and while holding the scroll in his hand, he turned towards Little Chin and the others. As his body emitted a blue energy, he revealed to them that he was going to choose the scroll. A system window appeared to inform him that he had successfully obtained the job transfer scroll. Little Kin approached Lu Fan and explained that he didn't need to go out of his way for them at all. According to the rules, these items belonged to him. And Lu Fan replied saying that he wasn't pretending to be a gentleman, and all the equipment had spirit attributes. The spiritual equipment was more suitable for her. He also added that all he needed was this job transfer scroll. Little Kin approached the chest, and while looking inside, she explained to him that if she hadn't met him, then all of them could have died in this place. Lu Fan simply stood still, watching without saying a word, wondering what she was planning to do. Several seconds later, after looking into the chest, she took out the mourning ring from the chest. She extended her hand towards Lu Fan, and while looking into his eyes, she asked him to please accept this ring. Wait a minute, is this a proposal? Our Giga Chad boy has secured a second waifu, guys. Without thinking twice, Lu Fan grabbed the ring, and while he was holding it in his hand, he closed his eyes and imagined doing naughty things with her. With a smile thought that if she acted this way, then he couldn't do anything. Little Chin stood up, and while holding the magic staff, she started staring into Lu Fan's eyes and began to blush while imagining doing dirty things to him. Wait, what the?
Stop it. Get some help.
She started wondering what else he hadn't shown to her. He was a very difficult person to figure out. While the dragon lady was playing with the filler guy, Uncle Sunji approached them, and while looking at Lu Fan thought that he was a very interesting person. Purplehead also approached them, and while looking at Lu Fan, she smiled and explained to Little Kin that it was time to prepare to return. That same night, several hours later, Lu Fan returned to his Aunt Han Ki's bun shop. She threw herself into his arms, closed her eyes, and explained that this was too dangerous because just by listening to him. I am getting a different kind of feeling from this interaction, guys. Maybe it's just me. But you can let me know in the comment section, what do you guys think? She continued saying that she started getting scared since he had encountered so many dangers in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan became somewhat confused. While he was staring into his aunt's eyes, he asked her what had happened. He also requested that she release him quickly, since he had been in the wilderness for several days, and his clothes were very dirty. Instead of letting go, Han Ki hugged him even tighter, closed her eyes, and while crying, explained to him that Lu Fan wasn't dirty at all. Indeed, it's a tight hug, everything in between is getting squished. She also added that because he had left without informing her, she hadn't been able to close her eyes during the past nights out of fear that once she woke up from sleep, her beloved Lu Fan wouldn't have returned home. Lu Fan closed his eyes, approached her, placed a hand on her back, and with a pleasant smile, apologized for leaving without warning. He also asked her not to worry, because he would never let her worry again. Whatever you guys say, this chapter is going sideways. I think our Giga Chad boy has an aunt with benefits, and a cute one indeed. While he was wiping her tears away with his hand, he closed his eyes and explained with a smile that everything was fine. He also asked her to stop crying. Upon hearing this, she stopped crying and thought that Lu Fan was a very good person. Then she turned to one side and began stroking the head of the dragon Xiaoye, who sat on the floor, closed her eyes, and started smiling because she was enjoying it a lot. While she was looking at Xiaoye, she explained to Lu Fan that she had been very surprised when she first saw her. She also added that such a cute girl like her was truly an extremely powerful dragon. Lu Fan simply smiled at this statement. Han Ki approached Xiaoye and asked if she had not eaten enough in the past few days, so she asked her if she was hungry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoye began nodding to indicate that she was indeed hungry. While the two of them were talking, Lu Fan approached them holding the job transfer scroll in his hand, looked at his aunt. He started explaining that this was the reward from the dungeon that he had specifically chosen for her. He brought the scroll closer to her and explained that if she changed from one job to a hidden job, then she would no longer have to keep watching this bakery. Han-ki stood up and explained that she couldn't use the job transfer scroll because it was too expensive. She advised him to simply sell it, since as he had left the weapons and equipment with the little Quinn of the Chin family. She recommended him to buy equipment so that his results would be the best during the big exam. Just before she could finish speaking, Lu Fan took out his mobile phone and showed her the balance he had in his bank account. He had a pleasant smile on his face as he explained to her that he no longer lacked money or equipment. Seeing that Lu Fan had so much money in his bank account, she was amazed. He approached her and explained to her that he had sold many of the materials he had collected during this trip. He also added that his travel companion Little Kin had promised him a reward of 100,000 yuan. After explaining this to her, he asked his aunt to believe his words as they would never have to worry about money again. Upon hearing this, Han-ki approached him, clenched her fist, and while looking into his eyes, couldn't help but shed a tear of joy. Lu Fan began to bring the job transfer scroll closer to her and insisted that it was better to use it now. She simply extended her hands towards the scroll, and while looking at Lu Fan with a happy expression, she thought he was right. She opened the scroll, and it started to shine while her body emitted a blue energy. Her hair and dress began to float, leaving her surprised. Several seconds later, slowly the scroll began to disappear, and she was floating in the air with the help of 2 helium balloons. She started floating in the air and absorbed the energy from the scroll. Lu Fan was covering his face with his hand due to the intense light. He looked at Han-ki and asked if she had been successful. While her body was still surrounded by blue energy and her hairs were floating, she slightly turned toward Lu Fan and explained to him that she had succeeded as she had obtained the best hidden occupation of a chef called Enchantment Chef. Lu Fan was surprised and asked her if there was anything special about this new hidden profession. She explained to him that she had a skill called enchantment cooking that allowed her to prepare food with various buffs. Lu Fan praised her, saying that his aunt's cooking was very good, so the additional attributes were going to be very high. Upon hearing this, she started smiling and explained that he was just speaking highly of her. Lu Fan decided to change the subject and asked her where Xiao Yi had gone. Xiao Yi had taken advantage of the fact that the two of them were talking to go to the kitchen and eat all the food. After filling her stomach with all the buns, she fell asleep on the ground. That same night, in the study room of Qin's family villa, Qin Kuei went to her father's office and sat on a sofa. While her father was sitting in an office chair holding a champagne glass in his hand, he turned towards her and asked if it had really been a dragon tamer named Lu Fan, who had summoned a powerful black dragon that saved your lives. Qin Kuei closed her eyes and explained to him that her stubbornness had almost cost them their lives. She continued saying Lu Fan was too strong, despite both of them having hidden professions. The difference between her and him was like that between a firefly and the moon. While her father was swirling his wine glass, he started looking outside through the window and asked her if she had told anyone else about the dragon. She replied that she hadn't because she had made a promise to Lu Fan that the matter regarding the dragon would not be revealed outside by the Qin family. Her father Qin Shanhai turned his head towards her and praised her for doing a good job. He also asked her how many of those people who coveted the power of the dragons would remain calm once this information was leaked. Little Qin stood up, and while staring into her father's eyes, she clenched her fist tightly and begged him not to leak the information since Lu Fan had saved all their lives. She asked him if he had anything against Lu Fan's dragon. To her response, Qin Shanhai started laughing out loud. He asked his daughter if she believed that her father was that kind of person. He also asked her how she was going to pay Lu Fan for saving their lives. Upon hearing this, little Qin felt quite relieved. She closed her eyes and explained to her father that when she had invited Lu Fan to join the team, she had promised him a reward of 100,000 yuan. Qin Shanhai sighed and advised her to take a purple tongue card and personally visit Lu Fan's the next day to thank him. She simply closed her eyes and nodded. Then she asked her father why he didn't come with her if he was so curious about Lu Fan. Qin Shanhai sighed and winked at her, while explaining that he also wanted to meet the Dragon Master but couldn't go because he had important matters to attend. Early morning the next day, the princess of Taiki Kingdom came from the Dragon Kingdom to study in Shanghai. The princess was a short girl who carried a magic staff and was being accompanied by her assistant. A tall man with black hair wearing black armor, a magic wand, and carrying a suitcase. They often had business dealings, so they still had to greet them. But coming here when the big exam was about to take place wasn't for studying abroad. The princess and her assistant arrived at Hanki's bakery. While she was preparing the pastries, damn! This woman always has some lusty poses to show us. Well, I am not complaining. She noticed that she had customers. She turned her head towards them and asked them to wait for a moment. Then she slightly opened the door and with a smile explained to the visitors that there were no steamed buns today. The princess asked her subordinate if this was the place they were looking for. She questioned if he had brought her to a garbage dump. Upon hearing this, the man explained that he would never dare to do such a thing. He also added that according to their investigation, this was indeed the place they were looking for. While the aunt was asking them about who they were, the man forcefully pushed the door open, causing the edge of the door to hit Hanki, and she screamed due to the pain. Both the little princess and man entered the store, and the princess turned her head towards her and explained that she was here to find someone. She asked if she knew a dragon tamer named Lu Fan. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Fan came down the stairs. He looked towards the door and asked his aunt if someone was looking for him. Then he notices her aunt in pain and holding her arm. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan panicked and asked her if she was okay. While the princess covered her nose and complained to the guy that this place was filled with an unpleasant smell. Quickly, Lu Fan approached Auntie Hanki and while holding her hand, asked if she was okay. He also asked what was happening. She explained that she was fine. While they were talking, the princess caught his attention and asked him if he was Lu Fan. She explained that she herself, the princess, had made a special trip to see him specially. Lu Fan turned towards her and asked who she was and why she was looking for him. The man introduced her and explained to Lu Fan that she was Princess Jinju from the Taizi Kingdom, and he introduced himself as Cui Hongtai, the princess's assistant. With a smile, the princess explained that she had come here to give him a breakthrough opportunity. Lu Fan was confused by this statement. She continued saying that being a dragon tamer must be a tough job. Then she reached out her hand towards Cui Hongtai. Upon seeing this, he nodded and opened the suitcase. Upon seeing what the suitcase contained, Lu Fan was surprised and started sweating. It didn't take long for him to realize that it was a dragon egg. Princess Jinju told him that as long as he accepted the request, the dragon egg would be all his. Upon seeing Lu Fan's expression, she pointed at him with her finger, and she explained to him that the conditions were very simple. She wanted him to be her slave and do everything she told him without disobeying. I think this spoiled little brat needs some taming. Cui Hongtai was holding the egg with both hands while showing it to Lu Fan. The bratty princess started explaining that the egg is the reward that she obtained in the armored dragon's lair. She was in a delusion that it was the only dragon egg in the world. Lu Fan's aunt was still confused with the terms of the contract and questioned the harsh terms of making her precious nephew into a slave. Lu Fan opened the status window to check the status of the egg. It was an egg of an armored dragon with a natural tough shell. The tough shell reduced incoming damage by 30%, and the only pathetic attack the armored dragon could do was swinging its giant tail in a fan-shaped area. This land dragon was even lower than a wyvern. While Lu Fan was checking the stats, the princess mistook him as he was scared and could not speak. She even called the pathetic egg a powerful dragon. Lu Fan cut her off and told her the attributes were good, but the only thing this armored dragon has is endurance. He joked if they call it a dragon. With this remark, the princess was shocked and questioned if Lu Fan really knew what he was seeing, and if he didn't understand what a dragon egg means to a dragon tamer. While the bratty princess was lost in thought, the aunt was questioning how could a child be like her and demand someone to be her slave. Lu Fan assured her that she did not need to worry, and he would handle the situation. The princess continued her tantrum, saying that a dragon tamer without a dragon is worthless, and as long as Lu Fan becomes her servant, he can become the strongest person in history. She questioned, is he not excited about thinking of being famous and powerful? While trying to put on a fake smile and being as polite as he can, he said, I refuse. That's our Giga Chad boy. I knew he would never accept that crappy offer. Now the only thing left is to teach this girl some manners. This refusal hit the princess like a truck, and she gets isekai'd into a new world. She questioned Lu Fan to rethink and make sure what he was saying. She was angry that he was refusing to become her servant and refusing to become a dragon tamer who would make history. At this point, Lu Fan was annoyed and told her to leave if this was the only matter she came for. He was not interested in the dragon egg and told her to stop that crappy joke of him being her servant. Hearing this remark, Kui Hong Tai defended the princess by saying that she is personally giving him a chance to rise to prominence. He called Lu Fan an ignorant fool for speaking disrespectfully to the princess. Chance. Respect. Don't be ridiculous. I won't be anyone's servant. Lu Fan replied. Kui Hong Tai, teach him a lesson. The princess yelled angrily while pointing at Lu Fan. He readied his fists and replied in agreement. Hearing this, the ant came in front of Lu Fan while telling Princess and Kui Hong Tai to wait and not be angry. She explained that Lu Fan didn't want this, and they should just drop the matter. In an instant, Kui Hong Tai closed the distance and punched her aside while yelling that the princess had given her order, and she should stand aside. Lu Fan was too shocked in this situation and tried to help her stand up while asking if she was injured and let him help her. She was holding her swollen red cheek and replied that she was fine. Kui Hong Tai was readying his fist for the next attack while saying that even mere commoners dare to defy the noble princess of Taiji. He wanted to teach them a lesson, the hard way. The ant noticed Kui Hong Tai's attack and yelled Lu Fan's name. In an instant, Lu Fan reacted and launched an attack toward Kui Hong Tai. He pointed his big black machete at Kui Hong Tai while warning that he had hurt his family and he would kill him now. Kui Hong Tai was shocked by the attack and his cheek was bleeding. He jumped back while his aunt was holding Lu Fan back while telling him to not be impulsive. The bratty princess had no idea what happened and questioned Kui Hong Tai about what he was doing and that she wanted to teach this guy a lesson. After tasting an attack from Lu Fan's big black machete, Kui Hong Tai thought that there was something wrong with Lu Fan. Lu Fan stepped toward bratty princess and delivered a super ultra special backhand slap right on her cheek. Well, this does not count as child abuse, does it? Well, they are not in America, so who knows? He told her that he did not care which country's princess she was. She should just shut her noisy mouth, take her trash, and leave his home. Watching the bratty princess getting slapped, Kui Hong Tai attacked Lu Fan while yelling, "How can he lay a hand on the princess?" Lu Fan easily deflected his attack with the big black machete, and his spear wand got knocked out of his hand. Kui Hong Tai then shifted his focus to the princess, who was holding her cheek while sitting on the ground. He asked her if she was okay. The princess then instantly passed on the super ultra special slap to Kui Hong Tai and called him trash while questioning him that does she look okay to him? She commanded him to kill Lu Fan, even if they can't find any other dragon tamer. She wanted him dead. He replied saying yes. The scene then shifted to Lu Fan's bedroom where his phone was ringing, and our waifu dragon Xiao Yi was annoyed by it. The person calling him at this time was Little Chin. She thought it was strange that he did not answer the phone, and it surely was the number that Lu Fan had given her when they went back to the city. She thought she might have remembered it wrong. She was walking in the street while wondering about Lu Fan's house location. There was a blast from the nearby wall, and she was startled. Kui Hong Tai was the reason for that blast. Lu Fan had knocked him out on the road through the wall. He was looking pretty beat up, and people around the street noticed that there was a fight. They yelled that a foreigner is causing trouble. The brat princess yelled at people to go away and stop looking at them, while Lu Fan was slowly walking like a champ holding his big black machete in his left hand. Ciu Hong Tai kneeled and said that he could not fight Lu Fan as his attributes are not low and he is way stronger. Then let this princess help you out. After saying this, the princess then started chanting a spell, and dark ominous energy started growing around her. Lu Fan noticed that this spell was the extremely opposite of Qin Kuei's spell. He thought that the princess was also a hidden class. Lu Fan, what's wrong? Little Qin rushed toward Lu Fan, and he was surprised to see her there. He questioned why she was here. In the meantime, the princess finished her chanting and all the ominous dark energy started pouring into Kui Hong Tai. He screamed due to surge in the energy, and both Lu Fan and Little Qin covered their eyes to the flash of high energy emitting from Kui Hong Tai. The status window revealed Kui Hongtai's class, which was a combat class, and he was a guardian knight, while the bratty princess Jinju was a combat class advanced spiritual witch. He turned into a monster, Lu Fan wondered. Lu Fan, I am here to help you. Little Qin took a defensive stance in front of Lu Fan. Kui Hongtai jumped into the air to attack them, and Lu Fan pushed Little Qin aside, saying that she needed to take care of his aunt who was in the shop. Kui Hongtai landed a heavy attack, but Lu Fan was able to dodge the attack on time, and the portion of the road where Lu Fan was standing moments ago was completely destroyed by Kui Hongtai's attack. While sliding back, Lu Fan thought that Kui Hongtai's attack power has become too high now, and he has turned into a monster. He will have to use Dragon Inspiration and Claw together to do some damage. The princess was standing with Kui Hongtai, yelling to kill Lu Fan to relieve her anger. Hearing this, Kui Hongtai pulled his staff, which was stuck in the road, and prepared to attack. But before he can attack our Waifu dragon Xiao, Yi jumped from the window and transformed into her original dragon form. This shocked both the princess and Kui Hongtai to the core, and the only thing they could mutter was, "It's a real dragon?" The chapter starts with the bratty princess holding her staff and calling Kui Hongtai useless, and to hold on a little longer as a skill charging notification shows that she is casting a spell. In the next instant, the dragon roared with such intensity that she was blown away and her spell got cancelled. The dragon Xiao Yi activated her own skill called the Dragon Bloodline, which reduced all damage received by 50%, provided immunity to all debuffs, and also increased self-healing ability by 500%. The dragon then slammed Kui Hongtai to the ground, and he was powerless and screaming like a little baby to let him go. Being a good dragon Xiao Ye she complied and threw him toward the princess, and he crashed on the road, making a big crater where he landed due to the impact. He apologized to the princess for his weakness. I think he should be apologizing to the aunt and Lu Fan. Seeing the pathetic state of Kui Hongtai, the princess wondered if this is the power of a real dragon. She came to the realization that there are other real dragons existing in the world, apart from the Jin family's pathetic defensive lizards. To get her out of her shock, Lu Fan called her, and she was instantly snapped out of her thoughts. Then Lu Fan started walking toward her like a villain, holding his big black machete in his right hand, asking her if she wasn't going to kill him to vent her anger. Hearing this, she took a step backward and in the process fell down in fear. "Don't come here! Stay away from me! You attacked my attendant and seriously injured him and humiliated me and threatening me." The bratty princess screamed in fear with teary eyes. She continued warning Lu Fan, saying that does he knew the consequences his action will bring, and now he has become the enemy of the Taiki kingdom. I think she is just blabbering at this point and trying to play the victim. Just like a typical Karen. To all this nonsense blabbering, our Giga Chad MC just flexed his big black machete and asked her if she was trying to scare him. He reached the bratty princess and with rage-filled eyes told the princess that she sent his men to harm his family. Don't say you are some kind of princess from Taiki Kingdom, and even if she is a god, he will repay it with interest. The little bratty princess was shitting her diapers at this point, and what he is going to do with her. While the dragon was charging a big fireball attack, Lu Fan raised the machete to attack the princess, and the instant he was about to attack somebody from the distance called his name. It was Little Qin's father, Qin Shanhai, flying toward him on a griffin. "Dad, it's dangerous!" Little Qin screamed to warn him of the situation. Xiao Ye took notice of Qin Shanhai and aimed the fire attack in his direction. But before she could attack, Lu Fan stopped her from attacking while cutting the staff of little bratty princess with his big black machete. The dragon canceled the attack, and Qin Shanhai landed on the ground. He urged Lu Fan to call the dragon back as the air is filled with residents, and they can get injured, while he was wondering that true dragons are indeed different from subtypes. The dragon was emitting immense pressure, and it was hard to stand even near her. The poor griffin was also scared due to the overwhelming pressure of Xiao Yi. Little Qin also urged Lu Fan to listen to her and believe that they are on his side. Being a Chad who listens to his girls, Lu Fan called back Xiao Ye, and she instantly transforms into her waifu form. Little Qin then grabbed Lu Fan from the arm and asked him to follow her, while her fur kin Shanhai was asking the little brat if she was right, and he went to the airport to pick them up and didn't expect her to be there. He told her that the Kin family driver would be here soon to take them to the hospital. The scene then shifts to inside the bun shop, where the aunt is explaining that little Quin's father knows the bratty princess, and he might be able to resolve the conflict. And that is the reason little Kin made the call to her father and told him about the current situation. To this, Lu Fan responded that he has a feeling that she won't let this go. While they were conversing, Kin Shanhai walked in and explained that he understood the situation, but Lu Fan caused trouble as soon as he met him. He joked that Lu Fan had a knack for it. Lu Fan apologized for the trouble and explained that this time he couldn't be blamed for it as the bratty princess was at fault. The aunt asked Mr. Kin how will today's incident would be handled. He explained that they have sent both the princess and Kui Hong Tai to the hospital. They mentioned that they needed to give an explanation to the Jin family. He further explained that the Jin family not only engages in business bit, also has considerable influence in upper echelons of the kingdom. At this statement, Aunt was concerned that Lu Fan had hit them, and he might face the punishment. Even if she has immense power, so what? I won't compromise my dignity for a dragon Ed, our Giga Chad MC replied. At this statement, Kin Shanhai was super happy and praised Lu Fan for his integrity and told him that he admired him. He further explained that Lu Fan does not have to worry too much about it, and he will ensure his safety. While smoking in style, he told Lu Fan that he can't do it alone, and he has a condition. What condition? Lu Fan asked. Achieve the position of South Province champion in the grand exam, he said while pointing his cigarette at Lu Fan. He further explained that he would do his best to hold back the bratty princess until the exam was finished. Hearing this, little Kin explained that it would not be easy as there are countless top students in the entire South Province. But only if you surpass them and become the champion, I will be able to help you, Kin Shanhai added. Suddenly, our boy Lu Fan had a determined face and told the man that he understood the situation and that he will accept this condition. The scene changes to the hospital, where the bratty princess was running around in anger, talking on the phone while screaming at the person on the other side, saying that Kin Shanhai was obviously favoring Lu Fan because that guy had not been caught yet. But the person from the other side tried to calm down the bratty princess, telling her that they will try to contact the high-level officials of the kingdom immediately and ask them to resolve the situation. But the princess was still not happy, telling the guy to put pressure on the high-ranking officials, saying that it was her order. She angrily stated that she was going to kill Lu Fan. Guess she still hasn't learned her lesson. I bet the whole empire can't beat our Giga Chad MC with the dragon waifu around. But what do you all think? Let me know in the comments section. The scene then shifts, and it is the next day before the grand exam of the 3rd middle school. All the students were gathered and a huge crowd was in the playground, as everyone checked each other's levels and tried to form groups with each other later. And suddenly everyone turned around as they saw Lu Fan back in the school. They even thought that Lu Fan got back home to sell the steamed buns. Some of them even pointed out that even though Lu Fan was a brilliant student and now turned into trash. No school wanted him. He was still participating in the exam. But Lu Fan is now different from the last time. Even when he felt nostalgic for the ideal gossip, he knew that he was too lazy to deal with them on any level. Suddenly, the Grandmaster shouted at all these students to calm down. He announced that the South Province Grand Exam was about to begin. Lu Fan was standing in the middle of all the students and thinking that after self-upgrading to level 15, the treasure maps he received every day were not used. The reason of not using the maps was because all of them were intermediate level. He was thinking of combining all 3 of these into a high-level treasure map, which can help him to prepare for the big exam. While he was in the middle of these thoughts, someone called him and asked if he is also participating in the big exam. When he turned around, it was his teacher, and he replied saying that he has to, and he has been working to increase his strength. The teacher then proceeded to hand him a teleportation stone while praising him for his good work. The teacher continued saying that he believes in his fighting spirit, which might not be worse than that of other professionals. Lu Fan just smiled and started checking the status window of the stone he had in his hand. The stone was of rare quality, and when used in the Trial Secret Realm, it teleports user to first floor of the Heavenly Tower. When used in the Heavenly Tower, it teleports user to the Trial Secret Realm platform. After he was done checking the stone, the teacher warned him that the importance of the profession in this world is too great. Although it was only an exam, but a mistake can lead to injury or a death. He advised Lu Fan to try and find a teammate for the trial. If things does not work out, he should use the teleportation stone to get out and not make things even more difficult for himself. Lu Fan smiled and said, "Okay, teacher." After the teacher left, some students started gossiping about Lu Fan. Why do all these background characters doubts our MC? I bet they haven't seen his big black machete just yet. Lu Fan ignored them and started thinking that in the team the scores are divided among the teammates. What he want is not just to pass the trial, but to be at the first place as he promised to Qin Shanhai. In the next moment, someone called Lu Fan. When he looked around, it was little Qin. She was walking toward Lu Fan with another girl. I guess this new girl is potentially Lu Fan's third waifu. What do you guys think? Let me know down in the comments section. If you guess correctly, I will pin your comment and mention you in the video when she officially becomes a waifu. Lu Fan asked her if the new girl is her teammate. She agreed and introduced her as her best friend. Her name is Jiao Man, and she is level 1 combat professional swordsman. She said hello to Lu Fan, and cutting her off, little Qin asked Lu Fan if he would like to team up with them for the trial. At this statement, Xiaoman was stunned. To little Qin's surprise, Lu Fan apologized and said that he is planning to participate alone in the exam. He further explained that he knows that she wants to help him, but this is the condition he has put up for himself. He waved bye to both the girls and said that he is heading to the exam site. Little Qin was a bit disappointed that she is missing a chance to work with the guy of her dreams, and she wished him luck. She thought that with his level strength, anyone who team up with Lu Fan at this point is going to be just drag him down. After Lu Fan left, Xiaoman questioned little Qin that why she invited the weakest profession to team up with them. To this question, little Qin replied that he is strong. She further explained that Lu Fan will be top scorer in Southern Province, whether she believes it or not. Xiaoman was surprised at this response and asked little Qin that what is she talking about and was she falling in love with the dragon tamer Lu Fan. Little Qin denied, saying that she is just imagining things while her cheeks were all red. Xiaoman teased her further, saying her cheeks are red when she was trying to deny the statement. The scene shift to the Grand Exam Trail Secret Realm. Lu Fan walked through the portal lake a Giga Chat and said, "This is where it all begins." On a big screen, the principal announced that the portals in the sky are divided into 4 levels: normal, hard, fear, and nightmare. When the portal opens, the selected candidates of that level can enter the Heavenly Tower using the teleportation stone which their teacher distributed earlier. The Heavenly Tower at the normal level is all projections and won't cause fatal injuries. The score multiplier of this reel is 0.9x. From hard level onwards, all the monsters are real, and when the student uses the teleportation stone to safely exit, their score will be saved. The hard level's score multiplier is 1.0. It seemed like everyone usually picked this realm. As the higher ones are usually chosen by the hidden professions, they are way too difficult for normal professions, and it is considered suicidal for the weak normal professions. The principal continued his explanation, saying that the monsters at the fear level are more ferocious, and this realm is not recommended for the solo challenges. He advised that not to care about score sharing as life is more important. The score multiplier to this realm was 3.0x. Someone instantly started laughing and screamed, saying his principal to watch him as he is going to set the highest score in the exam. This guy's name was Hongwu. He has his hidden profession of Qigong Master and is level 14. Looking at him, Xiaoman mentioned that he is the #1 expert at #1 middle school, and he ranks in top 5 in the province. Little Qin explained that Qigong Master is a versatile profession, whether attacking or defending. She mentioned that he is going to challenge the hard realm solo. After hearing Hongwu's declaration, other students said that they were doomed and can only aim for low rankings. Other student added that they are definitely no match for him and should have chosen a lower difficulty. The scene changes to the principal's office, where a bunch of screens were showing all the students. The principal of #1 middle school started laughing while stating that Hongwu is the most formidable student at their school. He added that it was a sure win for him, and he will become the top scorer. He mentioned that little Kin is also good, and in his opinion, she should be in the top 3 rankers. Lu Fan's principal thought that it was a pity. If Lu Fan had awakened to another hidden profession, he would have taken the first place. While he was lost in the thoughts, Mr. Win Shanhai said that for the first place, he has a quite promising candidate in the mind, and he is optimistic about him. The principal asked him, who is he referring to? He said, Lu Fan the Dragon Tamer from O3 School. At this statement, Lu Fan's principal was stunned, and the principal of number 1 school pointed that all the students have gone, but Lu Fan hasn't entered the Heavenly Tower yet. He questioned if he is giving up on the exam. While laughing, he asked Mr. Quinn to don't joke and questioned what can he expect from a dragon tamer. He pointed to the scoreboard saying that Hong Wu is already on the 4th floor, and if he is ranked first at the scoreboard. Lu Fan's principal realized something, and with a shocked expression explained that he is not giving up. He is waiting for the last difficulty level portal to appear. He is choosing Nightmare Trial. The Nightmare Trial is one way. This student is too overconfident. The principal of number 1 school shouted. The Nightmare Trial appeared in the sky, and the score multiplier was 9.9 for this realm. Lu Fan prepared to enter the trial realm, while the principal of number 1 school shouted that he will die in this and urged Principal Bai to stop him from entering. While Lu Fan entered the trial with a smile, the principal was concerned and mentioned that no one who has challenged the Nightmare Trial has come back intact. The last person who challenged the Nightmare Trial was 8 years ago, and he was eaten by the ferocious beasts, which was a miserable death according to the principal. The principal of number 1 school questioned that wasn't he educated properly about the rules of Grand Exam? He mentioned that this dragon tamer is doomed for sure. He continued saying that Mr. Quinn's judgment also needs improvement as Lu Fan can't be compared to Hong Wu at all. To this, Quinn Shanhai winked while saying that they should just focus on the performance of talented of Qigong Master. He mentioned further that it's still too early to draw conclusions, and why don't just observe for a little longer without making deductions. Principal Bai asked Quinn Shanhai why he trusts Lu Fan so much. While they were discussing, Lu Fan entered the 1st floor of Nightmare Trial. In the next moment, a paw stepped toward Lu Fan out of the dense fog. There were a couple more red eyes behind him, and he was surrounded by the monsters in an instant. Lu Fan quickly pulled out his big black machete and took a defensive stance. He thought that according to his knowledge, there should be at least 10 monsters around. From the fog, a couple of black-maned wolves stepped out. Their level was 10. Their bite attack caused continuous bleeding damage to the target, and the other skill Night Howl increases all the attributes of friendly targets and reset all skill cooldowns. The wolf roared at Lu Fan and jumped toward him. While maintaining a cool demeanor, Lu Fan responded with Dragon Fang Strike. He sliced all the wolves to a crisp in just one attack, and the notification announced that the Nightmare Trial Sky Tower, 1st floor completed, and he instantly gained 990 score. The principal of 1st Middle School was shocked and said, "One hit kill? What's the deal with this Lu Fan? He's ridiculously strong." Other principal added that his attributes are clearly above the level of his peers. Principal Bai was also shocked and questioned that could it be that he has found the legendary dragon. With 990 points, Lu Fan instantly jumped to the 2nd position on the scoreboard. At the same time that the director of number 1 middle school and the others were watching Lu Fan from the surveillance room, someone in a detective suit walked in. This person had one hand in their pocket and a briefcase in the other. They were wearing a cap and glasses. It was hard for the directors of number 1 middle school and Director Bai to believe that Lu Fan had only used one blow to defeat the Black Mane Wolves. Suddenly, the man opened the room door, which caught everyone's attention. In response to hearing his voice, Shanhai turned his head back and became alert when he saw him. Upon entering the room, the man said his name was Kang Xing. He was a special representative from Longdu. He came here to investigate someone and then take them back to Longdu. He took off his cap and looked at Shanhai. He then asked where the Dragon Master, Lu Fan, was. A window with statistics showed up. Kang Xing was level 57 and in the combat specialization. At the same time, Lu Fan started using the big black machete to cut through the vines in the nightmare trial. He opened the system map with the other hand while holding the machete in the other. He felt good when he realized he had found what he was looking for. He saw a system window informing him that he had reached the right spot on the treasure map. After that, another window on the screen told him that a high-level treasure map had been made. Lu Fan couldn't help but feel excited as he looked at the system map. The high-level treasure map he had made before going into the trial realm was on the first floor of the Celestial Tower. As Lu Fan started to cut through the thorny plants blocking his way, he came across a book. He reached out and took it. An alert window showed up on his screen telling him that he had successfully acquired a skill book named Accelerated Growth. This book shined. It had several gems set into the cover. The statistics window said that this book was called Accelerate Growth and was very good. The skill book taught the user a passive skill that sped up growth after it was used. This skill made pets gain 100% more experience. Lu Fan opened the book right away, which made it give off a strong energy that started to surround his body. He gained the ability to grow faster as a result. He thought this skill would work well for small animals that come out at night while he was reading the book. As strong energy surrounded him, he clenched his fist tightly. When he left the morning village, he felt like Xiao Ye was leveling up too slowly. Now that she had this passive skill, she would level up a lot faster. At the same time, in the room where Director Bai, Shanhai, and Qiang Shang were present and watching Lu Fan through a screen, Kang Xing told Director Bai that because Lu Fan was a student at their school, Bai should immediately interrupt his trial and ask him to return here. Director Bai gave him a serious look and told him that it would be best to wait until the students were done with their exams, even if there was something important to do. He was willing to take responsibility for Lu Fan's actions because he was in charge of the Third Institute. Kang Xing replied that Director Bai could take responsibility instead of Lu Fan, but he couldn't get punished for him. Because Director Bai didn't understand what he meant, he asked what punishment he was talking about. Shanhai then walked up to Qiang Shang, grabbed his arm, and asked him to step back a bit considering their old friendship. He asked him to pay attention. There was a man from No. 1 Middle School who reached out and asked what the Dragon Master had done. Kang Xing turned his body backwards and with a little force made Shanhai release his arm, leaving him somewhat confused. With an angry look, he asked Shanhai not to distract him while he was performing his task and also requested that he not try to approach him. After saying this, he gave Shanhai a mad look and told Shanhai that if he got involved in this, the Jin family and the top Dragon Clan members would not be happy, even though he didn't know why Shanhai was defending the Dragon Tamer. Shanhai did nothing but look at Kang Xing with a serious face and keep quiet. After saying this, he turned around, pushed Shanhai with his hand, and asked him if he got it. After that, he told Director Bai to bring Lu Fan. He was busy when Shanhai called him an old friend. He turned his head back when he heard that. Shanhai took out a cigarette, lit it, and put it in his mouth. He then brought the lighter close to his mouth to light the cigarette. His conversation with Kang Xing showed that the close ties between important Longdu officials and the Jin family affected both the Dragon Kingdom and the Taiki Kingdom, making things more complicated. He told everyone that the high-level officials and the Jin family would no longer be important once Lu Fan's secret came out. He lit the cigarette and looked at Kang Xing seriously. He told him that no one could take Lu Fan away today. Kang Xing got very angry when he heard this. When he looked at Shanhai, told him to stop talking trash because he didn't think Lu Fan was hiding something. He said, Shanhai is going too far as he is defying orders from an envoy. As Kang Xing was about to turn around, Shanhai grabbed his arm and said, even if he thinks he is going too far, he will accept it. The tension rose between them, and the system window informed that Qin Shanhai was a level 57 knight, and Kang Xing was level 57 swordsman. I will report your actions to higher-ups of Longdu, Kang Xing replied, with an angry tone. Principal Bai then calmed them down, saying that they must not disrupt the major exam. Qin Shanhai then asked Kang Xing that isn't he curious about the secret of Lu Fan, which can make the higher-ups of Longdu and Jin family shocked. Kang Xing then realized that Lu Fan was currently in the nightmare level. This revelation shocked him. The scene changes to Lu Fan, who is standing in front of a gate while thinking that he wanted to see how far he can go by just relying on himself. And now that he has this passive skill, it's better to summon Xiao Yi early to gain more experience. The status window then showed all his stats, which included the new growth acceleration skill. This skill increased the experience gained by the pet 100%. Kang Xing then questioned that how Lu Fan dared to challenge the nightmare difficulty, and what is special about him. The principal of first school then replied saying, "Didn't you see him taking out multiple opponents in a single move earlier?" In the next instant, Lu Fan shouted, "Come out Xiao Yi," and summoned the dragon. And it appeared with the loud roar. Both the principal and Kang Xing were surprised at this sudden appearance of the dragon. Kang Xing was out of the words. The only thing he muttered was, This is a dragon." The dragon then raised its claw and attacked the door. Watching the dragon's attack, Qin Shanhai was sweating. He thought that although he has seen it once, seeing it again is still shocking. In the next instant, the dragon destroyed the door completely, and the entire area was filled with rubble. Qin Shanhai turned around and asked everyone that they have now seen Lu Fan's secret, and all the people in the room were sweating with the appearance of the dragon. Qin Shanhai then pointed toward the screen and announced that Lu Fan is the only dragon tamer in the history who has a real dragon. Principal Jin was also sweating. The only word he could speak was Lufin. Really came the giant dragon? They continued watching the screen where it was showing the nightmare trial second floor, and the dragon was using its flame breath to burn everything in the sight. There were huge flames everywhere, and Lu Fan was also cutting the giant plant monsters without any effort. In an instant, the notification announced that the second floor is now cleared. Looking at the massacre Lu Fan did at the second floor, the principal of the first middle school thought that this is the power of the real dragon race. A class, without the third transformation, will not be able to compete with him. The other guy behind him agreed with him, saying it's too terrifying. After leveling up, it will be enough to destroy the entire country on its own. They were both in the shock, witnessing the dragon's tremendous power. With the completion of second floor, Lu Fan took the first place on the leaderboard with 50,000 points. The second place was Hong Wu with 27,550, and the third place were Little Qin and Tao Xiaoman with 12,570 points each. Lu Fan kept climbing the tower and conquering all the floor easily with the help of Dragon. Now the scene showed him at the 13th floor of the Nightmare Trial, where Dragon was relentlessly killing all the monsters, and Lu Fan was also launching big slashing attacks with his big black machete. He was killing all the beasts without mercy, and the notification informed that the 13th floor was now cleared, witnessing the situation. The principal Jin then wondered not only the dragon, but Lu Fan has also gained strength miraculously. He guessed what that his various attributes must all exceed 100 at this point, and even without summoning the giant dragon, he can still easily rank first in the Zhenghai city. Qin Shanhai asked Kang Xing that after witnessing how powerful a real dragon is, does he still really wants to bring Lu Fan in front of the higher-ups? Kang Xing replied saying that today he really witnessed the power of a dragon, and he understood now that why can Shanghai dare to offend the Jin family. After hearing this, King Shanghai said that he will send a video of a segment of Lufin's major exam to the teacher, and from now on, there is no need for a special envoy to bother Lu Fan and the Jin family. He recommended Kang Xing to go back. Kang Xing asked, "By teacher, you mean?" "Town North Marquis Tujing," Qin Shanhai replied. By this time, Lu Fan has already reached the 20th floor of Nightmare Trial. He was standing in the dark corridor, and there was a purple light at the end of the corridor. The purple light came toward him, and it was a magic spell casted by a dark sacrifice, which was level 15. The status window informed that it has various abilities, including Black Curse, which decreased all target attributes by 50% and increased all friendly target attributes by 25%. The other ability it had was Merge into Darkness, which pulls it and all the allies into the shadows and became immune to all the attacks for 15 seconds. The last ability it had was Dark Control, which helped it to command the Dark Knights behind it. This ability gave full control of Dark Knights to Dark Sacrifice. Looking at all the enemies, Lu Fan thought that with all the accelerated growth effect, Xiao Yi should be close to leveling up. He ordered Xiao Ye to use Lava Blaze and our Waifu dragon. Xiao Ye started charging the Lava Blaze attack in the next moment. The dragon released a massive fire burst, and the status window informed that the attack continuously spew flames forward, dealing damage while healing the dragon. The entire floor then got covered with the flames, and all the knights and menacing enemies were burned to crisp. The notification then informed that the 20th floor was now cleared. Several other notifications popped, which informed that the Black Dragon level has now increased to 11, and Lu Fan's level now increased to 16 with the completion of 13th floor. Lu Fan's scores reached 90,000, while the other players were way behind him. Lu Fan then smiled and told Waifu Xiao Yi to let together conquer the Heavenly Tower. The scene changes to a loud explosion on the 50th floor of the Fear Trial. It was Hong Wu's doing. A new notification appears, announcing that the 50th floor has been cleared. He thought that it was a misfortune that this year's grand examination was truly perverse. He wondered that these monsters should be at least on the 70th floor of the trial. He believed that regardless of the toughness of the challenge, he will be the first place and Qin Kui will be her only close competition, but she is in a team and her points will be halved. He affirmed that the title of the top scholar in the Southern Province examination is destined to be him. He started laughing while asking his principal to keep watching his performance. He continued saying that the principal should now contact the heads of top 10 academies to prepare for his admission. Wow. This guy is truly delusional and self-centered. The principals in the room were not even looking at him and continued watching Lu Fan. The principal Jin said that the Tower of Letters' 50th floor is a considerable hurdle. In the past, all the Southern Province scholars stumbled at this hurdle. The principal of the first middle school adds in saying that this level is watershed even if Lu Fan passes this level. His pace will be much slower for the next levels as the difficulty will rise from this level. The scene changes to Lu Fan standing at the 50th level of the Nightmare Trial. The area is filled with heavy snow. Lu Fan is checking the status window of Xiao Yi. The status window shows that she has learned a new skill. This new skill is called Shape Transformation. It will allow her to change into 4 different forms. The forms she can change are Young Dragon form. This form increases all the attributes and the consumption is reduced by 50%. The second form is called Dragon Maiden form. This form is changed due to the blood pact with Lu Fan. Damn. I like this phone, she should always stay in this one. I think this is the main Waifu form she always takes. The third one is Destruction Dragon Open form. This phone decreases this strength by 50%, but increases the spirit by 100%. In this form, she will also acquire new skills named Daylight Incineration and Lava Eruption. The last available form is World-Ending Water form. In this form, the spirit is reduced by 50%, but the strength is increased by 100%. The skills acquired in this form are Earthbend and Fearful Roar. While he was busy checking the status window, the stones around him started moving and formed a shape of big creature with a red glaring eye at him. There were total of 3 monsters. The status window informs that this entity is Amethyst Mountain Giant. Its level is 20, and it has many scales including Mountain Arm Landslide and Amethyst Rock. The Mountain Rock skill deals a massive amount of damage in front by swinging the rock arm. The Amethyst Rock skill reduced the magic damage received by 50%, and it makes the monster immune to armor-piercing effects. Looking at the situation, Principal Jin questioned that how is he going to fight 3 nightmare bosses at the same time? The principal of First Middle School also added saying that he knew that the 50th floor would slow Lu Fan's speed of climbing the tower. He thought that Lu Fan's score is already high enough that he is first in Jianghai City. According to him, it is very likely that this score will make him the top scholar of the Southern Province. He invades saying that Lu Fan is such a promising student, and why is he not from the First Middle School? The scene changes to the 50th floor, where the monsters were about to attack our boy, Lu Fan. The status window showed that the monsters are using Mountain's arm attack. The attack was about to reach Lu Fan, while he was thinking that reaching halfway up the Tower of Ladder, the difficulty has increased from previous floors. Since the difficulty is increased, he should also raise his power. In the meantime, Xiao Ye blocked the incoming attack with her left hand, and Lu Fan was standing in the middle of the attack without even breaking a sweat. He ordered Xiao Yi to try the World Ender form. She instantly roared in agreement, and in the next moment, the dragon's body was surrounded by the red flames. Looking at the transformation principal, Jin said that Lufin is preparing for something while the dragon was starting to emerge in her new form. Xiao Yi's new form was indeed a cool one. Her entire body was off pitch black color with menacing red eyes. The system then informed about the successful transformation. The dragon's strength was increased from 456 to 2912, and her spirit decreased from 1424 to 712. She also gained 2 new scales, Earth Shatterer and World Ending. All the people in the monitoring room were amazed by the dragon's transformation. Principal Jin questioned what? This dragon can also switch combat forms? Qin Shanhai was also surprised with this new development and said that such a transformation sends shiver down his spine. The scene changes to our boy Lufan. The monster was about to attack from behind, but he instantly saw the attack coming and dodged it without any effort. By jumping into air. He used Dragon Inspiration skill, which inspired him and the dragon, resulting in increasing all attributes and attack power by 10%. He ordered Xiao Yi to launch Mighty Jaw Assault on one of the monsters. With this attack, the dragon instantly shattered one of the monster's head. Watching this scene, the principal of First Middle School was shocked and said that a level 20 boss was shattered just like that. Looking at the situation, Principal Jin assumed that to shatter the defense of the Amethyst Mountain Giant, the POW that attack launched by the dragon must have to exceed 2,000 points. While the first monster was getting shattered, the second monster tried to grab Lu Fan, but he easily maneuvered his body to avoid the grasp of the monster. Then, he used Dragon Claw to launch an attack on the monster, which resulted in a big explosion. Qin Shanhai then questioned old Qian that now looking at Lu Fan's strength, don't he feel fortunate that he stopped him from taking Lu Fan away? Old Qian was out of words and couldn't say anything in response to this question. He was focusing on the ongoing battle. Lu Fan was effortlessly dodging all the attacks of the monster, and then the dragon launched World-Ending Roar, which added vulnerability effect to the monster. Lu Fan then announced that he will deliver the final blow, but to his surprise, the dragon had already launched Earth Shatter skill, which caused a message damage to the entire area and opened a large black pit, and the monster fell into it. The system then announced that the black dragon leveled up to level 12 and Lu Fan leveled up to level 6. Lu Fan was extremely happy with this outcome and thought that choosing the nightmare level was indeed the correct choice. He continued thinking that the difficulty is easy for him as long as it rises with each level, because he will also grow stronger after clearing every level. Then the notification announced that the 50th floor was conquered successfully, and he started walking toward the portal to go to next floor, and the dragon was following right behind him. After witnessing the battle, Qin Shanhai said that it seems that so-called 50th floor watershed poses no difficulty for Lu Fan. The principal of First Middle School added saying the dragon's strength exceeded his understanding. Principal Jin then questioned Special Envoy Qian about his extensive experience in the Dragon City to discern the terrifying numerical value of the dragon's strength attribute after changing the form. To this question, he answered saying that he has seen many big shots in Dragon City take action, and if he compared the power to those guys, the strength attribute of this dragon after changing form must be at least 2,500 points. At this statement, the principal of First Middle School was surprised and shouted 2,500 points. Aren't our levels and attributes not worth mentioning? Principal Jin then thought that as he previously anticipated, the attributes of the dragon will only be more, not less. The principal of First Middle School then said that since they have passed the 50th floor, the X+1 mode will gradually become apparent. X+1 Qin Shanhai questioned. Yes, the X+1 mode was established by the scholar who first designed the trial tower. Principal Jin started explaining. He continued saying that after the examinees boss the 50th floor, every floor with a large number of ordinary monsters will encounter one boss floor. This makes the trial more like a real secret realm. The examines will constantly be in mortal danger. However, in the nightmare level tower of the ladder, whether it's X or 1, all have been replaced with the nightmare level bosses. He continued his explanation saying in the nightmare mode X+1, where the boss is not singular but multiple at a time. the attributes of each boss will also increase exponentially. At this explanation, Qin Shanhai replied, saying that indeed it sounded formidable, but they should keep paying attention to Lu Fan. He said that for Lu Fan, there is no need to ponder over the intricacies of X+1 while the scene showed Lu Fan fighting fiercely and defeating another boss with his big black machete. The dragon was chewing another boss's head, and the notification window informed that the level 70 has been cleared. With this, the dragon leveled up to 13th, and Lu Fan's level rises to 18th. Qin Shanhai continued saying that it was evident that the ladder tower from the 50th floor onward has been designed with increasing difficulty. However, with the World Ender Dragon Xiao Yi by his side, there was no need for strategies to pass this grand test. Lu Fan started walking while wiping his mouth and asked Xiao Yi to follow his lead, and she agreed with the role while splitting the dead monster's head in half. Witnessing this spectacle principle, Jin said that in just a matter of minutes, Lu Fan has already reached the 78th floor. The principal of the first middle school agreed, saying that to be honest, this year's letter tower was the most challenging it has ever been. He said he had his doubts about whether anyone could break through the 80s with such a design, but now it seems he was thinking too simply, and the scene showed the rampage of world-ending dragon, which was spitting fire from its mouth, and the monster bosses were running for their life. Then the notification announced that the 76th floor was cleared. The next floor's boss was a giant worm, which was about to attack Lu Fan. He used dragon blood armor transformation and killed the boss instantly with the single attack while the dragon was holding its head with her right hand. After killing this boss monster, the dragon rises to level 14, and Lu Fan's level raised to 19. The system notification informed that 83 Tha floor was cleared successfully. Principal Jin then said that in the past, many geniuses pushed themselves to their limit for the reward of clearing the tower, but in the end, they only get exhausted and perished in the grand trial. In response to Principal Jin's statement, Qin Shanhai said that when the candidates reaches the 70s on 80's floor, just steps away from the ultimate reward of the grand test, they would obviously will not be willing to exit. Principal Jin then pointed toward the scoreboard and declared that Lu Fan is different. He might be the only candidate in the last decade or so capable of clearing all 100 floors. The principal of First Middle School cut off Principal Jin, saying that although the bosses of each level are not as powerful as in the original secret rooms, they should not forget the difficulty of the 99th floor is high. Then the other principal in the room pointed at the screens and announced that Lu Fan has reached the 99th floor. The scene that changes to the 99th floor of the Nightmare Trial. Lu Fan was walking in a broken building. He reached a point where the stairs were leading to a big throne, and it was surrounded by shadows holding weapons. A closer look revealed that there were 4 knights standing beside a broken throne. All of these knights were headless and were ready to attack anyone coming their way. When Lu Fan got a little closer, the candles in the room were lit all at once. There were also blue flames on the heads of all the knights, which indicated that they are aware of his presence and were ready to deal with him. The notification window then informed that the soldiers were called World Enders. The headless knight, they were all level 55. They had multiple scales including World Ender Penetration, in which the knight hit the target with a penetration effect and deals an additional 400% damage. The second skill was World Ender Counterattack. This killed was triggered when any knight takes any damage and the long sword knight counterattack is triggered automatically. The third skill they had were World Ender Thunder. The twin sword knight was imbued with lightning, which increased attack speed and added extra lightning damage to the attack. The fourth skill, World Ender Beheading, in which the Great Axe Knight locks onto a target and instantly kills it when the target's health drops below 57%. The last skill they had was Night Oath. With the scale, all 4 knights shared their health and defense, which also resulted in boosted health and defense by 400%. Looking at the knights, Lu Fan thought that from the Shattered Kingdom, the Headless Knights, the secret room is quite famous. All the secret rooms were designed from real history, like the formation of the Morning Village. The Shattered Kingdom came to be hundreds of years ago when the Undead Legion invaded and the king was slain by them. While Lu Fan was thinking this, the knight with the axe already charged at him with World Ender Beheading attack. To counter all these attacks, Lu Fan thought that the most reliable method to clear this trial is to focus fire on one knight and control all the others. Without control skills at his disposal, he can only attack all 4 of them at once to clear the trial. He instantly jumped high in the air above all the knights and prepared to attack. The knights instantly launched a counterattack with the world and penetration, but Lu Fan deflected all the penetration attacks with his big black machete. Then, getting an opportunity, he attacked one of the knight with the slash, but to his surprise, a blue flame healed the knight. This attack triggered the world and the counterattack condition, and the knight with this word launched a heavy attack toward Lu Fan. But he successfully blocked the attack with his big black machete and yelled, "Now is the time." Hearing this, Xiao Ye sprang into action and launched a big fire attack which tore through the castle. The entire castle was in flames. Lu Fan and Xiao Ye was standing at the edge of the broken floor, which broke due to the attack of the dragon. Lu Fan praised Xiao Yi for the good attack. The knight with dual swords yelled, "For my king," and rushed toward Lu Fan while launching World Ender Thunderbolt attack. He demanded that Lu Fan should pay with his life, but Lu Fan was not a weakling. Our Giga Chad boy blocked this incoming attack with his big black machete. The spark from weapons colliding were covering the entire field. Taking advantage of this stalemate, all the other knight rushed to attack Lu Fan. He jumped away in time to avoid all the attacks. Lu Fan that he can't continue to linger and this floor, and he must quickly head to the 100th floor. He commanded Xiao Ye to get ready for the big attack, and the dragon started charging the skill. At Lu Fan's command, she launched lava blaze toward all the knights.
The tale continues as Xiao Yi continuously showers the enemies with lava flames. The dragon continuously flew flames forward, dealing damage and healing itself. Soon, they incinerate all the demon soldiers to ashes. With their short time, all the demons and bosses of level 99 are defeated. The system then informs that level 99 has been completely cleared and Black Dragon has been updated to level 15. The system reveals that the Black Dragon has acquired a new skill. Lu Fan looks at the system and finds it impressive that Xiao Yi has gained a new skill once again, and he himself has been upgraded to level 20. Excited, he reflects that now only the final level trial remains. Meanwhile, everyone in the surveillance room gazes at the screen in stunned silence. The half-bald middle school principal is taken aback to see that the door to the final level of the nightmare-level Great Trial has been unlocked. Mr. Qin remarks that it seems they are about to witness history in the making. Even the principal Bai, who looks like cheap copy of Dumbledore, is surprised, noting that the trial has reached the 100th level. He questions how this could have happened so effortlessly and expresses concern, stating that he's afraid as they never intended candidates to pass this level. Lu Fan holds a sword in each hand and at this moment thrusts one into the wall before pulling it out. His dragon, Xiao Yi, stands behind him. A strong aura swirls around him, and as Lu Fan moves his sword forward again, it begins to melt in the air. He surveys the scene and realizes that he has reached the 100th floor of the Nightmare Trial, the complete Broken Kingdom's secret realm. In front of him, the Emperor is sitting on his throne, and there are about 500 demon soldiers, and below them lie many dead bodies, creating a frightening scene. The entire area is filled with skeletal remains. Lu Fan learns through the system that this Emperor is known as the Consolidator of the World and is at level 60. Just then, a system notification appears, revealing a new skill called Cataclysm. This 3-stage damage skill allows the Destruction Dragon to detonate the area it flies over, causing immense damage and applying a burning effect. And as the burning effect ends, the dragon dives toward the target area, causing massive damage and detonating the burning area once more. Lu Fan reflects that Xiao Yi has been maintaining the form of the Destruction Dragon, and it is time to witness the Destruction Dragon and this skill. After this, Lu Fan tells Xiao Yi that they have reached the final level, and it is time to make the final push to earn the reward for completing this disaster training. In response, Xiao Yi roars. He then instructs Xiao Yi to switch to the Destruction Dragon form, and Xiao Yi transforms into a fearsome dragon. A powerful aura surrounds her, with flames visible all around and fire erupts from her neck as she grows in size. The system window reveals details about the legendary Black Dragon, indicating its strength is 1484, power is 7202, agility is 2055, and endurance is 2903. Additionally, she has unlocked new skills called All Things Incinerate and Lava Burst. Everyone in the surveillance room is astonished by this transformation. Principal Bai questions if the dragon has adopted a third form. Mr. Qin is briefly stunned by the dragon's fierce flame form and remarks that Lu Fan still has a trick up his sleeve. Simultaneously, a demon commander approaches and orders the skeleton forces to protect the king and launch an all-out attack. The army is mobilized, with the current legion numbering over 500. Lu Fan instructs Xiao Yi to prepare for the challenge ahead. He then charges forward, declaring that it's the entire undead legion from the Shattered Kingdom. Approaching the skeletons, Lu Fan seizes one by the neck. He then commands the dragon that the time has come, urging it to swiftly unleash the cataclysm to eliminate them all. Simultaneously, the destruction dragon roars loudly and takes flight. While airborne, it engulfs the dead soldiers in flames. The system reports that the number of casualties has reached 558. After burning the soldiers for a while, the count is updated to 381. Moments later, the system reports the number of dead soldiers has decreased to 267, then to 173. The dragon's relentless flames rapidly reduce the size of the dead army. Finally, the destruction dragon detonates in an unblasted area, causing a large number of enemies to be burned. Flames rise high as the dragon's fiery wrath spreads. Everyone in the surveillance room stands in awe. The Baldi principal marvels at how a student could possess such formidable skills, recognizing the immense danger and power of this terrifying ability. Mr. Qin remarks that the dead army has been almost completely wiped out. Just then, the system reports that the number of undead troops has dropped to 98. Seconds later, the system revises the count to 42. Meanwhile, the demon commander strides ahead, commanding Lu Fan to kneel before their king. Ripping his dragon sword, Lu Fan calls out the dragon Xiao Yi. Lu Fan's onslaught persists, his strikes finding their mark and dealing significant damage. The number of dead soldiers dwindles to 37, and the dragon returns once more, engulfing the entire area in flames and leaving behind widespread destruction. Observing this spectacle in the surveillance room, Principal Bai ponders if the four horsemen have already been vanquished. He contemplates that the toughest test level so far pales in comparison to Lu Fan's strength. Staring at the point screen above them in astonishment, the other Baldi principal notes that Lu Fan has amassed a staggering 989,120 points, edging closer to 1,000,000 points, a feat that no one has achieved in 30 years. He questions if Lu Fan is just one step away, and if he could truly attain the exam award. Glancing at the system screen, the Dumbledore's dummy remarks that this year's exam is the most challenging yet, suggesting that the reward should be substantial, proposing at least 3 rare pieces of equipment. Meanwhile, Lu Fan strides forward, declaring that all the trash has been cleared up and taunts that they should just now reveal the final boss. The only one remaining is the final boss known as the Emperor of Destruction. Moments later, once the smoke curtain clears, it emerges surrounded by suffocating and malevolent energy. Paying no heed, it stomps on the ground, unsheathes its sword, and fixes Lu Fan with a piercing gaze, accusing him of ignorance. Just then, a system window appears to inform Lu Fan that there is only one undead soldier remaining. The boss gains momentum, leaping forward to attack. In response, Lu Fan activates the ability called Dragon Armor. This allows him to transform his arm into a dragon claw, its power dependent on the black dragon. As the ability activates, his hands morph into dragon claws, and his body is surrounded by an intense aura. Extending his hands toward the boss with a smile, he orders Xiao Yi to prepare for the attack. In response, Xiao Yi extends her claws to the sides, fixing the boss with an aggressive gaze. The boss attacks Lu Fan with all its strength, intending to end his life, but with little effort, he blocks the attack using the dragon claws. While the boss is distracted attacking, Lu Fan commands Xiao Yi to attack. Upon hearing the command, Xiao Yi utilizes the ability called All Things Incinerate. This allows the destruction dragon to flap its wings, releasing 4 fire tornadoes that cause great damage to the affected targets. She spreads her wings to the sides and begins to flap them, creating intense and powerful flames that send the boss flying backward. Somewhat surprised, the boss couldn't help but wonder about this ability. Its body shoots backward, but quickly it plunges its sword into the ground to stop its motion. Once it halts its body abruptly, it looks at its hand and notices that its power is slowly leaving its body. Shocked, the boss wonders why its power is diminishing. The power leaving his body heads towards the ring that Lu Fan wears on his finger. Lu Fan smirks, pointing at the ring, and asks the boss if it has noticed that it is gradually weakening. At that moment, a system window appears, notifying Lu Fan that the Lament Aura is now in effect. He wears the rare quality Lament Ring, which requires a user to be at least level 15. This ring bestows 57 spirit points, 21 stamina points, and 12 strength points. As the Lament Ring slowly saps the boss's life force, it reaches out towards Lu Fan, calling him a scoundrel for resorting to such underhanded tactics. Lu Fan responds with a steely gaze and directs Xiao Yi to activate the second stage of her ability. Xiao Yi spreads her wings wide, gazes skyward, and unleashes a roar. Then she employs the ability known as All Things Incinerate, second stage. This enables her to flap her wings vigorously, generating several fire tornadoes that culminate in a violent explosion. The tornadoes surge towards the boss, detonating near it and hurling its body backwards towards the throne. Swiftly, the boss plants both feet firmly on the ground, halting his momentum and prepares to retaliate with a deadly strike. However, Lu Fan seizes the moment and in an instant, he unsheaths his dagger, grips it firmly with both hands, gathers momentum, emerges from the flames towards the boss, and launches a surprise attack. The boss tries his best to react and fend off the assault. It proves futile. Lu Fan forcefully plunges the dagger into the boss's chest, causing its body to crash against the throne. His attack is so potent that the dagger pierces through the stone throne within seconds. The boss succumbs to its wounds, and a system window appears to inform Lu Fan that the current number of undead soldiers is 0. As a reward, Xiao Yi reaches level 17, and Lu Fan reaches level 22. Approaching the throne, Lu Fan places one leg on the arm of the throne and one hand on the shoulder of the boss's corpse. With his other hand, he forcefully pulls the dagger from his chest. He gazes at the corpse, affirming to Xiao Yi that everything is over. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, everyone is left speechless as they witness Lu Fan's victory. Principal Bai, with a surprised expression, reveals to the others that in the past 30 years, no one has managed to score 1 million points. The baldy principal remains silent, visibly shocked by the events. Mr. Qin crosses his arms and remarks to Principal Bai that their school's reputation is about to skyrocket. Meanwhile, Lu Fan turns his back on the boss's corpse and begins to move away from the area. He rests the dagger on his shoulder, slips his hand into his pants pocket, and turns his head towards Xiao Yi. He explains that they have already passed the trial, so now they can return home. He also asks her if she misses his aunt's food. Xiao Yi starts flying and follows Lu Fan. She approaches him, closes her eyes, and roars with a pleasant smile, affirming that she does. Just then, a system window appears, informing him that floor 100 has been successfully cleared. Then another system window appears, congratulating Lu Fan for successfully completing the night-level trial in the southern province. A chest materializes in front of Lu Fan. He simply puts his hands in his pants pockets and silently observes as the chest opens to reveal several objects. The first item is a blue book named The Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, a rare quality item categorized as a skill book. Only Dragon Masters and Linguistic Wizards can utilize this item, with the requirement being level 20. Upon using it, one can learn a magical skill called The Wrath of the Ice Dragon King, which freezes the area around the target, causing damage and adding slowing and freezing effects. The duration, damage amount, and range of the effect can vary depending on the user's proficiency. Lu Fan had initially assumed he would only possess control skills after reaching level 30 in the second transformation. However, he now realizes that he can coordinate with Xiao Yi's output skills. The second item is a ring named the Spirit Wind Ring, also of rare quality. The requirement to use it is level 20. This ring grants the user 77 agility points, 35 stamina, and 32 spirit points. It features an ability called the Language of the Spirit Wind, bestowing the bearer with the blessing of the Spirit Wind and increasing the agility attribute by 35%. While it's unfortunate that Xiao Yi couldn't receive the bonus effect, the ring remains incredibly useful for Lu Fan. The third and final item is a red cloak called Flames and Frost Cloak. This legendary quality item requires level 20 to use and grants 112 stamina points, 79 spirit points, 56 strength points, and 54 agility points. It possesses an ability called Frost and Fire Enhancement, which reduces damage received from ice and fire elements by 3%, decreases negative effects caused by ice and fire enemies by 50%, and increases damage inflicted on ice and fire enemies by 30%. This ability can be used by both Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Lu Fan drapes the cloak over his shoulder, slips the ring onto his finger, and takes the book in one hand. With the other hand, he retrieves the stone to return to school. He glances at the book and, with a smile, thinks it's time to head back. Deciding to give Xiao Yi a rest, he temporarily dismisses her. Using the stone, Lu Fan creates a portal and heads to the surveillance room where all the teachers are gathered. Reaching there, Lu Fan asks Principal Bai if he can go home and wait for the results. Upon seeing Lu Fan, everyone is surprised. Principal Bai approaches him, looking at him with a proud gaze, and praises him for being impressive, mentioning that he is the pride of the school, and his photo will always hang on the school's wall of fame as a celebrity. The baldy principal approaches Lu Fan and then turns to Principal Bai, explaining that the wall of fame is filled with photos of heroes who fought against monster invasions and died in battle. He questions if by doing this, Principal Bai is not cursing Lu Fan. Irritated, Principal Bai turns towards the baldy principal and tells him to go away, adding that if anyone is cursed, it is him. He asserts that he doesn't care about these concerns since Lu Fan has broken the record in the grand exam and his future is immeasurable. The Baldy principal laughs it off, stating that no matter what, this grand exam has made Lu Fan famous. Meanwhile, Mr. Qin approaches Lu Fan and with a serious look explains that even though he had mentally prepared himself to see the grand exam, he still couldn't help but be surprised at Lu Fan's strength. Lu Fan, setting his emotions aside, looks seriously at Mr. Qin and reminds him that he had fulfilled the conditions. He asks if now the princess of Taiki Kingdom will not throw a tantrum again. Closing his eyes and smiling, he assures Mr. Qin not to worry because he will fulfill his part of the promise, adding that the teacher should have received it by now. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan becomes somewhat confused and asks which teacher he is referring to. Mr. Qin places his hand on Lu Fan's chest, telling him not to worry about it and to focus on which educational institution to choose. Meanwhile, the special envoy from Longdu, Cheng Song, silently grabs his cap and stands up. The four others approach Lu Fan and explain that the top 10 academic institutions will be competing to attract him. They also mention that wealthy merchants from the southern province will seize this opportunity to get close to him and establish relationships. They advise him to be cautious of their intentions. While they are busy talking, Zong puts on his cap, turns his back to them, and starts walking away. The Baldy principal, eager to see the dragon, asks Lu Fan to call her immediately so they can all see her with their own eyes. Principal Bai interjects, warning him not to do it because if Shou-Yi appears, she might destroy the school. According to the ranking table, Lu Fan is in first place with an astonishing 1,200,199 points. Principal Bai can't help but praise Lu Fan, acknowledging the incredible nature of the score. He adds that no one has been able to break this record in the last 50 years. At the same time, in the Dragon Realm of the far north, within an unexplored level 60 territory, there is a base amidst the snow. Inside the base, a man with gray hair watches recordings of Lu Fan and Shou-Yi fighting in the trial. After viewing all the recordings, the man grabs a bottle of wine, drinks from it, and then tightly holds the bottle before placing it on the table. He closes his eyes, sighs, and smiles, finding the experience very refreshing. This man is the Northern Frontier Marcus Tujing. Tujing sits in his office, a laptop beside him displaying the recordings of Shou-Yi. While he is distracted, someone knocks on the door. He invites them in, and a man wearing a jacket and holding some reports enters the office. The man apologizes for the interruption and informs Tujing that he has brought some reports. Tujing picks up the bottle of wine again and with a serious look asks if any evidence has been found. The man places the files on the table, explaining that everything is in the files and confirming that Tujing's student Qin Shanhei's deductions were correct. Tujing pulls his chair closer to the table and silently examines the files. These files contain information about Princess Taiki and her subordinates. The man explains to Tujing that through communication with Special Envoy Cheng Zong and Qin Shanhai, they deduced that Lord Ruan Chenfeng, a high-ranking official at Dragon City, is colluding with the Jin family from Taiki realm. According to the investigation, both Princess Jin Zhu's studies abroad and the recruitment of dragon tamers were approved by Lord Ruan. Upon hearing this, Tujing places the wine bottle on the table and tightens his fist, causing the bottle to crack. He thinks that Ruan Chenfeng is a treacherous bastard. His subordinate, who has white hair, adds that the Jin family and Lord Ruan Chenfeng maintain a superficial relationship between the two countries. However, in private, Lord Ruan has granted many privileges to the Jin family, and they have rewarded him handsomely in return. Learning this, Tujing clenches his teeth and realizes why Ruan had sent an envoy to arrest the dragon tamer master. Furious, he shatters the wine bottle into pieces and starts to stand up, thinking that Ruan Chenfeng is an opportunist aiding the little princess of Taiki in doing whatever she wants in the dragon realm. Seeing Tujing's growing anger, his subordinate steps back looking surprised. Tujing stands, extends his hand to the side, and with a serious look, orders his subordinate to transmit the directive that Ruan Chenfeng is to be stripped of all his charges and powers. From now on, there will be no place for him in the high ranks of Dragon City. He instructs his subordinate to execute this order immediately. Furious, he adds that if Ruan has any objections, he can come and talk to him, and as for the Jin family, if they try to contact Ruan Chenfeng again, he instructs his subordinate to send the Griffin squad to greet them. Upon hearing this order, the subordinate responds with an understanding nod. Tujing turns his back on him, points at the door, closes his eyes, and asks him to wait as there is still one more thing to address. He instructs his subordinate to keep a close eye on which school this dragon tamer chooses and to notify the school director immediately in order to provide resources for Lu Fan. A subordinate acknowledges the command. Tujing places his hands on his hips, turns his head toward the window, and reflects that the Dragon Realm now has a legendary young man who truly brings joy to the people. To him, Lu Fan is someone very interesting, and he plans to find and meet this legendary young dragon Tamer after finishing his tasks in the Northern Realm. However, as the giant red moon hangs in the sky, he ponders the uncertainty of when he will actually be able to complete his mission and finally meet Lu Fan. At the same time in the city, the princess sits on her bed in a luxurious hotel when she receives a call. The caller informs her that Ruan Chengfeng has been dismissed by the Marquis of the North. Hearing this, she panics. The person on the other end asks her to calm down, assuring her that there is still good news. Sitting on the bed with one hand resting on it and holding her phone with the other, she inquires what the good news might be, expressing concern that without Ruan, they wouldn't be able to catch the Dragon Master. The caller explains that she no longer needs to waste her valuable time on Lu Fan. With the big exam results publication nearing, they have discovered that besides Lu Fan from Jianghai City, there is another dragon tamer in Kingzhou City. Upon hearing this, the princess's expression changes drastically from fury to surprise. She can't help but smile wickedly, thinking that this is indeed good news. This time, she hopes the other party will be someone with foresight. Lu Fan says goodbye to everyone in the surveillance room and leaves. At the same time, a portal opens and Hongwu steps out. The system announces that Hongwu has passed the South Province exam with 89,250 points, reaching the 72nd floor of the horror level. Feeling a surge of happiness, Hongwu thinks to himself that he will definitely become the champion of level 72, and that 10 universities will compete to accept him. He also anticipates a generous award and feels it might be time for him to reach for the stars. In his mind, Hongwu envisions the impending encounter with the principal. As he nears the half-bald figure, he imagines himself initiating the conversation, inquiring about the commotion. Imaginary praise follows as the principal acknowledges Hongwu's exceptional score, affirming that no one else deserves the champion title more than him. Excitement courses through Hongwu's thoughts. He perceives that they all are gathered here for him, and this is his moment to shine. While in reality, as Hongwu approaches the baldy principal and greets him, the principal turns around and questions if Hongwu has completed his training. Hongwu responds affirmatively, disclosing his score of 89,250, uncertain if it suffices for the champion title. The half-bald principal approaches Hongwu and places a comforting hand on his shoulder, assuring him that he performed exceptionally well and can easily secure admission to any of the top 10 universities. Hongwu, surprised by this encouragement, looks at the baldy principal with curiosity. The principal elaborates that the grades are important, but he should know his limits. He tells Hongwu that his injuries are serious, and he should get them treated first. Shocked, Hongwu tries to comprehend the situations. He wonders why the principal doesn't seem so impressed. He questions whether the principal has not seen his high score or if there is another reason for his words. However, with his small head, he soon deduces that the principal's intention is to prevent him from becoming arrogant and to remind him of the importance of humility. Acknowledging the principal's advice, Hongwu expresses his gratitude and understanding. 7 days later, on the announcement day of the nightmare exam results, as soon as Lu Fan and his aunt open the door, they find themselves surrounded by reporters. Auntie's expression shifts to one of alarm as she finds herself surrounded by journalists and fans of Lu Fan. Amidst the crowd, a fan steps forward, offering a gift box to Lu Fan, accompanied by a warm invitation to visit his estate. Meanwhile, journalists press for details about Lu Fan's university plans, while another fan attempts to present a gift. The excitement in the air intensifies as people clamor for a glimpse of Lu Fan, and their questions contribute to the bustling atmosphere. Mr. Qin's timely arrival adds to the commotion as he announces the imminent release of the university entrance exam results, heralding Lu Fan as the top student in the South Province. Suggesting they continue their conversation indoors, Auntie leads the way. Mr. Qin presents 6 boxes, each containing a prize of 50 million yuan for the Southern Province's best student. Urging Lu Fan to accept the generous gift, Mr. Qin emphasizes the honor it represents. Meanwhile, Lu Fan checks his mobile and receives notification of the Southern Province College entrance examination results. Lu Fan clinches the top spot, though his total score remains confidential. Chen Tianji follows closely behind, securing second place with a total of 215,628 points. Mr. Qin reveals that besides the prize money, Principal Bai has also sent a reward, and Lu Fan marvels at the generosity. With anticipation, Mr. Qin unveils the gifts. The first is a skill book requiring level 20, containing the magical skill Roar of the Blue Dragon King. This skill unleashes a potent lightning bolt forward from the king's roar, inflicting high damage and a paralyzing effect. Subsequent attacks add 20% of the power factor, decreasing by 1 layer with each strike, with a 20% chance to paralyze the enemy target. The second gift is a thunder potion of mythological quality, enhancing the power and resistance of lightning skills, permanently increasing the power attribute by 20. Lu Fan considers how this skill will synergize even more effectively with the dragon language spellbook. He imagines Xiao Yu's transition from ice to thunder magic, a transformation that promises remarkable potential. Simultaneously, the third gift is unveiled, the Green Wind Armor, boasting rare attributes requiring level 20 for use. With 46 stamina and 70 strength, it deflects impact damage to the wearer. Mr. Qin elaborates that these awards were meticulously chosen by Principal Bai. Among them are the Flash Wing Boots, enabling lightning speed runs within a 30-second recharge window. Requiring level 20 with 54 stamina and 6 strength, the boot's Lightning Feather Leap skill propels the wearer at lightning speed within a 50-meter radius, with a 30-second cooldown. Inwardly, Lu Fan reflects on the remarkable displacement and damage reduction capabilities of these high-grade items. He muses that new students fresh from their final exams could hardly find gear rivaling their potency, almost on par with Xiao Yi's abilities of unhatching from her egg. Holding the briefcase, Lu Fan affirms the value of the skill, reserved typically for second-level magicians, resolving not to hesitate in its use. The system confirms the acquisition of the Dragon King's war skill, Lightning Flash Wing Boots, Green Wind Armor, and Thunder Potion X1. Meanwhile, Qin Kui arrives, expressing her joy at seeing Lu Fan. She informs him that the presidents of 10 major universities have arrived in Shanghai City, as her father has invited them to their house for an interview. Auntie, inwardly contemplating the busy day, wonders why Qin Kui is present. Upon hearing the news, Lu Fan is taken aback, questioning why they are in such a hurry since the results were just declared. Mr. Qin reassures him, explaining that the university presidents view the video of his grand exam and immediately rush over. Moving closer to Lu Fan, he emphasizes the confidentiality of the video, seen only by senior officials of the universities and the Dragon capital. Mr. Qin adds a mysterious note mentioning that it would not be good if another princess shows up. With a whisper, Mr. Qin informs Lu Fan that the matter concerning Jin Zhu has been handled by the teacher, who is eager to meet Lu Fan in person. Placing his hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Mr. Qin assures him that there's no need to rush, promising they'll meet later. After this, Qin Kui approaches Lu Fan, appearing shy as she extends a purple card towards him. She explains that she wanted to thank him during her last visit, but unfortunately encountered Jin Zhu instead. Lu Fan, surprised by the gesture, questions its value, stating their agreement was for 1 million, whereas the card cost 10 million dragon coins. Mr. Qin joins them, placing a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, emphasizing that the card symbolizes the Qin family's gratitude. He then informs Lu Fan that people will arrive in the evening to escort him to Jiangshan Park. Amidst laughter, Mr. Qin jokes about Lu Fan's handling of the villa awarded by the city for being the top scorer in the South Province. Auntie draws closer to Lu Fan, while Qin Kui urges her father not to make fun of Lu Fan. Qin Kui, taking Lu Fan's hand, reminds him of the time and suggests they leave to meet the academy official. In a forest outside Kingzhou City, in the Dragon Kingdom, a jeep pulls up and the arrogant princess steps out. She turns to her subordinate, Kui Hongtae, inquiring about the Dragon Tamer's progress, specifically asking at what level he currently stands. Hongtae reports that the Dragon Tamer has reached level 19 and the Armored Dragon is already at level 14. Commenting on the swift advancement, she remarks on the peculiarity of Dragon Tamers, noting that achieving a level capable of defeating a level 30 boss in such a short time is impressive. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzi, the 19-year-old Dragon Master, confronts a wild bear. Sensing the imminent danger, he springs into action, leaping into the air with the intention of disarming the bear and launching a counterattack. Yet the bear proves to be a formidable opponent, relentlessly pressing its fierce assault. Chen Tianzi retaliates with a single powerful strike, defeating the bear instantly. As a result, his abilities are upgraded and his level increases to 20. Observing Chen Tianji's prowess, the arrogant princess begrudgingly acknowledges his skill, remarking that he hasn't squandered the dragon egg she entrusted to him. Chen Tianji respectfully thanks her, assuring her that he hasn't brought any disgrace on the royal family. The princess then expresses her concern, stating that she would be disappointed if he turned out to be a failure like the previous one. With a stern glance at Kui Hongtae, she declares that from now on, Chen will wield the dragon lance and asks if there are any objections. Hongtae dutifully responds, "As you wish, your excellency." Chen then appears before the princess, placing a hand over his heart in gratitude. He expresses his thanks for the armored dragon and the magical spear, asserting confidently that with his magical reinforcements, he will undoubtedly be able to vanquish the hero of the South Province. Simultaneously, she reflects on Chen Tianji's standing, noting that he currently holds second place with 2,100,000 points. However, the top player, Lu Fan, remains shrouded in mystery as his points have yet to be disclosed. Speculation suggests they could surpass 3 million points. Determined, she sees a glimmer of hope, knowing she still has a chance to claim victory. However, her anger boils at the thought of Lu Fan, and she directs her attention to the dragon Tamer. She commands sternly that he must etch the name of Lu Fan into his memory until he defeats him and seizes his black dragon. Simultaneously, she tells Chen that she will assist him in becoming the most formidable dragon tamer in the history of the Taiki Empire. Promising him great power, she assures him that as her servant, he will rank above all others, except herself. The dragon tamer bows respectfully, reassuring the princess of his loyalty. As the princess departs, she glances back and remarks at Chen that he's wiser than Lu Fan, as she provided Lu Fan with an opportunity to ascend to the top, yet he failed to appreciate it. Before leaving, she instructs Hong Tae to travel to a Shanghai city and investigate which university Lu Fan plans to attend next. With determination, he vows to fulfill her command. However, the princess interjects, stating that if he fails to accomplish this task, he will be dismissed. Thinking about Lu Fan, she warns that he will soon regret his actions against her. At the Qin family villa, outside the reception hall, little Qin asks Lu Fan if he's decided which academy he's going to apply to, hurriedly explaining that it's her dad who wants to know since he said it would be best for her and him to apply to the same academy so that they could look out for each other in the future. Lu Fan agrees and says he's heard teamwork is important in academic studies, and they've worked together before, so she will definitely be his first choice if they went to the wilderness together, but he hasn't decided which academy he wants to go to. He decides to tell her later as little Qin struggles to say something and inwardly admits she doesn't know how many points he scored exactly, but if she doesn't catch up to him soon, the distance between them could grow. She vows to do her best to apply to the same academy as him, and he agrees, remarking that it sounds good while opening a door. He slowly walks into a room where a man stands up and cheerily recognizes him as Lu Fan, saying they all seen his performance in the entrance exam video and calling it impressive. A woman remarks that he's the first dragon tamer in history to have a dragon and asks if he has any academic institutions in mind as the top scorer in the southern province. The man annoyingly tells him that there isn't any need to hesitate because their Jiangnan Academy doesn't play games. They offer an annual scholarship of 10 million dragon coins, and all resources, such as potions and access to secret realms, are freely available. The woman annoyingly mutters that the people sitting here are the heads of the Dragon Kingdom's top academic institutions, yet he has the nerve to come and grab the top score with just these little things. The man angrily swivels towards her as she straightens up and tells Lu Fan that apart from what Jiangnan Academy can offer, Northern Academy will give him 20 million dragon coins per year, as well as access to the secret realms not available to the public in the Snow Kingdom, especially for him. They all start arguing over what they can offer to Lu Fan. One says the Northern Academy does have resources, but they're not lagging behind. One declares that they'll offer these conditions too. Another offers him countless opportunities for special secret realms before the Northern Academy head angrily tells them all that the terms can be negotiated and they can add more if Lu Fan is not satisfied. Watching all the heads squabble with each other, Lu Fan inwardly admits he didn't expect the interview to be like this and has no idea which academy he should choose now. Gohan, head of Dragon Capital Academy, speaks up and declares that this year's national trial quota is selected by the Dragon Capital Academy and tells Lu Fan that this quota can be given to him, stunning them all. Surprised, the man from Jiangnan Academy asks if it's true and how Lu Fan could be at the level of the national trial when he just changed professions. Another one says previous candidates have been strictly selected and other countries are already preparing, so giving such an important quota to a freshman is a joke, while Lu Fan watches them all silently. Lu Fan wonders what the national trial means, so the heads of academies explain that it is a super-secret realm constructed jointly by 23 countries around the world. Every 3 years, each of the countries sends a participant under the age of 25 to represent their country in the secret realm of the national trial. For the stability of the realm, the participants must be newcomers and national-level experts are not allowed to participate, as this is a trial that attracts worldwide attention and the rewards are extremely rare treasures. Surprised, the head of Northern Academy turns to face Lu Fan and exclaims that he has to commit to the next trial then, and this one is starting in half a year. The head of Jiangnan Academy looks worried and questions if it isn't a bit too much for Dragon Capital Academy to recruit like this, but she confidently explains that those who pass the national trial will qualify to become national-level experts. From being the top in the southern province to being the top in the Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Capital Academy can offer Lu Fan that. In the middle of all this commotion, a screen suddenly appears in front of Lu Fan which states that the treasure map has been sent today. Surprised, he inwardly admits the second divine treasure map came after a long time. He remembers how the last map led him to the Black Dragon Egg, wondering what this one will give him, and decides that he has to go to Dragon Capital Academy since the safe zone is present in the academy. Guhan asks him what he thinks since this is the greatest sincerity Dragon Capital Academy can offer, and she doesn't know what else will satisfy him if this doesn't, so he positively says he's decided and announces that he will be attending Dragon Capital Academy. He wonders if she could help him apply for it, which she's surprised by. She inquires about what the issue is and agrees to help as long as it's not too difficult. 4 days later, as Lu Fan pulls the shutters down, On-Han Ki sighs and says she never thought she would leave this place one day, admitting that she's really reluctant now that she's lived here for so many years. Lu Fan gets up, dusting off his hands, and asks what there is to be reluctant about when they have a villa and savings now. She remembers how he moved in when he was just a kid and says time sure flies while motioning how small he was. Little Qin and Tao Xiaoman arrive in their car, announcing that they're here to pick her and Lu Fan up as Little Qin happily waves at them. Xiaoman says they're all going to be students at Dragon Capital Academy now, and Little Qin's family has chartered a plane, so they should go register together. As On-Han Ki happily waves to greet them, Lu Fan sees that Xiaoman has applied as well, so she brashly explains that she got the same score as Little Qin, so she decided to apply after seeing her go to Dragon Capital Academy for him. Little Qin hurriedly tries to cut her off while furiously blushing. On-Han Ki apologizes for troubling them all and admits she never expected that Lu Fan would help her, thinking about how he asked Gu Han for an application for her, explaining that she has the rare hidden profession of an enchantment chef, to which Gu explained it was possible, but whether or not they admit her will have to be decided after they go back and discuss it. She hugs Lu Fan and tearfully explains that she became a chef this year and said she dreamed of going to a higher academy like everyone else since she really wanted to live like she once used to when Lu Fan was young, but she never expected him to remember. He smilingly asks her to not cry, and Little Qin happily tells them to get in the car. As they're boarding the plane, Lu Fan remembers On-Han Ki's hard work for him and her dissatisfaction and loss after becoming a chef. He promised to bring her a better life and will do it because this is just the beginning. A while later, when they arrive in the Dragon Kingdom, On-Han Ki happily remarks that it's really lively here and the capital really is different, and Little Qin notices that they're selling really rare recipes here. Lu Fan notices the Dragon Capital Academy ahead of them. Bratty Princess walks out of a huge car with a pair of guards and annoyingly recognizes Lu Fan, who wonders why she's here and why she just won't go away. She annoyingly watches him as a guard dressed in discreet cloths recognizes him as the Dragon Tamer from Shanghai City and slowly approaches Lu Fan, remarking that it's better for him to handle it, but Xin stops him, explaining that without Ru and Changfeng, they'll be sent back to their country if they start a fight here, so it's not the right time yet. The man apologizes as Little Qin says she remembers her dad saying she originally came to the Dragon Kingdom study and wonders if he was actually talking about Dragon Capital Academy instead. Xiaoman asks what's wrong with them, while On-Han Ki tries to stop Lu Fan. Gu Han happily sees that both their groups arrive together and tells them to come in. Surprised, she asks if they really don't know each other when they're the first and second Dragon Tamers in the Southern Province, which is why the Dragon Capital Academy calls them the Twin Stars of the Southern Province. Lu Fan is shocked to hear that Chen Tianzi II in the Southern Province is also a Dragon Tamer before Chen tells Lu Fan that he's heard his name for a long time. Lu Fan tells Gu that they know Xin and Chen Mao and asks if they can rest now since they've had a long journey to the Dragon Capital, says they should leave quickly, and he turns around to go. Lu Fan and the others start to leave, and Gu decides to show them their accommodations and says she can change anything in advance if they're not satisfied with it. She informs them that she'll explain the freshman orientation tomorrow, so Bratty Princess says she'll walk herself. Hu shows Lu Fan and the girls the villa area for first-year students that contains a total of 30 villas. She explains that every year the teachers review the entrance exam videos to evaluate the freshmen's comprehensive ranking, after which the top 30 can live in the villa area. In the comprehensive ranking, since Lu Fan is ranked first, number 1 is where he will live. Chen Tianzi, the second in the Southern Province, is ranked 18th in the comprehensive ranking, so number 18 is his residence. She shows them the villa, and Lu Fan remarks that it seems Chen Tianji accepted Bratty Princess's terms and betrayed his dignity, so it's ridiculous that he and him are called the Twin Stars. Little Qin nervously says she and Xiaoman can't make it into the top 30 comprehensive ranking with their scores and asks if they should go to the student dormitory to check in. Who confirms this and says she'll take them into the dormitory area later, although the conditions are indeed better in the villa area. On-Han Ki cutely clutches Lu Fan's arm, asks if they can live with him then, surprising Little Qin and Xiaoman, who both start blushing. Gu deeply thinks about it and admits there isn't any rule against it. She says it won't be a problem as long as the resident doesn't have any objections. On-hand Key looks up at Lu Fan and confirms with him that he doesn't have any objection, asking if he doesn't want to eat her special cookies anymore. So he hurriedly confirms that he doesn't mind at all. On-hand Key happily grabs Little Kin and Xiaomen's arm, saying Lu Fan doesn't mind, so they'll live together, and it will be really good for them to build some rapport and increase their teamwork, since it will be convenient for future expeditions into the secret realms. Okay guys, the moment we all have been waiting for is here. The harem is official now. They are gonna start living together in one place, and you all know what it means. Our Giga Chad is surely taking right steps to achieve his final goal. Lu Fan slowly smiles and tells Little Kin and Xiaomen that it will be better for them to move in with him, and since the dormitory area is quite far from the villa area, so he would have to walk through half the campus if he wanted to find them. Little Kin blushes and embarrassingly agrees to his offer as Xiaomen nervously says she'll go along with whatever Little Kin says and admits the conditions here are much better overall. Happily exclaims that Little Kin can taste her cooking too from now on while swinging around with her, as Xiaomen points towards Lu Fan and embarrassingly warns him that living together is fine and all for them, but he should not get any funny ideas about Little Kin since she'll be watching him. A screen suddenly appears stating that the location of the treasure map is nearby as Lu Fan realizes the treasure is in the villa next to him. He asks Gu, who lives in number 2, which she explains that she only manages the southern province and isn't familiar with the freshmen from other areas, although she thinks there's only one girl living in the second villa. Lu Fan asks to go with Gu to their villa first while he goes to meet their neighbor. Happily agrees and tells him to remember to bring a gift to her while the girls stay silent. Lu Fan hurriedly tells her to not overthink it since he just wants to see what the second-ranked person is like. As he's walking off alone, On-Hand Key giggles and inwardly remarks that just hearing it's a girl makes him want to visit himself and says he's finally growing up, while Xiaomen gets annoyed, thinking that she really underestimated him since he's still trying to chat up the neighbor even after living with 3 girls at the same time in his villa. As he's going, Lu Fan embarrassingly wonders why it feels like he's being misunderstood. After ringing the bell, he hopes the neighbor will like cake and admits it would be best if he got invited in since they all just moved in, and he needs to get the treasure before the neighbor finds out. As the door opens, he positively starts introducing himself as Lu Fan from number 1, from Shanghai City in the southern province. The girl who's wearing fully black clothes remains silent, so he tries to break the ice between them by offering her the cake, pleasantly saying it's a gift for her. Since they're neighbors now, they should be friends and try to know each other. A screen appears stating that the cake's first use can permanently increase agility by 3 points, as the girls still remain silent and they awkwardly stare at each other. She slowly takes the cake from him and turns around, introducing herself as Jian Yang from Yunbai province. Well, look at this new all-rounder babe. Possibly a new addition to our Giga Chad's harem. I would gladly accept her. What about you guys? Let me know in the comments section. Surprised after hearing her speak, Lu Fan nervously watches and marvels at her cute voice, but admits it's hard to talk to her, so he lamely asks if he can come and sit for a bit since he's a little bit thirsty and would appreciate a glass of water. He inwardly panics and admits it's a bad excuse, which makes it obvious that his intentions aren't pure. She moves aside to let him in, so he enthusiastically thanks her and slowly enters inside, but suddenly disappears as soon as she turns around to close the door. As he's rushing through the house with the map open in front of him to see where the treasure is, he decides to find it quickly since he can't stay here long. He opens her bedroom, but there's only her dress and underclothes lying on the bed inside, so he doesn't find anything there. Goes to the bathroom next, but to no avail, before finally opening another door and finding the egg in an empty room she must not have entered yet. He happily recognizes it as the second jade egg as a screen appears, stating that he's arrived at the treasure map location. Once he's taken it, he rushes out her door, explaining that he'll be heading back now since he's suddenly not thirsty anymore, as she brings out a glass of water for him. A screen states that he's acquired the second treasure. He says it's nice to meet her and hopes to see her at the freshman ceremony tomorrow before disappearing. When he leaves, she goes around her house and notices that her bedroom door is open with her clothes strewn on her bed, seeing which she confusingly wonders if he was a pervert. That night in Villa number 1, Xioi examines the jade dragon egg, as Lu Fan remarks that it's just like when he found her egg. He uses his dragon taming skill and the egg suddenly starts cracking before a tiny dragon hatches out of it. Its stats and details state that it has an ability named Life Spring, which applies Life Spring to all friendly targets and continuously restores their life. Jade Light that applies 3 layers of Jade Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all attributes by 30%. Each layer of Blessing can block 1 damage. Natural Assimilation can devour equipment, and Jade Dragon Bloodline doubles all effects for dragons and those with a blood connection, while increasing the power of self-healing abilities by 5,000%. Finally, Blood Contract provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Tamer for the dragon pet. Lufan sees that it looks like the Jade Dragon isn't a combat-type dragon and is clearly meant to be a support type with over 600 spirits. He notices that all effects are going to be doubled for him and Shoei since they share the same bloodline, and remarks that during the big exam, she had a 30% boost from Dragon's encouragement, and when releasing Cataclysm, her spirit attribute exceeded 7,000. So, if he adds the Jade Light from the Jade Dragon, it will double the effect, increasing attributes by another 60%, which would make it close to 12,000. As Shoei cheerily plays with the dragon, he says the Jade Dragon can also assimilate equipment effects, so if it upgrades or assimilates a lot of equipment, he can't even imagine how strong she will become. He adds that there's an important thing he needs to think about and wonders what name he should give it before seeing it chomping down on Shoei's thigh. He hurriedly tells them to stop it and decides to name it Xiofi, declaring that it will be Shoei's little sister from now. She angrily tries to intimidate it, so he tells them to cut it out if they don't want to wake up everyone in the house. The next day, as Lufan, Little Kin, and Xiaomin are walking through the Dragon Capital Academy campus for the freshman enrollment ceremony, Lufan notes that the life professions and combat professions don't attend the enrollment ceremony together, and Little Kin confirms this, remarking that Sister Hans has to go to a different place to attend hers. Xiaomin asks him why there was so much noise coming from his room last night, so he starts to explain what was happening, but is suddenly cut off when 2 boys realize Xiaomin and Little Kin, a priest and a swordswoman, are the 2 new beauties and exclaim at their beauty. One says they're definitely the campus belle level because of how pretty they are, and remarks that going into the secret realm with such beauties would make even dying and they're worth it. He dreams of becoming her boyfriend, but his friend points out the guy next to them, so he says there are 2, and they both can't be his girlfriends. In the auditorium, Lufan remembers how Little Kin told him that Teacher Yu said hidden professions have to sit in the front row, and Xiaomin decided to sit in the back row since she can't sit with her. He remarks that the weird-looking person in front of him looks familiar and remembers him as the loud martial artist from the entrance exam. He gives him a teasing smile, seeing which the martial artist angrily watches him, remembering how the principal asked if he really thought he was the top scorer and told him to check the rankings so that he could see the difference between him and Lufan. The guy furiously says he lost all respect the esteemed principal had for him because of Lufan and finally gets to meet him again. Xiaomin, who's sitting alone, nervously wonders why they're putting all the hidden professions together and if that means Lufan will be with Little Kin every day from now on. Lufan suddenly notices Jian Ying, who's silently sitting in front of them, and awkwardly greets her, so Little Kin confusingly asks if he knows her. He explains that she's their number who lives in the number 2 villa, which surprises Little Kin, who acknowledges that she's beautiful and strong since she ranks 2nd overall. Some students at the back enviously watch him and mutter that coming to Dragon Capital Academy is great since he gets to be surrounded by all the beauties. Someone else asks what that means and what it's got to do with him, even if there are a lot of beauties around him. One decides to be bold and ask for their contact info, but a tall, well-dressed man gets up on the stage and suddenly calls for silence. He introduces himself as Zhao Shengming, a level 78 Thunder Mage, the vice principal of Dragon Capital Academy and professor of the Combat Academy's magic department. He fixes his glass while welcoming all the students on the behalf of Dragon Capital Academy and says their teachers will distribute their ID cards since he doesn't like formalities or empty words, but will inform them of the school rules. As Lufan and Jian, who's sitting right next to him, receive their cards from Guhan, Zhao Shengmin explains that the ID card they receive now will be their all-purpose credential at Dragon Capital Academy. The card will store personal points, which are the Academy's universal currency, and they will need to access the secret realms provided by the Academy to buy weapons, potions, and so on. Lufan watches his card and sees that his points are 13,539, as Zhao says the initial points come from their entrance exam scores before a student raises his hand, stands up and says the difficulty of the entrance exam varies between provinces, and it's easier to get high scores in provinces with lower difficulties, so that's unfair. Zhang explains that the academy has obviously taken that into account. The entrance exam scores are divided by a difficulty coefficient based on the varying difficulties of each province's trials to determine the points, so the higher the difficulty of the trial, the smaller the difficulty coefficient. For example, this year's trial in the southern province was the hardest, so their scores will be divided by the smallest coefficient of 96. Lu Fan says it seems like this number is all the funds he has at Dragon Capital Academy before Zhao adds that these points are temporary and the freshman assessment in a month will determine their points once again, and the top 30 in the freshman assignment will be eligible to enter the blue class. Students in the blue class will receive many special privileges, such as applying for closed secret realms, exchanging specified skills and equipment, and the right to move into the villa area. The students behind Lu Fan discuss that they hadn't heard of the blue class before enrolling and discuss how it gives them a chance to move into the villa area, as Lu Fan remarks that since he's the one who holds the current first place, he has the qualification for the blue class. But if he loses this qualification later, he will have to move out villa number 1. Zhao chuckles and says he understands they all want to enter the blue class, but he has to tell them in advance that entering the blue class doesn't mean they can relax. Any student can challenge the members of the blue class in battle, and the blue members must win to retain their spot. If a blue member loses, they are forced to give up their spot to the challenger, and the members are not allowed to refuse any challenges. He swiftly pulls up a screen using a remote and explains that there are currently 30 members in the blue class, the top 30 in the entrance exam, with the first place belonging to the top scorer from the southern province, Dragon Tamer Lu Fan. Lu Fan gets up from his seat and shows himself to the students as the other students start gossiping about how he's a simp and must have a dragon to be a dragon tamer, but they try to not let him hear them since they'll be screwed if he really has a dragon. One says even an earth dragon is extremely powerful, so he's got to be the top scorer from the southern province. They wonder if he's an unqualified beneficiary, someone his family arranged to get in, since there are no scores or videos of Lu Fan's entrance exam they could find after searching up his name. In the audience, Chen Tianji asks Zhu when she wants to take him down and agrees to follow her orders, but she says his strength is still unclear, so they shouldn't rush and should probe him first. Little Qin asks Lu Fan if the vice principal pushing him forward like this isn't basically encouraging everyone to challenge him, so he plops back down on his seat and admits he didn't expect such a scenario, while Jian stays silent. After the freshman entrance ceremony, as they're leaving the auditorium, Lu Fan says it's time to upgrade Xiaofi and unlock her new form. He puts a hand in his pocket while walking and tells Little Qin and Xiaomin that they should go to the secret realm hall to see what secret realms the academy provides, but the martial artist suddenly calls his name and declares that he wants to challenge him while angrily pointing at him. Confused, Lu Fan confirms that he wants to challenge him, so the martial artist announces that Vice Principal Zhao just said blue members cannot refuse challenges, so he should compete with him if he really has the strength of the top scorer. He thinks that they can't see his entrance exam scores and videos, so if he really has strength, he must have passed the trial by summoning many sub-dragon species, which means he can surely win if he targets Lu Fan directly. Lu Fan tells Little Qin to stay back and accepts his challenge, so the martial artist admits he's got guts and bets 200 coins. Surprised by how low it is, Lu Fan remarks that that should be a lot for him and agrees to bet the same amount as well. As the students around them start gossiping about how Lu Fan is basically a summoning mage and excitedly get ready to observe the moves of the top scorer, Bratty Princess says this is the perfect opportunity to see what Lu Fan's got and tells Chen to keep a close eye on every move he makes. They decide to start on the count of 3 as Xiaomin confirms with Little Qin that he won't lose, so Little Qin and asks if she hasn't seen him in action and says she'll see soon. As the battle begins, the martial artist charges towards Lu Fan. The martial artist uses Qi Accumulation Strike, a martial art technique that concentrates Qi in the punch, doubling the damage when hitting a weak point. He angrily rushes towards Lu Fan, who stays composed with a hand in his pocket. Lu Fan suddenly disappears in thin air just before the martial artist can strike him, shocking him as he wonders if that's a second-tier mage's blink skill and questions how he knows this move. Lu Fan appears a few feet away from him and brashly beckons him forward, saying he'd heard that Chi Masters can attack and defend, engage in close combat, or attack from a distance, and asks if that is his full power as he uses Flash Leap, a skill that allows him to teleport to any location within 50 meters and has a 5-second cooldown period. The man starts relentlessly firing projectiles at him, declaring that he's courting death while using Chi Rising Wave, a palm strike technique that shoots Chi waves each time it hits a target. It increases the damage the target takes from weak point attacks by 5%, and each Chi wave adds +1 Chi. Lu Fan rushes forward and swiftly dodges his attacks, seeing which the man says he's completely powerless and believes he can defeat him, once he shows a weakness as long as he keeps preventing him from summoning his dragon pet. Lu Fan suddenly closes in and gets ready to kick him, shocking the martial artist, who quickly summons a palpable shield in front of him, remarking that without 280 points in strength, it's impossible to break his solid as a rock defense, as a screen appears stating that this skill consumes all Chi to create a solid defense, and each point of Chi increases the defense layer by 5%. Regardless, Lu Fan effortlessly penetrates his shield and lands a solid kick on him as the man, in shock, questions if he lost and wonders how it's possible when he didn't even use a skill. He went flying while spitting blood in shock, questioning if he lost and how that's even possible. The students watch in shock and realize he defeated the Chi Master without even summoning his dragon, as one says he wanted to see it, and someone else wonders if the Chi Master is actually hurt since he's spitting blood. Standing over the martial artist, who's lying on the ground and wearily coughing, Lu Fan offers him a hand and tells him that his skills are lacking since he barely exerted any force and he's already on the ground. Bratty Princess asks Chen if he's been observing Lu Fan and asks how confident he's in beating him, so Chen says if Lu Fan doesn't summon his dragon pet, and just based on his personal abilities, he's 30% confident, but with the princess buffs, he's 70% sure. The princess admits that's actually quite high, as Lu Fan takes the guy's 200 points and remarks that a bet is a bet since he initiated it in the first place. The guy notices Lu Fan's ID and is shocked to see that he has 13,739 points. He realizes that by multiplying it with the difficulty coefficient of 96 in the southern province, it nearly equals to 1.3 million exam points. He thinks about the gigantic amount in shock and remembers that the one in second place, Chen Tianzi, only has 210,000 points. He admits it's laughable that he thought he could beat Lu Fan in the first place. Later in the Dragon Capital Academy, Secret Realm Hall, Little Qin tells Lu Fan that they brought Sister Han, who worryingly runs up to Lu Fan and asks if he's hurt since someone challenged him so quickly, but he reassures her and tells her to not worry while checking his tablet. Xiaoman remarks that he just easily kicked Hong Wu, the martial artist, away, so Little Qin says she told her he was very strong and was much stronger than even Uncle Ji the first time she saw him. Xiaoman says his dragon must be even stronger if he's this strong, and Little Qin agrees dragons naturally exceed their imaginations. Lu Fan shows them a tablet which has a screen showing details of the Poison Spider Forest, which is a level 45 secret realm with fear difficulty and requires a minimum of 5 participants with an opening cost of 45 points, and tells them to take a look at this since they're all here. He explains that he just checked the secret realm dungeons provided by the school, and this one offers the most experience points, which are perfect for leveling up. On Hanqi says that even though he called her to make up the numbers, this is a level 45 secret realm, and it's not child's play, so if something goes wrong, people could die, but Lu Fan tells her to not worry since he's confident that he can lead everyone through safely. Xiaoman points out that even if everything's fine, they still only have 4 people when this dungeon requires at least 5. Lu Fan sighs and wonders who else they can ask to join, so Little Qin points to their neighbor from the number 2 villa, Jian Yang, who's ranked 2nd overall, and this level 45 dungeon shouldn't be a problem for her at all, so they should invite her to join their party. Lu Fan sees that she's sitting alone and browsing through the secret realms and awkwardly approaches her, greeting her with a small wave, but she just looks at him with an expression of disgust. He remarks that her face clearly shows that she misunderstood his intentions, although his actions while looking for the dragon egg were indeed very misleading. He sees that she's looking at dungeons and asks if she would like to join them since they're in the same boat. He inwardly admits communicating with her is really difficult, so she'll probably just respond with yes or no, but Jian Yang just stays silent for a bit before angrily grunting and calling him a pervert. Shocked, the girls slowly get away from him and ask what he did to her, so he hurriedly tells them that he didn't do anything wrong and it was all just a misunderstanding. He admits to John that their first meeting was admittedly a bit strange, but he's actually a normal person. He points to the tablet and says he saw her looking for a good dungeon too, and he doesn't know anyone else. He explains that they're going to Poison Spider Forest and need one more person, so it would be great to team up. He asks what she thinks, and she thinks about it before slowly agreeing. He asks if this means they've successfully formed a team before On-Hand Key happily tells him that he did a great job recruiting Jian, which Xiaoman agrees with since he managed to recruit the number 2 genius from Yunbai province with just a few words. He says he can cover the points for everyone, but Jian gets up and walks off, telling him that there isn't any need for that. She uses her card and a portal opens as 45 points are subtracted from her ID with 8,744 points remaining. She walks through the portal and tells them they should get going as Lu Fan is surprised after seeing her points and says she still has over 8,000 points left, wondering what the difficulty coefficient of Yunbai province is. He remarks that even if it's the toughest like Southern province with a coefficient of 96, Jian Ying's exam score is over 800,000, so her strength is nothing to joke about. As they all enter the forest, On-Hand Key covers her nose in disgust and says even breathing here feels sharp. Little Kin looks around and remarks that this is Poison Spider Forest before Lu Fan says it seems like their destination is over there as they face a dangerous-looking path in front of them. As they're walking, Xiaoman asks Lu Fan why he chose this dungeon when to level 45 with a fear difficulty. Lu Fan explains he checked this dungeon for a long time and there's no other dungeon with more experience at a higher level, to which she worryingly remarks that isn't what she meant. On-Hand Key enthusiastically takes out her pouch of travel biscuits, which increase experience gain by 20% for 1 hour, and says they should share the good stuff with everyone since they're here to level up. Lu Fan exclaims these are really useful since they'll be able to quickly reach the second transition level with these. As everyone cheerily eats the biscuits, On-Hand Key tells them that these biscuits come from a recipe distributed by the life profession teacher and many classmates fail to make them. Fortunately, the enchanter chef has a high success rate for adding effects, and she succeeded on the first try. She cheerily offers some to Jian Ying as well, who asks if the cake from last time was made by her too, which On-Hand Key confirms and offers to make more for her if she likes them, as the other girls are happily eating them. Little Qian tells Jian that Han's cooking is really amazing, so she can come by anytime she wants since they live really close by. Seeing them happily interact with each other, Jian Ying slowly smiles before Lu Fan suddenly senses something moving near them and tells everyone to be careful since a monster has spotted them, alerting On-Hand Key and Xiaoman. A level 40 black-scaled python suddenly appears in front of them as a screen states that its poison fang inflicts a layer of toxin on the bitten target, and each layer reduces the target's health by 10%, while its death coil constricts the target, rendering it immobile and making it lose 10% of its health every 5 seconds. Little Qian tells Xiaoman to not rush in yet. It's too late though, since Xiaoman rushes in and attacks the python's mouth. Little Qian warns her that monsters here are all above level 40 and they can't beat them easily. On-Hand Key hurriedly says she can make some food to boost their resistances, but she needs to gather some ingredients first. Lu Fan says there's no need to go to that much trouble and tells them all to just focus on fighting while he handles all these problems. Jian realizes he's going to summon his dragon, but he just brings out Xiao Fi, surprising them all. He tells it to stop being naughty and to not sit on his head, as Lil Qin realizes he has 2 dragons since it's not Xiao Yi this time. On-Hand Key asks Xin where this one came from since she'd never seen it before, as Xiaoman starts getting overwhelmed by the python. Lu Fan quickly orders Xiao Fi to use Emerald Light as Little Qin quickly hurries over to heal Xiaoman, who realizes the damage she took just now was nullified. It's revealed that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target, removing all debuffs and increasing all their attributes by 30%. Lu Fan assures everyone that they need to relax and should not worry about debuffs or injuries since they've got Xiao Fei here. Little Qin realizes it can dispel debuffs, block damage, and boost attributes all in one skill, making it even better than a second-tier priest. Xiaoman realizes how powerful dragons are since just one little dragon can block damage and boost all her attributes. The python suddenly charges towards Little Qin and Xiaoman, so Lu Fan decides to take care of it after On-Hand Key warns him that it's coming for them. Suddenly, a large beam gets fired at the snake's mouth and the source of the attack. Jian Ying tells them to not waste any more time since they've already been targeted, while wielding her Bloodbreaker sword, which is a level 21 weapon, and its armor break skill ignores 30% of the target's defense when dealing damage, and agility increases its speed by 40%. Surprised, Lu Fan realizes this is how a sword master attacks and admits her strength is indeed very impressive before suddenly sensing something. He hurriedly tells On Han Ki to get down and protects her from the spider that was about to strike her as Jian attacks it with her sword. A screen explains that it's a silver-armored spider that has the same poison fang skill as the python, as well as its special skill, mandible piercing, which swings its forelimbs, piercing 2 targets simultaneously, but if it misses, it can use mandible piercing one more time. Silver armor makes it immune to armor break effects. Lu Fan realizes the silver-armored spider is immune to the shadow's armor break effect before Jian rushes forward and swiftly starts fighting it. It tries attacking it with mandible piercing 4 times, but Jian swiftly dodges its attacks. Lu Fan charges forward, warning her to be careful before striking the spider's face. Jian tells him to not let his guard down since there isn't just one silver-armored spider here, and it's not just silver-armored spiders. She uses 2 more swords and Breaking Army Greatsword, which deals 210% physical damage and spreads 21% of the damage to surrounding enemy targets with its Mountain Shaker ability, and a Water-Cold Sword with the Frost ability that deals ice attribute damage and reduces the target's movement speed by 3,000% as they see that Black Web Hunters that are level 45 and have the Poison Fang ability are here too. Lu Fan and Jian Ying started running toward the monsters, and Lu Fan asks Jian Ying that her weapons are class exclusive, and they don't seem like the ordinary weapons. While dodging the oncoming attacks, she explains that a sword master can forge their own weapons and each weapon level up with them from level 1. While casting a big attack at the spider, she tells Lu Fan that now is not the time for the introductions. Hearing Jian Ying's explanation, he thinks that it's pretty similar to the Dragon Master, where one upgrades the Dragon Pet and Squad Masters upgrade their weapons. The spider monster attacks Jian Ying, and Lu Fan orders Chia Fi to cast Emerald Light. The notification informed that Emerald Light applies 3 layers of Emerald Blessing to the target and removes all the debuffs, increasing all attributes by 30%, while each layer of the blessing can block 1 instance of the damage. Not missing her chance, Jian Ying uses her Mountain Shaker attack, which pierces through the spider. It deals 20% physical damage and spreads 2% of the damage to nearby enemy targets. She thanks Lu Fan for 30% attributes and summons a Water Sword, which increases to level 15 due to the attribute boost. Lu Fan notes that she uses Blood-Breaking Sword for Agile Penetration, Water-Cold Sword for magic control and blocking high damage. With all 3 smarts working together, she is a sword master, has a very versatile fighting style. While he was pondering these thoughts, they can hear a scream coming from the direction of Little Qin and On Han Ki. Little Qin asks Stamen to protect On Han Ki. Lu Fan runs toward them while telling Jian Ying to quickly find the Black Web Hunter spider. Due to some weird reason, she puts her hand on her chest and smiles while looking at him. Guys, I think she's starting to fall in love with our Jija Chad boy. Just watch out, new waifu incoming. Lu Fan fiercely starts attacking all the spiders, and they all try to protect Aunt Han Ki. Lu Fan urges everyone to be careful of the web bind. He explains further, saying that if they get caught in it, it will be really hard to escape unscathed. Jian Ying was looking at the entire scene and was lost in her thoughts while the web suddenly appears from behind her, but due to the protection spells, some of the webs get blocked. While defending herself, her left arm got injured and she tried to rush toward the source of the web. Lu Fan wanted her to wait as she is injured and advised against going in deep alone. He ordered the little green dragon to heal her, while Little Qin asked him to go after Jian Ying. She assured him that they will be fine with the Emerald Light protection and they can handle things here. Hearing this, he rushed after Jian Ying into the deep forest. He saw her standing against the Black Web Hunter. One of her sword was stuck in the web and she was injured all over the body. The little green dragon instantly casted Emerald Light on her while she urged Lu Fan that she can take care of it herself. The Black Web Hunter spider casted Web Bind at them. This attack envelops the target in a web, and the target dies in 60 seconds after getting caught in the web. Noticing this attack, Jian Ying thought this was really bad, but Lu Fan advised her to not get distracted. He stood in front of her and casted Dragon Claw attack toward the Black Web spider. It burned through all the webs and heavily injured the Black Web Hunter spider. Looking at the scene, Jian Ying was amazed and thought that only 1 rank apart, his attack power was as high as her full power Mountain Shaker attack. Not losing the momentum, Lu Fan asked her to attack the spider together. Following his lead, she also cast the Mountain Shaker attack toward the spider, while Lu Fan used Dragon Fang Strike. She thought that the strength difference is great, but she was also sure that it will work. The notification window informed that the Emerald Dragon's level rose up to level 3. Lu Fan was happy as killing these monsters raised Xiao Fei's level by 3. He was shown that it will reach to level 5 by the time they clear the realm. Jian Ying was lost in her thoughts, thinking that it was a very unique day where she was treated as a weakling and people were helping her. Little Qin, Xiaomin and Aunt Han Qi were walking toward them waving their hands in the air. Little Qin happily announced that the armored silver spiders were dealt with properly, while Aunt Qi told Lu Fan that she leveled up. Lu Fan assured Jian Ying that she is indeed strong, but no matter how strong anyone is, they won't let their teammates fight alone. She was stunned and blushed hearing this statement. Aunt Han Qi asked Lu Fan why he didn't use Emerald Light on himself, and he brushed her off saying that he didn't need it. Xiaomin asked Lu Fan if the dragon can cast a healing spell, and he ordered the little green dragon to cast Fountain of Life, which had a continuous health restoration effect on all the teammates. All the girls were happy by this continuous healing effect. Little Qin mentioned that she is full of energy and ready to fight again. While Xiaomin made fun of Lu Fan saying that his head is green, Lu Fan teasingly asked Xiaofei to stop healing Xiaomin. Looking at these little interactions, Jian Ying thought that having teammates was not that bad after all. After some time traveling, they reached a cliff, and Xiaomin mentioned that the map ends at that point. She further questioned if they have already reached the end of the map. She pointed toward the valley, saying that there was a large area ahead. Little Qin asked Lu Fan what are they looking at, and he replied saying that this was the lair of Secret Realm boss. It was the den of a screeching spider mother, and it was level 45. The boss monster was surrounded by a lot of small spider monsters. Before reaching the boss, the team had to clear out all the small spider. Little Qin advised Aunt Han Qi not to look down the cliff, and Xiaomin added saying that the scene might be too much for her because she's not a combat class. Aunt Han Qi dismissed them, saying that even if she can't handle it, she have to learn. She mentioned that they all have been protecting her, and if she can't even look, she will be just more of a burden to all of them. She looked down the cliff, and there were massive amount of spiders gathered in the valley, and this scene made her puke instantly. Witnessing the state of Aunt Han Qi, Lu Fan thought that this is what people call the harsh reality of life. Jian Ying added saying that whether they approach or kill the boss, they need to clear out the small spiders first. Xiaomin said that she saw a strategy from another team, in which the team used ranged classes to kite and pull mobs to clear the area before approaching the boss. According to her, this strategy took 4 days to clear all the little spiders. Hearing this, Aunt Han Qi questioned, that long? According to her, she only bought enough food for 1 day, but if everyone is willing to eat roasted spiders, she can cook it for them. Little Qin instantly rejected this proposal, saying that she don't want to eat the spiders. Putting a stop to all this, Lu Fan said that they don't have to follow the strategy of other teams. Jian Ying and Xiaomin questioned him, saying that if he had any better ideas. Noticing everybody's gazing at him, he instantly summoned Xiao Yi the Black Dragon. He ordered the Black Dragon to take Destruction Dragon form. Xiaomin and Jian Ying were stunned by the appearance of the Black Dragon. Xiaomin was surprised looking at such powerful creature, and Jian Ying was also impressed by the dragon's overwhelming presence. The screeching spider boss also noticed the Black Dragon and fixed its gaze at the team. Lu Fan ordered Xiao Yi to take care of all the small fries, and she instantly jumped into the valley while using Cataclysm skill. Aunt Han Qi was surprised that Xiao Yi can also use this new form. Xiaomin added saying that this scene was just like the legendary dragons in the tales. Jian Ying added saying that this immense power was even stronger than the legendary dragons. Lu Fan told Xiaofei the green dragon to apply buffs to Xiao Yi. The little green dragon casted Emerald Light skill on the Black Dragon. The Jade Dragon bloodline also helped in doubling all the facts due to the blood-kin relation. Xiaofei also casted Dragon Encouragement, which inspired both the dragons and increased all attributes and attack power by 30%. Receiving all these buffs, the Black Dragon let out a huge roar, and the boss spider ordered all her spider minions to rush toward the dragon. Lu Fan asked Xin and Xiaomin to hold the line and protect Aunt Han Qi. They agreed instantly. He then asked Jian Ying to head toward the spider mother and kill it. They both jumped from the cliff, and little green dragon followed them closely. All the spider monsters rushed toward them, but were taken care of instantly by Lu Fan and Jian Ying. After landing in the valley, Lu Fan commanded Xiao Yi to come to his side. She instantly followed the command and rushed toward him. As Xiao Yi was using Cataclysm skill, the second phase of the skill killed all the monsters in the area where she landed. With all the small spiders killed, this little jade green dragon leveled up to level 4. Jian Ying thought that this was an incredible 3-stage attack, and she thought that she will be burned by this intense heat staying this close to the dragon. Our Jika Chad, Lu Fan asked Little Qin if she is doing okay. She responded saying that they are fine and asked him to take the boss spider. Hearing this, he asked Jian Ying to rush for the boss spider. Noticing both of them rushing toward itself, the black spider boss used Venom Spray skill, which dealt accumulated poison damage, and each layer reduced 5% health of the target. Lu Fan asked Xiaofei to use Jade Light. The black spider then casted Tangled Web skill, which Lu Fan cut through with his machete. He then ordered Xiao Yi to use burning all things skill, and the black dragon instantly summoned a firestorm by flapping her wings and out a massive amount of damage. Jian Ying was amazed and questioned that the dragon had even more powerful skills. She thought that these skills can easily destroy cities and even the nations. All the black spiders were getting roasted in the fire tornadoes casted by the black dragon. Jian Ying was amazed that the black dragon single-handedly wiped out all the spiders. Due to this massacre, the little green jade dragon leveled up to level 5 and acquired a new skill called Jade Blessing. This skill applied 3 layers of the Jade Dragon aura to the target, which increased the damage for the next 3 attacks. Lu Fan was about to give the next command to the little green dragon, but it instantly started emitting green glow and the next moment took the appearance of a beautiful innocent girl. Look at our Giga Chat now, he keeps adding new waifus into the harem. But this one to me looked more like a small little innocent child. Let's see how it goes with this one. Looking at the scene, Lu Fan thought that it was just like Xiao Yi. Xiaofi has also gained a new form and stronger abilities. The boss monster spider was not having any of this. She attacked all of them in the middle of Xiaofi's transformation. I guess she is breaking the most sacred anime rule of never disrupt a character's transformation. Everybody quickly dodged the black spider's attack and Xiaofi casted Emerald Blessing on Jian Ying, which increased the damage of her next 3 attacks. Realizing this, Jian Ying launched her swords toward the spider, which easily pierced through the spider. Jian Ying was surprised that the swords actually pierced through the spider. She thought that initially the blood-breaking sword wasn't even able to penetrate the silver-armored spider, but now it went through the boss easily. She assumed that the Emerald Blessing doesn't just amplify her strength, but also added the dragon's attribute to the attack. Lu Fan praised Xiaofi, saying that she's amazing that she gained a new form and new skills just at level 5. He thought that it was clear from Jian Ying's attack that the skill also adds Xiaofi's attributes to the attack, and if he applies these attributes to Xiao Yi, it will be a massive boost. While dodging the black spider boss's venom spray attack, he ordered Xiaofi to apply Emerald Blessing to the black dragon Xiao Yi. Listening to his command, she flew to the black dragon and sat on her head. She casted Emerald Blessing and the black dragon. Xiao Yi used Barn Owl Things again. Looking at this massive attack, Jian Ying thought that with the attributes from both dragons, this attack had over 10,000 points. The spider monster suffered a lot of burning damage due to this attack and was on the verge of death. Noticing this, Lu Fan commanded both of them to prepare for the final blow to the spider boss monster. The 3 of them instantly rushed toward the spider monster. Lu Fan used the Dragon Fang Strike while Xiaofi used Emerald Blessing on Jian Ying, and she casted her swords toward the spider boss monster. This combined attack dealt a massive damage to the spider monster and killed it instantly. Everyone gained a lot of experience by killing this black spider boss monster. The black dragon leveled up to level 18 and the green dragon leveled up to level 6, then level 7. Lu Fan leveled up to level 23. Jian Ying asked Lu Fan how much score he got in the major exam, and he mentioned about 1.3 million. She replied saying that his strength should be more than 1.3 million. To the statement, he said that he can't help it because the highest score limit for nightmare difficulty was 1.3 million. And she was dumbfounded at this response. Lu Fan then asked Little Hin to bring down on hand key. While the little green dragon Xiaofi was hugging him tightly and Xiao Yi was mad looking at the scene. Jian Ying thought that in terms of the points, she has half points as compared to Lu Fan, but in terms of strength, there's a huge gap between him and her which cannot be crossed. Both the dragon girls were hugging Lu Fan and staring at each other annoyingly. Xiaoman opened the reward test and said that the equipment looks perfect for her and she won't be shy taking it. Lu Fan commented saying that she does not look shy at all. After clearing the trial, Jian Ying agreed to join a fixed team with all of them, and Little Kin asked for her phone number so they can contact her easily. Jian Ying replied saying that she does not have a phone. Xiaoman said that they will directly go to her house and call her next time they are going to the secret realm. The scene then changes to Lu Fan's villa where everyone is eating and enjoying. On-hand Qi prepared a lot of food for everyone, and she mentioned that the new dish increases stamina. Jian Ying commented that they are actually living with the pervert, which Lu Fan denied as a misunderstanding. Everybody ate to their heart's content, and both the dragons, but also full and sleeping on the couch. For the next couple of days, Lu Fan got used to the life at Dragon City Academy. He occasionally went to Venom Spider for us to level up, which increased Xiaofi's level to 13 and his level to 24. He also studied convert theories. This routine continued for more than half a month, and there were only 2 days left before the freshman assessment. The Jade Dragon was level 14 and the Black Dragon was level 19 while he was level 25. It just finished defeating the Black Spider boss Xiaoman, and Little Kin's level rose to 22 and On-Hand Qi was level 18 now. Lu Fan thought that he originally planned to have Xiao Yi reach level 20 and Xiao Fi level 15 before the freshman assessment, but the plan was not successful. Jian Ying was also happy with her progress as her cold water sword was same level as her. Her level was 24 right now. Xiaomin opened the chest and she was really happy as after nearly a month she finally gathered the venomous spider set for the swordsman. Little Qin was happy for her, saying that now she can improve her ranking in freshman assessment. Aunt Han Ki suggested that they should head back home now and she will prepare dinner for them. Little Qin agreed with her, saying that indeed they should head back and there is no need to return to this realm anymore. Lu Fan also agreed because the freshman assessment event was next day and according to him, they should rest well and prepare for it. Xia Yaomen also agreed cheeringly. Coming back out of the portal, Teacher Gu was waiting for Lu Fan. She asked him to come with her. She explained further that she is not the one looking for him, but it's rather Vice Principal Zhao. According to her, he has something important to tell him. Lu Fan pondered something important, and right before the freshman assessment, Lu Fan comes out from the secret area and inquires about the important matter and what the teacher wants to tell him before the evaluation. The teacher, walking beside him, casually mentions that Lu Fan will find out soon enough when he gets there. Just as they move forward, the student walking ahead of them comments that today another expert from the Azure class had a new evolution. The second student chimes mentioning 73 Hong and confirming that he already knew. The teacher, hearing this, turns to Lu Fan with a hint of amusement and asks if he has a problem with what they're saying. Lu Fan, grinning, admits that he's been so engrossed in either class or the secret area lately that he's lost track of what his classmates are even talking about anymore. Without waiting for a response, the teacher begins climbing the stairs, remarking that it's all Lu Fan's fault anyway. The teacher explains that his point bet challenge with Hong Wu made freshmen realize that dueling for points is a way to earn them, a method they've affectionately dubbed the new evaluation. Lu Fan ponders the term new evaluation, recalling how duels between new players are a regular occurrence. The winners accumulate more points while the losers are left scrambling for basic necessities, barely managing to find food in the factories. But the number 73 mentioned earlier, that has him stumped. The teacher, with a sly grin, explains that using his battle with the Hong Wu as a standard, Hong Wu's strength is taken as a unit of measure. Lu Fan is 100 Hong, while Hong Wu is 1 Hong. The teacher then gestures towards a distant figure, sweeping the academy grounds. Hong Wu himself now reduced to working as a janitor for the academy. She mentions that by doing so, at least he can earn some points and not starve. Hong Wu, now mopping floors, sheds tears, clearly visible even from afar. Lu Fan, seeing this, can't help but feel a mix of surprise and pity. Soon after, they arrive outside Vice Principal Zhao's office. The teacher stops and turns to Lu Fan, instructing him to go inside as Vice Principal Zhao is waiting. With a nod, Lu Fan agrees, saying he'll head in now. He swings the door open and greets the Vice Principal with asking if he is expecting him. Vice Principal Zhao gestures for Lu Fan to come in. Once inside, Zhao wastes no time getting to the point. He reminds Lu Fan of the promise made to him about the national exam before he enrolled, confirming that it will indeed be the advanced level as promised. However, there's an unexpected twist. This year's national exam, originally slated to be held in Jinyu City within the Taichi Empire 5 months from now, has suddenly been rescheduled. The host country has moved the date up, and now the exam will take place just 2 months from now. Hijaba goes on to explain that Taichi has already announced its competition lineup, and the stakes are high. The eldest son of the Jin family, Jin Chenghen, is expected to reach level 60 and complete his 3rd transformation within the next month. Lu Fan, processing the information, remarks that it seems Taichi wants to start the national trials as soon as Jin Chenghen completes his 3rd transformation. Upon hearing this, Vice Principal Zhao's demeanor shifts dramatically. His face flushes with anger as he slams his fist on the table with a resounding thud. He practically growls his response, affirming Lu Fan's observation. Starting the trials when contestants from other countries are still stuck at the 2nd transformation level practically guarantees that Jin Chenghan will emerge as the winner. Lu Fan places his hand on his chin, deep in thought. He reflects on the significant difference between the 2nd and 3rd transformations. It's not merely about reaching a higher level. Each transformation unlocks new attributes that dramatically boost strength. This move by Taichi, orchestrated by the Jin family, is yet another cunning tactic to ensure their dominance in the trials. Vice Principal Zhao, with a tone of regret, admits that the qualifications they promised Lu Fan before his admission now seem unreasonably harsh. He explains that in just 2 months, Lu Fan is expected to reach a maximum transformation level of 30, while facing opponents who are already well beyond level 50. Zhao doesn't sugarcoat the reality. There's a very real risk that Lu Fan might not survive the trials. He places a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, trying to soften the gravity of the situation. Zhao then reminisces about the past, noting that in previous trials, the Dragon Nation has consistently excelled, often dominating and winning the championship. However, this year is different. Other nations are specifically targeting the Dragon Nation, and with the reduced preparation time, the challenge is even more daunting. Lu Fan listens intently as Vice Principal Xiao speaks. The principal then directly asks Lu Fan if he wants to participate in the national trials. Lu Fan, with a serious expression, replies that this is his chance to join the ranks of Dragon Nation's experts. He firmly states his desire to participate, adding the confident thumbs up that he aims to win it. Seeing Lu Fan's determination, Vice Principal Xiao smiles approvingly. He tells Lu Fan that now that he's made his decision, he will need to arrange the necessary resources for him. Placing a supportive hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, Zhao encourages him to excel in the upcoming evaluation. Lu Fan confidently replies, assuring Vice Principal Zhao that he will do his best. He acknowledges that it won't be easy, but he's determined to face the challenge head-on. Vice Principal Zhao gives a nod, understanding the gravity of what lies ahead. The next day, the freshman evaluation conference begins. Vice Principal Zhao stands at the front of the conference room, his presence commanding attention. He keeps his speech brief, telling everyone to follow the rules. Without much preamble, he announces this year's evaluation format. Displayed on the board is the outline for a team evaluation arena battle. The stakes are high, with rewards clearly defined. First place will earn 5,000 points per person, second place 3,000 points per person, and third place 2,000 points per person. Everyone is taken aback by the sudden turn of events, and a wave of commotion ripples through the crowd. Conversations spring up in all directions, with everyone buzzing about the unexpected twist. One person throws their hands up in exaggerated despair, clearly not thrilled about the team battle setup. A few others start lamenting their choices, one regretfully reminding a friend that they should have teamed up as they originally suggested. The other one, with a resigned shrug, points out that as healers, they'll be nothing more than punching bags for the rest. Ken Q glances at Lu Fan and remarks that it's a relief they don't need more than 5 members per team. Lu Fan, with a knowing smile, notes that it's fortunate since An isn't part of the fighter class, so they convene when they have just the right number to form 2 teams. Vice Principal Zhao continues, acknowledging that many might still be struggling with the concepts. However, he reassures everyone that it's not too late to start forming their teams. He reminds them that the preliminary round begins this afternoon, and by tomorrow night, only 100 teams will make the cut. He also mentions that anyone interested can now sign up with their teams by registering with Teacher Gu. The meeting is dismissed and everyone heads out to the ground. Kidding Su waves at Xiaomin, while Lu Fan spots Jian Ying and greets her warmly. Suddenly, a guy with an air of overconfidence approaches Jian Ying. He introduces himself as the double swordsman No. 7, adding with a dramatic flair that he's had his eye on her since the entrance ceremony, especially after the newcomer entrance hypnosis. He then salutes her with great enthusiasm, proposing that they team up for the assessment, confidently assuring her that they will definitely win. But Jian Ying, unfazed by his theatrics, politely declines his offer. The rejection hits him hard, and before anyone knows it, he's on the verge of tears, turning what was supposed to be a grand proposal into a slightly awkward yet amusing scene. Xiaomin suggests they go sign up with Teacher Gu. She glances back at the poor boy and asks, with genuine curiosity, why he's crying. Ken Shu chimes in with a knowing smile, noting that all the top students want to team up with Jian Ying, but she's confident Jian Ying won't leave their team. Lu Fan, ever the strategist, quickly proposes that he teams up with Kim Chu, while Jian Ying teams up with Xiaomin. The next day, the freshman assessment preliminary round begins at Dragon City Academy. The atmosphere is electric, with a huge crowd gathered around the arena. Everyone watches the matches with intense focus, as if the outcome will determine the fate of the world, at least their world for the day. In the ongoing match, the Earth Dragon suddenly launches a fierce attack on its opponent, unleashing its sweep power. The dragon's giant tail spins with tremendous force, causing damage in a wide, wing-shaped area that leaves the target reeling. Not missing a beat, the dragon's tamer leaps into the air, spear in hand, and joins the assault with a precise strike. The dragon follows up with its lance strike, channeling its energy into a powerful blow that seals the fate of the opposing team. With their combined efforts, they secure yet another victory. Just as the match concludes, Jin Zhu approaches the victorious Tamer, her eyes sparkling with admiration. She praises him for his remarkable streak, noting that he has now won 28 matches in a row. This person, number 18, Chen Tianzi, raises his hand in acknowledgement, thanking the princess with a respectful nod. He looks at her and confidently mentions that their team has now climbed to number 7 in the rankings. The real test, however, lies ahead as they prepare to face the top-ranked team in the upcoming match. Princess Jin Zhu, looking pleased, tells Chen Tianji that her brother Jin Chenghen will soon visit and when he does, she plans to introduce them. She hints that to earn his promotion, Chen Tianzi needs to reach the coveted #1 spot. Chen Tianzi, ever the loyal warrior, assures her with confidence that he will do as she asks. Just then, an announcement rings out, signaling the start of the next match. The opponents are revealed: number 18, Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu, versus the reigning champions, number 1, Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Jin Zhu, caught off guard, is surprised to see Lu Fan and Jian Ying standing across from her. She quickly realizes the gravity of the situation, recognizing that the two dragon tamers who hold the top 2 spots are now united on the same team. Lu Fan recalls the conversation he had with Qin Qiu about teaming up. He had suggested that Qin Qiu join him and Xiaoman team up with Jian Ying so that everyone could achieve a good ranking. However, Qin Qiu had refused, insisting that there was no need. She reminded him that he and Jian Ying needed to claim first place together, ensuring they would still hold the top 2 spots. Xiaoman had laughed at the idea, playfully adding that she didn't want to drag him down. Qin Qiu, sharing the same sentiment, smiled at him reassuringly and told him not to worry about them. She and Xiaoman would do their best. Before they parted ways, Xiaoman told him that he had to secure first place. In the present moment, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying and says there's no harm in aiming for that top spot. Jian Ying, with her usual calm confidence, simply replies, "Of course." Lu Fan is resting in the arena's restroom when he decides to check the system. As he navigates through it, he discovers that he has found a treasure map. He mutters to himself, noting that he has collected several treasure maps again, but they're of low quality and located far away. He decides it's best to combine them to see if anything better comes of it. As he's focused on the system, Jian Ying notices his intense concentration and, curious about what he's up to, asks if he's okay. Just as she does, Lu Fan's eyes widen in shock as the system reveals that a divine-level treasure map has been synthesized. The system displays the details of a newly synthesized divine-level treasure map, revealing that it points to a nest atop a tree inside the Flying Dragon Graveyard, an area ranging from level 50 to 60. The map indicates that this nest contains a mysterious egg. Lu Fan, puzzled, realizes he's never heard of this place before. He quickly decides that now isn't the time to investigate, mentally noting to ask about it another day. Just as he's about to close the system, an announcement echoes through the restroom. Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu versus Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Both teams are requested to enter the arena. Lu Fan smiles, rising from his seat, and says it's their turn to take the stage. He adds with a grin that they can't afford to be careless, especially with the new evaluation system in place. As they head towards the arena, voices erupt from the crowd. People are buzzing with excitement, pointing out that the number 1 ranked Lu Fan and the number 2 ranked Jian Ying are on the same team, and many are convinced they're destined to win. But not everyone is so sure. Someone in the crowd points out that Chen Tianzi has already won 28 matches in a row, and besides, the champions in previous years weren't always from the top ranks. Jian Ying, always focused, mentions that she heard their opponent is also a dragon tamer. She asks Lu Fan seriously if he's confident about the match. Lu Fan, with a playful wave of his hand, suggests they place a bet. He then asks, with a mischievous smile, if she thinks he could defeat their opponents all by himself. Jian Ying, slightly puzzled, tries to decipher his meaning, whether he's implying that he can win without her help or that he doesn't even need to call on his pet dragon. Both Chen Tianzi, Jin Zhu, and their dragons stride confidently onto the battlefield, ready for the match. Lu Fan, observing their entrance, casually remarks that he had already figured out during their encounter in the poisonous spider forest that their classes are quite evenly matched. The announcement echoes through the arena: Lu Fan and Jian Ying versus Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu. As they prepare, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying with a grin and proposes a deal. If he wins, she'll have to tell him all the qualities of a swordsman. He looks at her expectantly, curious about her reaction. Moments later, the command to start the evaluation is given. Without hesitation, Chen Tianzi and Jin Zhu charge into the battlefield, ready to attack. Chen Tianzi, brimming with confidence, declares that it's finally their turn to fight and assures Lu Fan that this time he won't be overpowered. His dragon charges alongside him, the two moving as a formidable unit. Chen Tianzi boldly claims that from this point on, only one person will be able to subdue his dragon, and that person is him. With that, he lunges forward, spear in hand, aiming directly at Lu Fan. Suddenly, Lu Fan vanishes from his spot, leaving Chen Tianzi stunned and bewildered. One moment, Lu Fan was right there, and now he's nowhere to be seen. Chen Tianzi's eyes dart around in confusion, trying to locate his opponent. In an instant, Lu Fan reappears on the opposite side of the battlefield, casually dismissing Chen Tianzi's shock with a smirk and a cryptic "I refuse." He then tells Jian Ying with a calm yet ominous tone that it's too late to refuse now, signaling that their bet is already placed. And before Chen Tianji can react, Lu Fan's hand transforms into a powerful dragon's claw. With a swift motion, Lu Fan lunges forward, his dragon-imbued hand ready to strike. The dragon's claw, a technique that turns his hand into a fearsome dragon's claw, amplifies his strength depending on his power. Lu Fan moves with deadly precision, launching himself into the air and aiming an attack directly at the dragon's mouth. Chen Tianzi, caught off guard by the sheer speed and force of Lu Fan's moves, looks at Jian Ying in surprise. He's baffled. He points his spear at Lu Fan and demands to know why he hasn't summoned his own dragon or involved his partner in the fight. Is he mocking them? Lu Fan's hands transform into dragon claws, surrounded by a glowing yellow aura. He looks at Chen Tianzi with a confident smile and remarks that it's just a small bet, nothing special, and that he doesn't need to exert himself fully to deal with them. From behind their dragon, Jin Zhu watches the scene unfold and laughs, finally feeling that they have a chance to turn the tables. She shouts at Lu Fan, calling him an arrogant, low-class person who is trying to humiliate her. Her voice is filled with anger as she vows not to spare him this time, promising that he will pay a heavy price for his insolence. Chen Tianzi, desperate to regain control of the battle, orders his dragon to go after Lu Fan. The Earth Dragon, with all its might, positions itself in front of Lu Fan, letting out a roar loud enough to shake the arena. It's clearly trying to assert dominance, but Lu Fan, as calm as ever, simply reverts his hand back to its normal form and draws his dragon sword, almost as if he's just taking a casual stroll. He observes the Earth Dragon with a raised eyebrow, noting that one of its wings seems to be broken. It's almost as if he's more curious than concerned, like he's inspecting a used car before buying it. Then, with a sudden burst of energy, he leaps into the air, his sword beginning to glow ominously, as if it's had one too many energy drinks. As he hovers in midair, a red aura begins to radiate from his eyes, never a good sign for his opponents. He unleashes his Dragon Fang Strike, channeling his dragon energy into a strike so powerful that it makes the sword seem like it's been turbocharged. With a single precise blow, Lu Fan cuts through the dragon's other wing, leaving it wounded and whimpering like a puppy that just lost its favorite chew toy. The crowd is in complete shock, jaws practically hitting the ground. Lu Fan has just single-handedly taken down an Earth Dragon, a feat that should be impossible for a mere human. Whispers ripple through the arena, with everyone wondering just how much power this guy really has. Some are starting to think that maybe, just maybe, Lu Fan is the kind of person who doesn't even need an alarm clock. He probably just tells time when to wake him up. Princess Jin Zhu, growing impatient, points her finger towards the Dragon Master, clearly annoyed. She urges him to stop daydreaming and to bring down Lu Fan quickly. Flustered, the Dragon Master snaps out of his momentary daze, quickly assuring the princess that he will carry out her command. Chen Tianzi, feeling the pressure, orders his dragon to wake up and prepare for another assault. The dragon, responding to its master's voice, shakes off its previous defeat and readies itself for battle once more. Chen Tianji assesses the situation, convinced that Lu Fan must lack the speed to dodge an all-out attack from both the dragon and himself. He formulates a plan, deciding to use two skills simultaneously, believing there's no way Lu Fan can escape. He orders the dragon to unleash its Dragon Lance Strike, a powerful blow infused with its energy. Immediately after, the dragon swings its massive tail in a sweeping motion, creating a feather-shaped area of destruction. Confident in his strategy, Chen Tianji grips his spear tightly and charges towards Lu Fan, determined to end the fight. However, in a blink-and-you'll-miss-it moment, Lu Fan moves with blinding speed. Before Chen Tianji can even process what's happening, Lu Fan strikes down the dragon, and a thick cloud of smoke billows up from the impact. For a fleeting moment, Chen Tianzi is convinced he has won, believing his attack has finally overpowered Lu Fan. But as the smoke begins to clear, his confidence quickly turns to shock. There, perched casually on the dragon, sits Lu Fan, completely unscathed and looking as relaxed as if he were lounging in a hammock. In reality, Lu Fan had used the flash swing technique, a skill that allows him to teleport up to 50 meters in the blink of an eye. With a smile playing on his lips and the dragon's sword in hand, he looks at Chen Tianji and almost teasingly suggests that he make a move that might actually force him to take the fight seriously. Jian Ying, observing the battle, is impressed by how effortlessly Lu Fan is handling the situation. She reflects on the fact that the Earth Dragon's attributes are several times higher than those of beasts at the same level, yet Lu Fan is managing to suppress both the dragon and its tamer with apparent ease. Meanwhile, Chen Tianzi begins to sense that something is off. His unease grows when Princess Jin Zhu approaches him, a dangerous aura beginning to emanate from her. The air around her seems to crackle with intensity as she berates him, calling him useless and ordering him to back off. She doesn't mince words, pointing out that he's done nothing but embarrass himself. Lu Fan didn't even summon his black dragon or allow his teammate to step in, yet he single-handedly dismantled his efforts. Princess Jinzhu's frustration is palpable as she scolds him further, pointing out that despite the crowd watching, he still seems lost and confused. Her disappointment is evident as she tells him that at this rate, there's no way she can recommend him to her brother. Princess Jinzhu, clearly fed up with the situation, pulls out her wand. As she waves it, a portal opens, swirling ominously with energy. She turns to Chen Tianji, her voice dripping with disdain, and questions whether he still believes he can make it to the Taiki Empire or even dream of becoming the strongest dragon Tamer. She tells him to stop his delusions. With a dramatic flourish, she points her wand toward the sky, and immediately, a dangerous energy begins to radiate throughout the area. Princess Jinzhu, with a cold determination, declares that in order to regain her lost honor, she must take this drastic step. Lu Fan watches the scene unfold and quickly realizes what's happening. He recognizes the skill she's using. It's the same one that transforms her followers into monstrous beings. As the energy intensifies, the Earth Dragon, aided by Jinzhu's powers, begins to transform. Its aura becomes even more dangerous, pulsating with dark energy. The once powerful, yet manageable, dragon now evolves into something far more menacing. The crowd watches in horror as the Earth Dragon undergoes its terrifying transformation, turning into what looks like a demon straight out of hell. Everyone is acutely aware that this boost has made the dragon far more dangerous than it was before. Whispers ripple through the spectators as they remember that Princess Jinzhu hails from the Taiki Nation, a place known for its strange and powerful skills. Many begin to speculate that Lu Fan might finally be forced to bring out his own dragon to counter this new threat. The excitement in the arena is palpable, as everyone anticipates an epic showdown between two dragons. Amidst the growing tension, Jian Ying springs into action. She unsheaths her heavy crushing sword, an epic quality weapon at level 24, known for dealing 240% physical damage and spreading 24% damage in the surrounding area. But she doesn't stop there. She also prepares her second weapon, the Blood Destroyer's Sword, another epic quality level 24 weapon. This sword is lethal, breaking armor and ignoring 32% of the target's defense, while also increasing her agility and sword speed by 42%. Just as Jian Ying is about to engage, ready to confront the transformed Earth Dragon, Lu Fan signals her to stop. He calmly reminds her of their bet, assuring her that he can handle the situation on his own. Jian Ying is taken aback by his confidence, her surprise evident as she hesitates. She argues that the dragon has become incredibly powerful and insists on helping him. On the other hand, the demon dragon looks up to the sky and starts roaring loudly, but Lu Fan looks at him and says, "I have seen this skill before." Lu Fan says, "I know how to make the body bigger by using pain as a price." Princess Jinzhu, filled with anger and determination, orders Chen Tianji to kill Lu Fan and take revenge. Chen Tianji nods in understanding, bolstered by the newfound strength and size of his dragon, which now towers over the battlefield with an intimidating presence. Princess Jinzhu seems done waiting for Lu Fan to act. She taunts Lu Fan, demanding that he summon his dragon, warning that if he doesn't, he'll be crushed under the might of their Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon, now a massive and terrifying beast, stands in front of Lu Fan, roaring so loudly that it tears the ground apart with its sheer power. Despite this, Lu Fan remains calm, standing firm in the face of the beast. The princess, confident in dragon's strength, laughs mockingly at Lu Fan, questioning whether his dragon could possibly be strong enough to conquer this Earth Dragon. But just as she finishes her taunt, Lu Fan raises his hand and a cold air begins to emanate from his mouth. In a sudden shift, Lu Fan unleashes a powerful skill called Ice Dragon Rage. The air around him chills as a black explosion erupts, spraying across the target area. The skill not only deals significant damage, but also adds a slow and steady freezing effect, effectively immobilizing the Earth Dragon. The damage area and duration of the skill can be adjusted based on how long Lu Fan cast it, showcasing his mastery of the technique. The Earth Dragon begins to freeze, its roars turning from fierce to desperate as the ice takes hold. The battlefield is suddenly silent, save for the crackling of ice and the chilling aura that now surrounds Lu Fan. The once mighty Earth Dragon is now encased in ice, and its movements are slowed, its power is diminished. Both Princess Jinzhu and Chen Tianji are stunned by the sudden drop in temperature, their breath visible in the icy air. They exchange bewildered looks, wondering aloud how the temperature could have plummeted so rapidly. The princess, her usual confidence shaken, starts to suspect that this might be Lu Fan's doing. She remarks that whatever this is, it's far colder than Chen's Earth Dragon ever was. Then it dawns on her, something's not right. Realizing that this intense cold is likely an illusion rather than the work of an actual dragon, she starts to piece together what's happening. In her mind, she questions whether Lu Fan is capable of using both physical attacks and magical skills, a combination that would make him even more formidable than she had imagined. At that moment, Lu Fan draws his sword, gripping it firmly as he closes his eyes, centering himself. He acknowledges that her strange magic has indeed boosted the powers of the Earth Dragon, perhaps even surpassing his own in sheer strength. But as he opens his eyes, there's a steely determination in them. He challenges the notion that her enhanced powers could ever crush him. Without warning, Lu Fan dashes towards Princess Jin Zhu with lightning speed, his voice cutting through the cold as he demands to know if she truly thinks she can take his black dragon. The princess, now genuinely frightened, watches in horror as Lu Fan closes the distance between them. Just as Lu Fan is about to strike, Chen Tianzi intervenes, throwing himself between Lu Fan and the princess, taking the full force of the attack. The blow sends Chen Tianzi reeling, but he quickly regains his footing and signals to the princess to stay cautious. With a determined look, he orders his dragon to attack, refusing to back down despite the overwhelming odds. Hearing Chen Tianji's command, the Earth Dragon roars ferociously, unleashing a terrifying energy from its mouth. The air around it crackles with power as it prepares to launch a devastating attack. But Lu Fan, ever quick on his feet, seizes the opportunity and leaps into the air. As he does, he can't help but admire Chen's loyalty, throwing himself into harm's way to save Princess Jin Zhu without a second thought. The dragon's onslaught begins, attacking from all sides. Lu Fan knows he must act swiftly, and with a determined look, he decides to show them the true magic of the dragon. He raises his hand, and a glowing round shape begins to form in his palm. It's the power of the Blue Dragon King's Roar, a fearsome ability known for its devastating effects. As the energy builds, a tremendous shockwave shoots forward from Lu Fan's hand, tearing through the air with immense force. The attack deals heavy damage, leaving the dragon and its surroundings reeling. But the real kicker is the paralyzing effect. Each subsequent attack has 20 layers of power, each one reducing by a layer with a 20% chance of paralyzing the target. The Earth Dragon lets out a horrific scream, its body racked with the effects of the paralyzing energy. The once mighty beast struggles, its movements slowed and its power severely weakened. The crowd is buzzing with a mix of surprise and amusement at the unfolding scene. Lu Fan has once again activated a new powerful magic, and it's clear to everyone that this isn't just any ordinary spell. It's a rare form of dragon magic. Observers start to piece together the pattern. First, Lu Fan physically tanked the dragon, then he unleashed a barrage of magic, all while still keeping his own dragon in reserve. One spectator, pointing excitedly, predicts that Chen Tianji's impressive winning streak is about to come to a sudden end. Chen Tianji's dragon is taking severe damage, and the situation is quickly spiraling out of control. Chen, in disbelief, struggles to comprehend what's happening. He wonders how there could be such a vast difference in power between them when they're both supposed to be dragon tamers. As his dragon collapses to the ground, defeated, Lu Fan calmly steps forward and stands in front of it, his presence commanding the battlefield. Lu Fan asks Chen Tianji that since the beginning of the battle, he's been wondering why Chen has not used any other skills besides his dragon lance strike. From the sidelines, Princess Jin Zhu, clearly frustrated, shouts at Chen Tianzi, urging him to order the Earth Dragon to continue fighting. The once confident Chen is rattled, his mind racing with doubts. Lu Fan stands there, his sword now glowing with energy, and continues his monologue. He points out that while Dragon Lance Strike and Dragon Fang Strike might seem different, they're essentially the same skill, just utilized with different weapons. He then asks Chen why he hasn't used any other dragon skills like Dragon Claw or Dragon Encouragement. The question is more of a taunt than a genuine inquiry, as Lu Fan already knows the answer. Chen, now deeply shaken, realizes that Dragon Claw, which he thought was his ace, might just be an elementary skill in Lu Fan's arsenal. The princess, her patience wearing thin, glares at Chen Tianzi and accuses him of talking nonsense, comparing him to someone named Han Te. She reminds him sharply of the oath he took to exact revenge on Lu Fan for her, clearly disappointed that he has yet to fulfill that promise. Meanwhile, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, his blade beginning to glow with an intense light as arcs of lightning crackle around it. With a calm yet pointed look at Chen Tianzi, Lu Fan remarks that it seems the Earth Dragon contract hasn't revealed all of Chen's skills. He challenges Chen, questioning why he hasn't used them, implying that either he doesn't have these abilities or that he's holding back for no good reason. Lu Fan then bluntly suggests that Chen should give up, emphasizing that there's no chance of victory because they are really two different types of dragon tamers. Chen Tianji's anger flares up at Lu Fan's words, and he snaps, demanding that Lu Fan stop talking. Despite Chen's rising fury, Lu Fan remains composed, trying to reason with him one last time. He calmly explains that there's no deep-seated hatred between them and that Chen doesn't need to throw away his dignity by becoming a slave to the princess's whims or by making Lu Fan his enemy. Chen's eyes are bloodshot, veins visibly pulsing as his anger reaches its boiling point. His frustration boils over, feeling cornered and belittled by Lu Fan's calm demeanor and pointed remarks. He's furious, not only because Lu Fan has blocked his path to becoming the strongest dragon knight, but also because he dares to lecture him about self-respect. Turning to the princess, Chen declares his unwavering commitment to fulfilling his vow as her knight, reminding her himself of the oath he took. In a desperate bid to reclaim his honor, he requests the princess to grant him an enhancement, vowing to risk everything to teach this inferior person a lesson for daring to insult her. The princess, sensing his desperation, starts to smile. She's more than willing to indulge his request, seeing it as a chance to assert her own dominance through him. With a flourish, she points her strange wand at Chen, warning him that this is his last chance and that he has to win. Suddenly, a terrifying energy envelops Chen, making his hair stand on end as the enhancement takes hold. He feels the surge of power, knowing this is his do-or-die moment. Chen acknowledges the transformation with a determined, almost fanatical resolve. Meanwhile, Lu Fan watches the transformation with a mixture of curiosity and pity. He wonders aloud why Chen would swear allegiance to someone like Jin Zhu, pointing out that he clearly doesn't understand her true nature. Lu Fan hints that she's far from the noble figure Chen imagines, suggesting that his loyalty might be tragically misplaced. Chen begins to undergo a terrifying transformation, morphing into a ferocious dragon-like creature. His voice, now distorted and filled with rage, echoes as he declares that he is not nothing without the princess. He sees this transformation as his path to becoming a high-class person and exacting his revenge. His face, twisted into a monstrous form, now has glowing eyes that reflect his fury and desperation. The princess, standing right behind him, watches with a satisfied smirk. She commands Chen to kill Lu Fan for her, fully expecting him to carry out her bidding without hesitation. Chen, driven by this twisted sense of loyalty, moves to strike Lu Fan. But before he can land a blow, a powerful aura surrounds Lu Fan, signaling that he's ready for what's coming. With a calm, almost sorrowful expression, Lu Fan draws his dragon sword, expressing more pity than disgust for Chen. As he does, a thunderous sound reverberates around them, signaling the start of Lu Fan's counterattack. In an instant, Lu Fan channels the power of the wind spirit, a blessing that increases his agility by 35%. With this newfound speed, he dashes towards Chen Tianzi, who, despite his terrifying transformation, suddenly feels a pang of fear as he struggles to comprehend what's happening. Before Chen can react, Lu Fan unleashes the Dragon Pack Strike, sending Chen hurtling into the air before crashing down hard onto the ground. But Lu Fan isn't done yet. He follows up with the Blue Dragon Roar skill, ramping up his power attribute by 20% and adding multiple layers of attack. With each successive strike, one layer is reduced, and there's a 20% chance of paralyzing the target. By the time the onslaught is over, 9 layers of power have been unleashed upon Chen, leaving him utterly defeated. Realizing the hopelessness of his situation, Chen starts to apologize, his previous bravado and rage replaced by fear and regret. The once mighty figure now lies humbled, his monstrous transformation unable to save him. Meanwhile, the princess, who was so confident just moments ago, is now looking like she's about to burst into tears. Her grand plan to have Chen triumphantly defeat Lu Fan has backfired spectacularly, leaving her plans and her nerves in shambles. After defeating Chen Tianzi, Lu Fan wastes no time and rushes toward the princess, his hand raised to strike. The princess, clearly panicking, tries to stop him by putting her hand forward. She frantically warns him, reminding him that her brother is a powerful figure in the Taiki Empire and that if Lu Fan dares to touch her, her brother will retaliate with double the force. But Lu Fan, unimpressed and completely unfazed by her threats, ignores her words and slaps the princess hard, sending her sprawling to the ground. As she lies there, stunned and with her magic wand clattering away from her grasp, Lu Fan calmly turns to her and remarks that if her brother does come after him, he'll be indebted to him for the opportunity. The princess, now thoroughly humiliated, struggles to comprehend how quickly things have turned against her. Meanwhile, the audience erupts with a mix of shock and commentary, unable to believe what they've just witnessed. Some are aghast, questioning what Lu Fan is doing even after securing his victory. Others criticize him for humiliating his opponent, remarking that it's unnecessary and excessive. A few in the crowd even point out how the princess, despite her cute appearance, seemed to have no problem dominating Chen and using him for her own gain, hinting that perhaps she wasn't as innocent as she looked. The vice principal, clearly fed up with the chaos in the arena, picks up his mic and sternly tells the audience to quiet down. He then announces with authority that the princess and Chen Tianji's team has lost and Lu Fan and Jian Ying's team has emerged victorious. Without missing a beat, he turns to one of the teachers and instructs them to have Lu Fan report to his office immediately. He also orders preparations for the next team match, emphasizing that there should be no disruptions. The teacher nods and replies with a simple, okay. A short while later, Lu Fan arrives at Vice Principal's office. The Vice Principal stands facing away from him, deep in thought. Without turning around, he addresses Lu Fan, saying that he initially suspected the Jin family's involvement might be the reason behind his anger, but he has learned about the quarrel between Lu Fan and Princess Jin Zhu through Mr. Qin. However, the Vice Principal reminds Lu Fan that the arena is not the place to settle personal grudges. He cautions that if Lu Fan continues to use battles as a means to address personal vendettas, it could lead to serious accusations and give the wrong impression. Lu Fan, unfazed, raises his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. He calmly explains that he has experienced the disappointment of Chen Tu and knows firsthand that the princess was manipulating him. The Vice Principal glances at Lu Fan and hands him a MacBook, casually telling him not to dwell on the previous events. Instead, he shifts the focus to the real reason he called Lu Fan to his office. The Vice Principal explains that both he and the Principal have been watching Lu Fan's performance closely, which piques Lu Fan's curiosity. He hesitantly asks if his performance had somehow disappointed them. Vice Principal smiles, shaking his head and points at the MacBook, indicating that it's quite the opposite. He reassures Lu Fan that when he unleashed those two dragon magic techniques, both he and the Principal were impressed and felt confident about Lu Fan's participation in the upcoming national exam. The Vice Principal reveals that they have discovered high-level secret realms for him through the Secret Realm Hunter Guild, and he can choose one. Secret Realm Hunter Guild is a resource akin to the Material Hunters, which controls access to these hidden worlds. Lu Fan takes the MacBook and begins to process what the Vice Principal is saying. He reflects on the idea of Secret Realm Hunters and how they control resources just like the Material Hunters. Lu Fan scrolls through the options on the MacBook, pausing as his finger hovers over another secret world. He thinks to himself about how secret hunters operate, discovering entrances to various secret realms and exchanging that knowledge for high rewards. It's a lucrative but dangerous profession, one that clearly plays a critical role in accessing these hidden challenges. As Lu Fan continues to ponder, the Principal chimes in explaining that all secret hunters use a method of bidding high prices for their discoveries. Whichever realm Lu Fan chooses, the school will approach the corresponding association to place a bid. Lu Fan notes that the starting prices for these realms are steep. The Principal reassures Lu Fan, adjusting his glasses as he thinks that Dragon Capital Academy doesn't take the national examiners lightly. He promises that the academy will secure the resources they promised Lu Fan, no matter the cost. Lu Fan, still browsing the options, suddenly spots something intriguing on the MacBook. He gestures to the screen and calls Vice Principal's attention to it. The Vice Principal, noticing the seriousness in Lu Fan's expression, asks if he's found something of interest. Lu Fan points to the screen, revealing the details of a secret world that has caught his eye. The realm is named Flying Dragon Cemetery, with a secret realm level of 55 and a difficulty rating of Nightmare. The number of participants is limited to 2 or more, making it a high-stakes challenge. The next day arrives and it's time for the freshman assessment rematch at the Dragon Capital Academy Arena. The atmosphere is charged with anticipation as the teacher steps forward to announce the first semifinal match. It's set to be a showdown between Team Member 1, consisting of Lu Fan and Jian Ying, and Team Member 3, made up of Jiang Fengjin and Xo Jing. Just as the excitement is building, the Vice Principal suddenly gestures for silence, raising a hand to calm the crowd. He then makes an unexpected announcement. Lu Fan has withdrawn from the competition and will be reassigned. The news drops like a bombshell, leaving everyone in the arena stunned. The murmurs start immediately, with the students unable to hide their surprise and confusion. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd, with everyone trying to make sense of the sudden change. Some express their disappointment, particularly those who had come specifically to see Lu Fan in action. Others speculate about the reason for his withdrawal, with one person suggesting it might have something to do with yesterday's accident. But amidst the chatter, no one really knows for sure, and the uncertainty only fuels the buzz of speculation. Galvin clearly in no way dismisses the situation as nonsense, finding the whole ordeal to be nothing but a nuisance. Qin Chu, trying to keep things in perspective, advises her to ignore the chatter, reminding her that Lu Fan and Jian Ying have likely already entered the secret realm. Meanwhile, Lu Fan and Jian Ying find themselves stepping into the secret realm, walking through the eerie and ancient landscape outside the Flying Dragon Cemetery in the giant tree forest. The atmosphere is thick with the weight of history and mystery. As they make their way through the dense forest, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying with an apologetic tone, expressing regret that she can't continue the competition because she chose to team up with him. Jian Ying, ever pragmatic, reassures him that there's no need for apologies. The school has allowed them to keep their Azure spots and 10,000 points, so there's no real loss. She even thanks him for the opportunity to explore such a rare and mysterious secret realm, something few get to experience. She generously offers him all the rewards within the realm, stating that the experience alone is enough for her. Lu Fan, catching on to her selflessness, playfully notes that she's not one to let a favor go unpaid. Perched on a tree branch, a red-headed guy spots Lu Fan and Jian Ying approaching. With a curious look, he calls out to them, breaking the forest's eerie silence. Lu Fan, taken aback, wonders who this stranger is. Before he can process the situation, the boy gracefully jumps down from the branch, landing smoothly on the ground. With an easy smile and a thumbs up, he introduces himself as a member of the Secret Hunter Guild, telling them they can call him Black Rat. Lu Fan, still processing the sudden appearance, introduces himself and Jian Ying as students from Dragon Capital Academy. He then asks if Black Rat is going to guide them to the entrance of the Flying Dragon Cemetery. Black Rat, noticing the badge on Lu Fan's shoulder, nods knowingly. He steps forward, points ahead, and gestures for them to follow. Black Rat mentions that his mission will conclude once he escorts them to the teleportation gate. As they walk, he can't help but comment on the wealth and power of Dragon Capital Academy. With a cheeky grin, he inquires about their levels, curious about how high-ranking they must be to access such an expensive secret realm. Lu Fan, with a casual gesture, points to himself and says he's at level 25, then points backward with his thumb to indicate that Jian Ying is at level 24. Hearing this, Black Rat's eyes widen in disbelief. He's flabbergasted, thinking that a secret world above level 55, especially one with a nightmare-level difficulty, is no place for such low-level individuals. He quickly opens his system, muttering that he needs to contact Dragon Capital Academy to confirm. He's convinced that there's been a mistake, and that sending two people who haven't even reached their second transformation is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Just as Black Rat fumbles with his system, Lu Fan interrupts, urging him not to waste any more time. A massive tree suddenly begins to topple nearby, snapping branches and sending birds scattering. Lu Fan and Jian Ying both realize the imminent danger at the same moment, exchanging a glance of wide-eyed panic before bolting away. Lu Fan grabs Jian Ying's hand, pulling her along as they sprint for safety. Just as they think they might be in the clear, they hear a loud whoosh above them. They look up to see a colossal dragon eagle swooping down, its talons outstretched and eyes locked onto them like they're the special of the day. Without missing a beat, Lu Fan shifts into action mode. His eyes narrow and a fiery determination sparks within them. A strong aura forms around him, crackling with energy, and his hands begin to glow with an intense light. He channels this power into a fierce attack, launching it directly at the dragon eagle. The beast screeches in surprise, flapping its enormous wings and taking to the sky. But Lu Fan isn't done. With a swift, almost theatrical motion, he raises his hand and calls upon the power of the blue dragon roar. A bolt of lightning bursts forth, hurtling towards the dragon eagle with a sizzling crackle. The attack slams into the creature, sending a paralyzing shock through its body and reducing its flight to a wobbly mess. As if that wasn't enough, the power adds a lingering effect, ensuring that any follow-up attacks pack a bit of extra punch. Black Rat stares at Lu Fan, his eyes wide and his mouth slightly agape. He's absolutely stunned by what he just witnessed. Lightning-like lights crackle around Lu Fan, illuminating the area in a way that seems almost otherworldly. Black Rat can't wrap his head around it. Lu Fan is only at the 25th level after all. This level of power just doesn't add up. Just then, the dragon eagle, once fearsome and dominant, crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. Its massive form goes limp, and its mouth opens in a final silent gasp before it succumbs to its injuries. It's all over in an instant. Black Rat blinks in disbelief, mumbling to himself about how that was a level 50 dragon eagle. There's no way it should have been taken down so easily, or so quickly. Lu Fan, his hand still radiating that powerful aura, turns to Black Rat with a calm smile. With a casualness that belies the epic showdown that just occurred, he tells Black Rat not to worry about their levels. Then, with a touch of humor in his voice, he adds that they should probably get to the entrance, preferably sooner rather than later. Black Rat is utterly flabbergasted by Lu Fan's words. The fact that someone at the 25th level just took down a level 50 dragon eagle with such ease is almost too much for him to process. He stands there for a moment, mentally running the numbers and coming up with nothing that makes sense. Finally, after a bit of internal recalibration, he nods frantically and agrees to show them the way. After walking for a while, they arrive at a colossal tree that seems to reach up into the heavens. Black Rat pushes aside some dense bushes to reveal a massive trunk, and he gestures towards it with a bit of dramatic flair. This, he explains, is the entrance to the Flying Dragon Cemetery. A soft light filters down from the sky above, and within the glow, a portal shimmers suspended in the air just in front of the sacred tree. The whole scene feels almost surreal, as if they stepped into another world altogether. Black Rat points out the teleportation gate embedded in the ancient tree, confirming that this is indeed the way forward. With his task complete, Black Rat starts to back away. He gives a quick, almost nervous farewell, mentioning that his work here is done. Lufan watches as Black Rat begins to scurry away, and he quickly reaches out, extending his hand with a friendly smile. He calls out, suggesting that since they've crossed paths, maybe they should consider becoming friends. After all, it's not every day you meet someone who knows the ins and outs of so many places. Lufan mentions that he might need to ask for some location information in the future, hinting that their encounter could be mutually beneficial. Black Rat pauses, his mind racing. He's still trying to wrap his head around the idea of becoming friends with someone who just wiped out a level 50 dragon eagle like it was nothing. The thought is both surprising and intriguing to him. Seeing the hesitation, Lufan extends his hand again, adding with a sly grin that he's more than willing to pay for this information. Black Rat's ears perk up at the mention of payment, but confusion quickly follows. He blurts out, asking if Lufan really means to buy location information from him, not secrets of the realm, but just basic geographical details. Lufan nods, explaining that while the Secret Realm Hunter Guild would never allow private transactions of Secret Realm information, sharing general location details doesn't break any rules. He reassures Black Rat that they're on perfectly legal ground here. Black Rat listens to Lufan's proposal, mulling it over with a shrewd expression. After a moment, he comes up with a figure minus 100,000 dragon coins for each location. He's quick to add that this is the special friends and family rate, and if it's not acceptable, he's more than ready to be on his way. Lufan, unfazed by the steep price, extends his hand with a grin and seals the deal with a firm handshake. The agreement is made, and Black Rat can't help but wonder if everyone from Dragon Capital Academy is as wealthy as Lufan. Maybe he should have asked for more. Just as the handshake concludes, Jian Ying steps into the secret realm, casting a glance back at Lufan. With a hint of impatience, she remarks that he talks too much, and that they shouldn't waste any more time. Her focus is already ahead, eager to move forward. As he follows her into the realm, a notification system chimes in announcing their arrival. Welcome to the Rotting Corpse Dragon Graveyard. Level 55. The secret realm is a nightmare difficulty. Talent limit, 2 people. Lufan reflects that this is the Flying Dragon's sacred tree, the very one mentioned before, and the divine treasure platform is said to be at its top. The thought of reaching that treasure keeps him focused, but it's not long before Jian Ying interrupts his musings. She suddenly pauses, a look of unease crossing her face, and mentions that it feels like there might be an earthquake. Lufan stops and concentrates, trying to sense what Jian Ying is feeling. Moments later, he catches sight of something that makes his eyes widen in shock. His voice tightens as he alerts Jian Ying, pointing out that there's a herd of dragons on the other side. As if on cue, the dragons let out a series of bone-chilling roars and start advancing toward them. The system chimes in with an all-too-timely analysis. These are rotting corpse dragons, each one at level 50. The system also provides some grim details. Their pack bite ability allows them to physically damage their target, and when one dragon bites, it summons its companions to join in the feast. To make matters worse, they have a corrupting breath that can blanket an area, reducing the attack power of anyone caught in its range by a debilitating 50%. One of the rotting corpse dragons lets out a deafening roar and lunges toward Jian Ying, its jaws wide open, ready to strike. But just as the dragon is about to make contact, Lufan intervenes with lightning speed, blocking the attack. He quickly orders Jian Ying to prepare for battle. Without hesitation, Jian Ying springs into action. Hearing Lufan's command ignites her focus, and she grips her sword with determination. With a swift and powerful motion, she unleashes her mountain shaker technique. The force of her attack is so immense that it cleaves a dragon cleanly in half, the beast's severed halves plummeting to the ground in a grisly display. But the battle is far from over. Another dragon, undeterred by its fallen comrade, roars loudly and charges at Lufan with terrifying speed. Lufan, however, is ready. He calls out for his dragon companion, Xiao Fei, and she materializes instantly, perching on his shoulder like a loyal sentinel. Flames begin to swirl around Xiao Fei, her presence radiating intense heat. In an instant, a protective ring of fire forms around Lufan, crackling with energy. Xiao Fei unleashes her burning flame ability. She looks upward, and the fire spreads rapidly in all directions, igniting everything in its path. The flames roar with intensity, consuming several dragons and reducing them to ashes. Remarkably, the fire not only deals damage but also seems to strengthen Xiao Fei, her flames burning brighter as she draws energy from the destruction. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is locked in combat with the remaining dragons. She leaps into the air with incredible agility, her sword flashing as she cuts through her foes. She activates her second power, Armor Break, which allows her to bypass 32% of her target's defense, delivering devastating blows. Each strike lands with precision, further tipping the scales in their favor. As she ascends to a great height, her mind races. In the heat of battle, she suddenly realizes that her heavy broadsword, a crucial weapon, is nowhere in sight. Panic flickers in her thoughts as she frantically scans the area. Before she can fully process her next move, a dragon comes hurtling toward her from below, its eyes locked onto her as it closes the distance with alarming speed. Jian Ying's heart pounds as she realizes she's running out of time. The dragon is seconds away, and without her broadsword, her options are limited. She braces herself, thoughts racing as she searches for a way to turn the situation in her favor. Suddenly, Lu Fan charges toward Jian Ying, his dragon sword in hand, ready to intervene. With precise timing, he unleashes his Dragon Fang Strike, a technique enhanced by the blood pact that channels dragon energy into a devastating blow. As he closes in on the dragon, his sword slices through the air and cleaves the beast cleanly in half with a single powerful strike. The dragon lets out a final gurgling roar as green blood pours from its wound, staining the ground below. Meanwhile, Jian Ying is still plummeting, gravity doing its best to remind her that heights are not her friend. Lu Fan, ever the hero, extends his hand toward her, offering a lifeline. Despite the chaos, there's a moment of shared determination as Jian Ying reaches out to grab hold. However, Lu Fan's own momentum drags him downward as well. Thinking quickly, he drives his dragon sword into the trunk of the massive tree, using it as an anchor to halt their fall. With one hand gripping the sword and the other holding onto Jian Ying, Lu Fan glances over at her, a mix of concern and relief in his eyes. He reminds her to be careful, as if dangling from a tree by a sword while holding onto someone isn't the very definition of precarious. Jian Ying gazes into Lu Fan's eyes, a mix of gratitude and exhaustion evident as she acknowledges that he has saved her yet again. They both manage to find a moment of respite, settling onto a thick branch of the massive tree. As they catch their breath, Lu Fan points out something crucial. They're not supposed to head downwards. Their destination is actually right here, much closer than they expected. Their brief moment of calm is abruptly interrupted when a dark, shadowy figure appears in the distance. Lu Fan's instincts kick in, and he immediately calls for Xiao Fei. In an instant, Xiao Fei responds to his call, her presence as fiery and fierce as ever. The creature reveals itself gradually, its appearance increasingly grotesque. First, its skeletal hands become visible, each finger a bone-white claw. Then the monstrous dragon's skull comes into view, its gaping maw made entirely of bones. The skeletal dragon with its eerie, hollow eyes presents a chilling sight. It's as if someone decided to bring a dragon back from the dead just to ruin their day. The fierce dragon glares at Xiao Fei and unleashes a deafening roar, its skeletal form radiating an eerie menace. Xiao Fei, usually composed, is momentarily taken aback by the sheer intensity of the creature's presence. The dragon's eyes begin to glow with a sinister light as it lifts its head high, preparing to strike. Meanwhile, Lu Fan, ever the quick thinker, scoops Jian Ying into his arms and leaps down to the ground below. The landing is rough, and Jian Ying winces as she feels a sharp pain. Nothing too serious, but enough to remind her that they're far from safe. She quickly assesses the situation and recognizes the danger they're in, noting that this dragon is unlike any they've faced before. The dragon, now standing ominously before them, seems to take pleasure in their unease. The system chimes in, providing a grim assessment of their new foe. This is the wild-fighting Bone Dragon, a level 55 nightmare difficulty opponent. Its powers are as terrifying as its appearance. It can use Bone Armor Furious Bone Dragon, a skill that grows white bones to fortify its defenses. Its bone knife attack releases bone-infused blood across a wide area, causing significant damage to anything caught within its range. And then there's Bone Storm, a devastating power that spreads bone shrapnel within the target's area, with the damage increasing as the target's health decreases. Lu Fan, undeterred by the system's warnings, reassures Jian Ying, telling her not to worry despite the dire situation. He promises her that she'll be fine soon enough. With a determined look, he vows to take down the Bone Dragon, ready to face the nightmare head-on. With determination fueling his every step, Lu Fan dashes toward the Bone Dragon, ignoring Jian Ying's desperate attempts to stop him. She runs after him, her voice filled with concern as she pleads with him to stay back, warning him about the extreme danger posed by this species of dragon. But Lu Fan is already too focused on the battle ahead to heed her warnings. Just then, Lu Fan gives a swift command for Xiao Yi to transform into her destroyer form. Xiao Yi, ever loyal, responds immediately. Her actual body begins to glow, and within moments she undergoes a dramatic transformation. Her size increases, her flames grow fiercer, and her entire presence becomes more imposing, like a living embodiment of destruction. Just then, Xiaofei, the Emerald Dragon, also joins Lu Fan and Xiao Yi. Meanwhile, the Bone Dragon, not to be outdone, prepares his own attack. Flames begin to flicker and surge from its skeletal mouth, a sign of the devastating power it's about to unleash. But before it can fully execute its attack, Xiao Yi steps in front, roaring with such intensity that the air itself seems to tremble. Flames erupt around her, creating a blazing inferno that engulfs the Bone Dragon. The firestorm takes its toll on the Bone Dragon, with its skeletal arms starting to crack and break under the relentless heat. Jian Ying, watching the battle unfold, is left in awe. She had no idea that Xiao Yi had a second form, let alone one so powerful. The sight of Xiao Yi and her destroyer form battling the Bone Dragon explains why Lu Fan was so confident in their ability to take down such a formidable foe. Suddenly, Lu Fan and Xiao Fei launch themselves at the Bone Dragon, moving with synchronized precision. Just as they close in, Lu Fan orders Xiao Fei to unleash her Emerald Blessing. The dragon's sword in Lu Fan's hand hums with anticipation, glowing with the energy of the impending attack. Emerald Blessing releases a potent aura around Lu Fan, amplifying the power of his next strike. With this boost, they advance together, ready to deliver a coordinated attack. Lu Fan, brimming with confidence, calls out to his companions, urging them to cooperate with him to destroy the dragon once and for all. Xiao Yi, now fully in her destroyer form, lets loose a devastating roar. The force of the roar sends shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the very ground beneath them. The vibrations hit the Bone Dragon with such intensity that its skeletal frame starts to crack, and in a dramatic moment, its head is severed from its body, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. But Lu Fan isn't done yet. Just as the Bone Dragon collapses, he draws back the dragon's sword, its blade still glowing with the energy of Emerald Blessing. With a powerful swing, he executes his Dragon Fang strike, channeling all his energy into a single devastating blow. The strike hits the dragon's spine, snapping with a sickening crunch. Not wasting a second, Lu Fan drives the dragon's sword deep into the Bone Dragon's chest, piercing through its skeletal form. The dragon's eyes begin to glow once more, a deep, eerie purple, and a matching aura starts to form around the dragon's body, and the purple orb also begins to emit a faint, ominous light. His initial relief from the battle is quickly replaced by alarm as he realizes the fight is far from over. Before he can react, the Bone Dragon unleashes its Bone Storm ability. Bones scattered across the battlefield begin to levitate, swirling in a chaotic storm around the dragon. The system's earlier warning rings in Lu Fan's mind. The lower the health, the more powerful the attack. The swirling bones start to converge, growing in intensity and size as the Bone Dragon draws energy from its own decayed body. Just then, a powerful force suddenly intervenes, shattering the reassembled bones with a mighty blow, scattering them once more. Lu Fan, bewildered by the series of events, glances up at Jian Ying and asks why she didn't come down to join the fight earlier. She calmly replies that it was the shadow of the sword, a mysterious force she had bet on. She then reminds Lu Fan of their agreement. After he defeated Chen, he had made a bet with her to show him the true specialty of swordsmanship. Now she declares her turn to reveal that. Lu Fan nods in agreement, telling Jian Ying that they should get ready and face this challenge together. However, before they can proceed, the Bone Dragon reappears, fully reformed and even more menacing than before. It lunges at Lu Fan with a skeletal hand, its intent to crush and clear. Jian Ying reacts instantly, leaping into action. Just as she prepares for the attack, she explains to Lu Fan that swordsmen unlock a new weapon every 5 levels, and now it's time to reveal her trump card. A fiery energy begins to swirl around her, and with a flourish, she summons a weapon known as the Scythe of Calamity. The weapon glows with an intense, almost malevolent light as she continues to explain its capabilities. The Scythe of Calamity is of epic quality, a level 20 weapon imbued with the power of the evil Karma Blast. Its attack attribute can switch between fire and dark, making it a versatile and deadly tool. She also notes that with every life it takes, the scythe's attack power permanently increases by 9%. Jian Ying charges forward. She channels the full might of the Scythe of Calamity and strikes at the Bone Dragon. The weapon connects with a ferocious impact, triggering a massive explosion that reverberates through the battlefield. The force of the blast sends shockwaves in all directions, and the Bone Dragon is engulfed in a fiery inferno, its skeletal form struggling to withstand the destructive power. Lu Fan watches with a mix of admiration and amusement, realizing that the sword masters, like Jian Ying, don't unlock skills, but instead they unlock powerful weapons with special abilities. Suddenly, Xiao Fei appears and signals to Lu Fan, ready for the next move. Lu Fan acknowledges her with a nod and decides it's time for them to join the fray. He instructs Xiao Fei to release the Emerald Blessing over Xiao Yi, enhancing their chances of victory. Without hesitation, Xiao Fei unleashes the Emerald Blessing on Xiao Yi, infusing her with potent energy. The blessing amplifies the damage of Xiao Yi's next 3 attacks, making them even more devastating. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan commands Xiao Yi to use her earth-shattering power. As Xiao Yi channels the energy, the ground begins to tremble. The impact is immense, causing a massive explosion that reverberates through the battlefield. The earth beneath the bone dragon cracks open, forming a deep, jagged fissure. The bone dragon, unable to resist the pull of gravity, tumbles into the abyss, its skeletal form shattering as it falls. The once formidable creature meets its end, buried within the earth. As the dust settles, the system chimes in with an update. The Emerald Dragon's level has been raised to 15 and has gained a new skill, Transformation. Lu Fan takes a moment to absorb the information, pleased with their progress. He notes that his own level has now increased to 26. Jian Ying breathes a sigh of relief, her mind racing with mixed emotions. She reflects on the battle, realizing that although she unleashed her trump card, Fire Scythe, it was Xiao Yi who delivered the decisive blow. The strength of the Bone Dragon was overwhelming, and she couldn't help but feel a bit overshadowed by Xiao Yi's power. As Jian Ying stands there, Xiao Fei suddenly grabs onto Lu Fan, clinging to him in a way that stirs a pang of jealousy within Jian Ying. She feels a lump in her throat as she starts to tear up, a mix of emotions overwhelming her. Seeing this, Jian Ying quickly composes herself and looks at Lu Fan, asking for his forgiveness. She acknowledges that with him, Xiao Yi, and Xiao Fei working together, they could defeat the boss without her needing to step in. Despite her earlier efforts, she feels a little unnecessary, as if her actions didn't make much of a difference in the end. Lu Fan, sensing her emotions, reassures Jian Ying with a gentle smile. He thanks her for saving him from the bone storm earlier, reminding her that every effort counts in a battle like this. He adds that today has been a day of great gains for all of them. Not only has he learned more about the unique attributes of the Sword Eagle, but Xiao Fei has also reached level 15. Jian Ying, curious about the recent developments, asks Lu Fan if there is a stage of improvement when Xiao Fei reaches star level 15. She wonders if this level up enhances Xiao Fei's abilities in the same way that her weapon, the Fire Scythe, gains power with each upgrade. The system promptly provides the details of Xiao Fei's new abilities. Xiao Fei, now level 15, has undergone significant enhancements. Her strength, spirit, and stamina has increased significantly, and she's got a set of new amazing skills. She can now enter the evolution stage and switch between forms at will. She can also form a blood pact, a blood relationship that provides a 10% attribute bonus to the Dragon Master. All of her attributes and energy consumption are reduced by 50%. She can transform into the Eternal Guardian of the Tree of Life, gaining new skills Life Pulse and Eternal Guardian. Moreover, she can abandon the physical body to transform into Soul Light, connecting with a friendly target and gaining new skills Soul Refuge and Soul Influence. Lu Fan, with a sense of satisfaction, explains to Jian Ying that reaching level 15 has unlocked Xiao Fei's ability to change her appearance and take on new forms similar to Xiao Yi. Jian Ying observes with a touch of amusement, knowing how Xiao Fei's growth has been steady but significant. She admits she never expected Xiao Fei's dragon form to be such a rare sight, but now, with 4 different forms at her disposal, Xiao Fei has become even more versatile, just like Xiao Yi. Lu Fan, feeling a surge of pride, places his hand on Xiao Fei's head, which immediately earns him a glare from Xiao Yi. The jealousy in Xiao Yi's eyes is unmistakable, and she looks at him with a mix of annoyance and playful anger. Lu Fan, sensing the tension, suggests it's time to test out Xiao Fei's new form, clearly eager to see what she's capable of now. Jian Ying turns back with a smile, agreeing that they should head back to the Flying Dragon's sacred tree to continue their search. Just as the group is about to move, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei start bickering over who gets to be closer to Lu Fan, their playful rivalry bringing a brief moment of levity to the tense situation. Suddenly, their lighthearted banter is interrupted as fireballs begin to rain down from the sky, crashing into the ground with explosive force. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered, and Lu Fan's group is thrown into chaos as the blasts send debris flying in all directions. Jian Ying quickly identifies it as a magic attack, her voice tinged with urgency. Without wasting a moment, Lu Fan orders everyone to scatter and take cover. They dash for the shelter of a large tree, where they huddle together, trying to catch their breath. Jian Ying crouches down, scanning the area for any sign of their attackers, while Lu Fan cautiously peeks out from behind the tree, assessing the situation. It doesn't take long for Lu Fan to realize that the battle with the furious bone dragon must have drawn attention. He mutters to himself that the noise from the previous fight likely attracted other enemies. His suspicions are confirmed when he looks up and sees a swarm of dragons filling the sky, their massive forms blotting out the sun. Lu Fan immediately hides in his safe place, his heart racing as he glances around for any signs of danger. He looks at the system and tells everyone that the soul-light form abandons the physical body and turns into a soul light that attaches to an ally, providing new soul protection and soul influence. It feels like becoming a ghost buddy, but without the spooky vibes. The urgency in his voice sparks a fire in his friends, and they spring into action, adrenaline pumping through their veins. Lu Fan orders Xiao Yi to cover them as he runs away. As Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei soar above them, Lu Fan turns to Jian Ying, his expression serious, instructing her to head to the Divine Dragon Tree. It feels like a magical treasure hunt, but with more dragons and less candy. Suddenly, a strong aura envelops Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei. The system announces that the Emerald Dragon form has been switched, unlocking a new skill called Soul Light. It feels like getting a shiny new toy, but this one can actually fight. Lu Fan feels a surge of hope as he realizes that all skill effects of the Emerald Dragon clan are doubled for those with a dragon blood link. Each time the Soul Light power takes damage, it absorbs the impact, forming additional layers of Qi Shield. After 10 layers are accumulated, Qi Shock 15 is unleashed, equal to the damage from the Qi relics in the chest. Xiao Fei transforms into a magnificent green dragon, and a vibrant aura surrounds Yi, who starts roaring loudly, filling the air with fierce energy. If he keeps that up, he might just scare the clouds away. Lu Fan can't help but feel a rush of excitement at the sight. The system detects that the Black Dragon's level is now 19, and its strength has skyrocketed from 4,375 to 26,244. Lu Fan's heart swells with pride as he sees Yi's agility, spirit, and endurance all increase as well. As they continue to run, Jian Ying glances at Lu Fan, her eyes wide with awe, commenting on how powerful Fi's influence on Yi is. Lu Fan nods, his expression serious, explaining that Fi's attributes are even more effective for a dragon. He thinks to himself that with a destructive form, Fi's soul protection and descent attributes, Fi's strength is now 26,000. That's more power than a blender at full speed. He knows they need to climb the tree as soon as possible to inspire Yi to break the 30,000 mark. Suddenly, fireballs rain down from the sky, and Lu Fan's heart sinks as he looks up to see dragons appearing, surrounding them in a menacing formation. It feels like they're throwing a dragon party, and they didn't send out invites. Panic flares in his chest, but he quickly regains his composure. He orders Yi not to counterattack and tells Fi to keep moving forward. He explains that it's not the right time to fight back and instructs Yi to let Fi absorb the damage. The green ball appears on Xiao Fei's head, glowing with energy. He turns his head and looks at Fei, urging her to activate Qi Shock. Now's their chance. Fei immediately activates Qi Shock upon hearing him, and a wave of energy pulses through the air. With its help, it releases damage equal to the total absorbed damage, and the total residual damage is doubled, causing a massive counterattack in a large area. The brilliant green aura surrounds Fei, and the dragons start flying in the air, roaring fiercely as they close in on them. Jian Ying looks at Fei in surprise, her eyes wide, marveling at the display of power. Lu Fan glances back, a proud smile spreading across his face, agreeing with her that the soul protection not only shields Fei, but also accumulates damage for a counterattack, doubling the effect for the dragon. It's like having a shield that also throws a punch. Jian Ying's eyes sparkle with excitement as she realizes the potential of their teamwork. Leveling up dragon beasts feels like enhancing her own weapon, but it turns out to be a whole new style. It's like upgrading from a toy bow and arrow to a full-on catapult. A sense of determination fills her as she anticipates the battles ahead, knowing they are stronger together. Then suddenly, a very strong wind blows toward them, shaking them like a leaf in a storm. Lu Fan's heart races as he realizes they are very close to the boss. A massive dragon appears in front of them, its scales glinting ominously in the light. They soon recognize that the boss is a steel dragon, and the system confirms its level at 60. The boss difficulty is rated at level 9. Its main power is named Rapid Storm, which allows the steel dragon to flap its wings and create a fast-moving storm that causes damage and slows down anyone caught in it. Great, just what they needed. More wind. The second power is called Steel Thrust, which thrusts the target and shatters anything with less than 1 point of endurance. The third power, Steel Reinforcement, reduces all incoming damage by 50% and gives a massive boost to defense. Lu Fan feels a chill run down his spine as the steel dragon starts roaring loudly, its voice echoing like thunder. The steel dragon then takes to the air, preparing to unleash the Steel Thrust skill. Lu Fan watches in horror as the dragon heads straight for Yi. Concern flashes across Jian Ying's face as she realizes the danger. The steel dragon is a fearsome species, a subspecies like the berserk bone dragon. Lu Fan quickly reassures her, telling her not to worry. He then instructs Fi to get ready to release Soul Impact. As Fi activates the power of the Emerald Dragon clan, a surge of energy fills the air, doubling all skill effects related to dragons and blood. It's like turning on a supercharged battery. The impact channels dragon energy, charging in sunlight. Dragon energy builds up with every second, and Xiao Fei prepares to release all the energy with a maximum charge of 30 to 60 layers when attacking. Light begins to radiate from within Fi, illuminating the area, and then that light falls on Yi. She stands defiantly in front of the steel dragon, ready to roar her challenge. Lu Fan extends his hand, ready to use the dragon inspiration skill, telling Yi that it is all up to her now. With a fierce determination, both Fi and Yi rush toward the steel dragon to attack. Fi unleashes the power of soul influence, releasing all the dragon energy to strike the target, and the current charges reach 8. They attack together, causing heavy damage to the steel dragon. The creature roars in pain, but then it shifts its focus, deciding to eliminate the weaker targets first. It turns its attention to Lu Fan and Jian Ying. Dragons start roaring at them, and Jian Ying shakes with fear as she realizes the dragon is going to attack. At the same time, she pulls out her sword, feeling a surge of determination. She thinks about her lesser contributions to the team compared to Lu Fan and decides she won't sit this one out. With newfound courage, she springs into action using her sword and ballast power. She shouts to switch to deep quality, urging everyone to get ready for a sinful explosion. Her voice rings out, filled with confidence. Jian Ying attacks the steel dragon with her weapon, aiming for its neck. The impact causes heavy damage, and smoke starts to billow from the dragon's neck. The system detects the hit, noting that the steel dragon can deal with all incoming damage by 50%, which boosts its defense even further. Jian Ying looks at the dragon with a triumphant smile, but that quickly fades as she realizes the truth. Lu Fan smiles and replies that it's okay, understanding her desire to contribute to the team. Just then, the dragon charges toward Lu Fan, intent on making him its next meal. Looks like lunch is served, but Lu Fan is now on the menu. Without hesitation, Lu Fan springs into action, pulling out his dragon sword. He orders the sword to combine Fei's powers with his own. With a fierce determination, he attacks the steel dragon using the power of Dragon Fang Strike, transforming dragon energy into a powerful blow. His single attack knocks the steel dragon to the ground with a resounding crash. At that moment, the system notifies them that the black dragon has reached level 20. Finally, Lu Fan defeats the boss dragon, and Yi also reaches level 20, feeling a rush of pride. Fei hugs Lu Fan in excitement, making Yi feel a twinge of jealousy. After a moment, they all start walking deeper into the forest. Jian Ying comments on how strong Xiao Fei is at level 15 and how Yi is now at level 20. She muses that Yi could probably have crushed the steel dragon in one blow, leaving her feeling amazed and a bit overwhelmed. Lu Fan reassures her that the steel dragon is nothing compared to Yi. He encourages everyone to keep moving forward, and Ying suddenly bursts into laughter. Lu Fan looks at her, puzzled, and asks what's so funny, wondering if she doesn't believe him. Ying recalls what Xiaoman told her, saying that with such a strong dragon, even if they had a dog around, it could handle everything. Lu Fan laughs, enjoying the lighthearted moment, and comments that she's joking, noting that she's not being her usual self. Ying playfully responds that maybe spending so much time with them has changed her. Lu Fan agrees, saying she's definitely more talkative than before, which is great. He then compliments her, recalling that when they first met, he thought she had a very sweet voice. Her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she asks if her voice is truly lovely. Lu Fan looks at her warmly and replies that she is indeed cute, asking if no one has told her that before. She shyly admits that she's an introvert and doesn't speak with many people, so she doesn't have many friends. Lu Fan comforts her, telling her not to worry about that and suggesting they move deeper into the forest. She agrees, feeling a sense of camaraderie growing among them. As Lu Fan's whole group ventures further into the woods, Xiao Yi and Xiao Fei start playfully bickering, their competitive spirits flaring. Lu Fan shakes his head, telling both of them to stop fighting. After defeating the steel dragon, the group shares smiles and excitement as they venture deeper into the forest. Jian Ying beams with pride, saying she has reached level 25 after overcoming the signboard flying dragon. Lu Fan, curious about their rewards, asks if any new weapons have been unlocked with the steel dragon's defeat. Ying raises her hand, revealing a glowing, brilliant sword. I can smell the Fate series reference. She explains that the weapon, called Myriad Blossoms, is very impressive, but it is still at level 1, which limits its power. The system tells them that this sword has thousands of sword feathers that can split into smaller weapons, each doing 10% of the original attack power before coming back together after causing area damage. Lu Fan smiles and says that once it levels up to 25 stars, it will be much stronger. It's like waiting for a caterpillar to turn into a butterfly, only way cooler. Meanwhile, Yi and Fei start to play around, their laughter filling the air. However, Jian Ying suddenly feels a wave of sadness. She wonders if, even with all her swords at level 25, their combined power could ever match the strength of Yi's strikes or Lu Fan's abilities. Just then, she feels a strange sensation. She notices a shadow nearby and whispers to herself, trying to believe what others say about her strength. Lan, sensing her worry, walks over and reassures her that when she reaches Manhwa level, she will find strong opponents at Londo Academy, armed with that sword. Jian Ying feels a bit better and agrees they should move quickly, noticing that he has already run far ahead. As they continue, Lu Fan spots something ahead, a man lying injured on the ground. The group gathers around and Lu Fan sees that the man looks like he has been dead for a long time. Kneeling beside him, Lu Fan thinks about the tough life the man must have had, like a fighter who faced many challenges. He wonders if there are more dangers nearby. Suddenly, Lu Fan's instincts kick in. A dragon's hand and a glowing eye appear, signaling danger. He quickly grabs his dragon's sword and warns Ying that they might be in a monster's territory. Jian Ying jumps at Lu Fan's words, her heart racing as she thinks there could be a trap ahead. Just then, a dragon bursts out from the bushes, its scales shining brightly. The system identifies this dragon as Bronze Dragon, with a star level of 60. It is an elemental dragon, and its main power is bronze armor, which makes its defense much stronger. Lu Fan jumps into action as the dragon takes to the sky. Fei is surprised when another dragon appears, a three-headed dragon. The system reveals it as a three-headed elemental dragon level 65 with a boss difficulty rating of Nightmare. Its main power, triple magic, lets it deal fire, ice, and thunder damage all at once, causing huge damage to its target. If one of its heads is revived, the others will come back too, even after being defeated, and can be brought back multiple times. Lu Fan and Jian Ying stare in shock at the sight of two bosses at once. The tension in the air is thick as they prepare for the biggest fight of their lives, knowing they must work together to overcome this huge challenge. Seeing the dragons, Jian Ying realizes they belong to the same group hiding in the camp. Great, just what we needed. More skelly roommates. The three-headed dragon suddenly unleashes its triple magic attack on Lu Fan. At the same time, he leaps into action, charging forward to strike. The system shows that bronze armor has combined its defensive power with the three-headed elemental dragon. Jian Ying stands her ground, staring back at the three-headed dragon. She notices that Bronze Dragon is reinforcing the three-headed dragon with glass armor. This makes the dragon's defense incredibly strong. These attempts to harm it are useless until the dragon turns its attention to Lu Fan. Looks like someone's on the dragon's menu. Jian Ying urges everyone to focus on Bronze Flying Dragon first. Lu Fan smiles confidently. His dragon sword glows with power. He tells Jian Ying to relax and hints at a special plan. He instructs her to summon Manhwa and wait for the upgrade. Curious about Lu Fan's intentions, Jian Ying watches as he begins to run. Lu Fan shouts for Fei to switch to her emerald dragon form. A bright light surrounds Fei as she transforms. Lu Fan continues running, telling Fei to add Soul Light to him and prepare to release Soul Square. He then instructs Yi to switch to destruction form, saying the next move depends on him. As Lu Fan attacks with his dragon sword, the three-headed dragon takes to the air. It unleashes a fierce attack with fire and ice from all three heads. Lu Fan notices Fei and tells her to prepare to release the Soul Impact skill. He then calls out for Yi to use his new skill, Tremendous. He springs into action, transforming into his destruction form. He roars loudly, filling the area with power. If he keeps that up, he might just scare the stars out of the sky. The system reveals that the Black Dragon is putting pressure on the surrounding area. This affects all enemies and targets, causing paralysis and fear. The three-headed dragon is disrupted and begins to tremble. Even Jian Ying feels the overwhelming pressure. She realizes that the Black Dragon's power is a control skill beyond her expectations. Lu Fan reassures her that it will end soon and urges her to stay calm. Lan draws his dragon sword and charges in to attack the dragon. The soul effect is released, combining all the dragon energy for a powerful strike. Lu Fan follows up with Dragon Fang Strike, using dragon energy to amplify his attack. Meanwhile, Fei climbs onto the bronze dragon and attacks, seizing its head. Lu Fan announces that bronze armor is now shattered and no longer a threat. Fei twists the dragon's neck, causing it to bleed out as it succumbs to defeat. The system informs them that the Black Dragon's level has increased to 22, while the Emerald Dragon's level rises to 17. Smiles spread across the group as Fei returns to her human form. The system announces that the Emerald Dragon has reached the next level. Jian Ying watches, feeling sad that she couldn't contribute more. Lu Fan places a comforting hand on Jian Ying's shoulder. He explains that they must eliminate all 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon before it can return to life. He suggests they let you play for a while and take the chance to rest at the camp. As night falls and the moon rises, Jian Ying brings food to Lu Fan. She mentions that it was prepared by her sister. She suggests they eat something first. However, when she steps outside with the food, she finds the fire burning bright, but Lu Fan is nowhere to be seen. Feeling sad about his absence, Jian Ying reflects on her feelings. Perhaps Lu Fan shares her worries. Instead of being a strong partner, she feels like a burden, unable to help. Meanwhile, Lu Fan silently apologizes to Jian Ying. He opens the system and notices a very large egg. The system indicates that he is close to discovering a treasure. Lu Fan realizes that this was their true purpose for coming into the forest. Danger suddenly strikes. Lu Fan looks up, his heart racing, to witness a fierce dragon materialize out of thin air. It roars violently, his eyes glowing an eerie green. The system identifies this beast as the soul of the Flying Dragon King, a formidable foe at level 70. Its primary ability, Dragon's Breath, can unleash devastating elemental attacks: fire, ice, thunder, and wind. This dragon has a wide palette of destruction to choose from. The second power, Assault Dragon King, allows it to rapidly advance, dealing piercing damage to its target after losing its body composure. It's like the dragon has a split personality. One moment it's a graceful beast, the next it's a rampaging maniac. And as if that wasn't enough, being the closest race to dragons, it can reduce all incoming damage by 50%. Lu Fan realizes this might be the final boss of the 55 Nightmare Secret Realm. Anxiety grips him as he thinks of the challenge ahead. Swiftly drawing his dragon sword, he prepares for battle. Yi, Fei, and Ying ready themselves as well, their faces a mix of determination and fear. The blade dragon roars, sounding like a cat with a hairball. Lu Fan sternly orders Yi and Fei to take this threat seriously. He knows this dragon is no laughing matter. Ying feels a knot tight in her stomach as she sees the dragon. Her heart pounds in her chest. She thinks about how Lu Fan has saved her many times and worries that he might be tired of her and want to leave her behind. The thought makes her heart sink, like finding out a favorite toy is broken beyond repair. Tears start to form, but she fights them back. Ying recalls Lu Fan's words about reaching level 25 and how everything would change. After a moment of thinking, she decides she must contribute. She resolves not to sit there like a damsel in distress, clenching her fists in determination. She knows Lu Fan appreciates her desire to help, even though he is much more powerful. Despite her fears, she is determined to support him in this battle. The blade dragon attacks Lu Fan with powerful wind and thunder. Lu Fan glares at the dragon, recognizing its formidable challenge. It's even more powerful than the Great Destroyer Emperor from the Great Trial. Suddenly, Lu Fan's eyes glow, and he orders Yi to prepare lava flame. He activates Dragon's Inspiration, boosting his and his dragon's powers by 30%. He transforms into her destruction form and unleashes lava flame on the blade dragon. Fei roars and attacks with lava flame as well. The dragon roars back, sounding like a teenager throwing a tantrum. The flames damage the dragon, but they also kill it. Lu Fan feels a surge of adrenaline. He knows they must keep pushing forward. The blade dragon retaliates with solo assault, causing the flying dragon to lose control. It charges forward like a bull chasing a red cape, and Lu Fan's heart skips a beat. Suddenly, danger strikes from behind. Lu Fan quickly turns and orders Fei to switch to infinite form. Fei transforms instantly. On the other side, Ying stands firm and calls out to Lu Fan, her voice filled with determination as she shouts that she is there to help. Raising her hand, she summons the power of 1,000 swords and falling feathers. She prioritizes her self-protection like a cat avoiding a bath. Lu Fan closes his eyes and signals his understanding, feeling a rush of gratitude for his friends. Suddenly, the system announces that a new skill has been unlocked, Life Pulse. Another skill, Internal God, is also revealed. Fei begins to glow brightly, looking like a disco ball at a dragon party. Lu Fan raises his hand, instructing Fei to cast Pulse of Life with the power of the Emerald Dragon. The system indicates that guidance is in progress. Lu Fan then unleashes his power, summoning flames that surround him like a fiery hug. The blue dragon roars fiercely, and Yi intensifies her lava flame attack, causing the flames to surge higher. Ying watches this display, her eyes wide with terror. She feels like she's watching a horror movie where the monster is about to eat the hero. Lu Fan notices Ying's fear and realizes that the dragon language has been unlocked. The blue dragon roars again, inching closer to Lu Fan. Without hesitation, he orders Fei to use the power of Doomsday. Fei responds with full force, unleashing lava flame that incinerates the dragon to ashes. The resulting explosion spreads fire everywhere, like a fireworks show gone horribly wrong. After some time, the fire subsides and the smoke clears. The system informs them that the internal lap has created a protective barrier, shielding all characters within. The amount of damage absorbed by the barrier depends on the internal's ability to regenerate its own health. In the aftermath of the explosion, the blue dragon is defeated. The group sits down together, exhausted and panting like they just ran a marathon. Lu Fan looks at Ying, concern etched on his face, and asks if she is all right. Ying assures him she is fine, expressing gratitude to Fei for saving them. They all acknowledge how close they came to death. The system reports that the sword's shadow level has been upgraded to the 2nd level, and the Wanha level has ascended to the verbal level. Lu Fan is pleased by this news. He places a hand on Fei's head, praising her for the eternal refuge that saved everyone. Fei, however, feels a tinge of jealousy as the Black Dragon's star rises to 23 and Lu Fan's level increases to 29. Lu Fan thanks his super high recovery ability, but Yi remains silent, beginning to climb alongside Fei. Lu Fan smiles, acknowledging that Yi's super high damage has been crucial in overcoming the level. Yi reflects on the battle, admitting that he always thought fighting was just a joke for job transfer people in their 20s and 30s. Lu Fan, surprised, agrees that it is indeed their first time facing a level 70 nightmare boss, and they narrowly escaped death together. It has been an eye-opening experience. Afterward, Lu Fan places a hand on Yi's head, reassuring him that Sword Shadow Wanhu hadn't meant to leave him. He explains that he just went out to find something, not expecting to run into such a powerful boss. Ying interjects, affirming that Lu Fan would never abandon his comrades. Reflecting on Lu Fan's earlier words, Ying turns to him and expresses her thoughts. She reminds him that no matter how strong they are, they will never let their comrades fight alone and will always stand by them in battle. With a smile, she reaffirms her commitment to not letting Lu Fan fight alone. The bond between them grows stronger, like a team of superheroes ready to take on the world. Lu Fan stands triumphantly after defeating the Blade King Dragon. Suddenly, a chest pops open right in front of him, surprising him so much that he nearly drops his snack. Meanwhile, Ying faces the other way, blissfully unaware of the treasure unfolding. Lu Fan takes a moment to reflect on the legendary items that have just been unlocked: the Flying Place, Dragon Language, and Magic. The first power emerges from the chest, called the Solving of the Flying Dragon King. On its left side, it boasts 60 agility, 356 strength, 291 spirit, and a hopping 246 as its main power. Whoever wears this magical item gains the ability to fly, zooming through the skies. Plus, if they know Dragon Language magic, they can cast spells and receive them too. Lu Fan sighs, realizing that flying isn't just about flapping your arms and hoping for the best. Next, a shiny level 30 artifact pops out of the chest. This one lets its user ride a pet as a mount. When riding, the rider's specialties combine with the pet's, boosting dragon energy and unleashing long-range damage. Lu Fan grins, imagining his dragon pet as a mount. I can just picture it, me riding a dragon into battle. He wonders if, once he reaches level 30, he can transform into a dragon during the state trial. The third item, the Late Nail Flute, emerges next. This magical flute allows the user to summon the spirits of the twin flying dragon kings, matching the user's level. But there's a catch: it can only be used once. He considers it a fantastic support item, but wishes it didn't have such a limit. Holding the flute, Lu Fan opens a portal to leave. The system chimes in, announcing that he has obtained the Flying Dragon King's Solving, along with the dragon reading sandals and dragon summoning flute. Suddenly, he senses something strange. He glances at Ying, who looks utterly perplexed. Someone asked what was wrong with Ying, wondering if she had forgotten where she put her glasses again. Ying expresses that she feels something odd, and Lu Fan's attention shifts to Fei. The system reports that the sale applies to all optimization targets of the source of life, continuously restoring life. Just then, a part of Fei's neck begins to glow brightly. Lu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. Ying looks confused too, as Fei seems to be trying to heal a gigantic tree. Lu Fan wonders if the source of life can actually heal a living friend. Fei's eyes remain closed, but a strange energy surrounds her. Everyone stands up together, and after a moment, the plants start reacting. Lu Fan notices the plant's movements and thinks this could be the start of a hidden mission. He realizes that Fei might be able to communicate with the sacred tree, and that the surprise flying dragon could be a key prop for the follow-up mission to save the sacred tree. And so Lu Fan prepares for the adventure ahead, ready to uncover the secrets of the flying dragon tree and beyond. Lu Fan watches in awe as a plant suddenly extends its roots and stands tall, almost like it's stretching after a long nap. The system chimes in, announcing that the Flying Dragon's secondary mission item has been added. It turns out that the Flying Dragon's secretary has been destroyed by the monster Bakshi Dragon, and the properties of the mouth of the ABC have slowly disappeared after being occupied. Well, that sounds like a job for not me. Just kidding. I'm totally in. A new hero must rise to save the dried sacred tree. If he can defeat the Bakshi dragon, retrieve a piece, and soak the seed in his blood as proof, he will succeed. Lu Fan grins as he sees Bronze regain consciousness and start flying around like a hyperactive kite. He picks up the seed and studies the mission description, realizing that he must slay a dragon king known as Dragon Mouth, a demon-eating creature from the lower plane. It is just what she needs, a dragon with a mouth bigger than her last pizza, and it probably has a 3-digit level too. The Dragon King's existence level is much higher than Nightmare, likely reaching 3 digits. There's no problem limit for the task yet, so Lu Fan decides he'll tackle it when he reaches level 60 and level 3 or level 90 and level 4. The system confirms that the Flying Dragon's Sacred Tree seed has been obtained. Ying holds Lu Fan's hand and beams, realizing they've discovered the secret to healing the Sacred Tree. Another mission to add to their list. Next, Lu Fan starts feeding Fei like she's a small child, making airplane noises as he does. Open wide. Here comes the Dragon Food Express. He turns to Yi, prompting everyone to ponder whether the item can be eaten. Lu Fan, still smiling, insists, saying of course it should be eaten. If it's not edible, then what's the point? He quickly approaches and Lu Fan explains that Fei has a natural assimilation skill that allows her to gain skill attributes by eating. He then feeds it to Yi too. Everyone watches in surprise as Fei gobbles it up like it's the last cookie in the jar. The system confirms that Yi's skill now grants epic abilities. After some time, Fei enjoys her meal and Lu Fan thinks she looks quite beautiful. With her new powers, Fei can now summon 2 Flying Dragon Kings and the effect has transformed into a skill with no limits on uses. Lu Fan feels a swell of pride watching her. Suddenly, Fei senses a movement, feeling the presence of something massive, like a huge dragon. She feels the immense power of a dragon within her. The system indicates that the soul level of this Flying Dragon King and its main power is Elemental Dragon Fertilizer, which sprays dragon fertilizer on the target, making it invulnerable to fire, ice, wind, and soul assaults. When it flies, it propels the dragon royal family forward, causing deep damage to the target. With Dragon Language Explanation, this skill can unlock Dragon Language Magic, transforming Elemental Dragon Fertilizer into Dragon Language Magic, and a Flying Dragon element is established by Fernan Special. Witnessing this, Ying is astonished at how Lu Fan has become a respected figure. She reflects on how long it took, but Yi finally has his own pet. Everyone turns to Yi, and Ying thinks to herself that a dragon is the pet of a pet. Lu Fan's growing power seems unbelievable. As she looks at Lu Fan in awe, she recognizes the exhaustion from clearing such a high-level secret area. It's time to go home. Sister Hain is probably worried sick. She can hear her now asking where she has been and if she brought back a dragon. Lu Fan smiles and agrees that Ying should head back first, assuring her he will follow soon. After she leaves, Lu Fan opens the system and starts searching for the location of the Bakshi dragon's nest. With this, the chapter ends here. I hope you liked today's video, and if you did, make sure to hit that like button as today's like goal is 1,500 likes. Also consider subscribing and clicking the notification bell to get notified as soon as a new video drops in the channel. Comment part 15 below for next part. You can also join the channel to support me financially and watch videos before public release. I'll meet you in the next video. Until then, thanks for watching.